Your Honor, I've just forwarded counsel and yourself, and for the record, Mr. Bogan's here. I just forwarded counsel and yourself the Colgy instruction if it's helpful. It's very straightforward and simple.
Oh, you found it?
The Colgy instruction I did.
Oh, the Colgy, okay. Yeah, if Mr. Moran come in, I found the instruction. If somebody wants to, would you let him know, Karen, please? If you look up purpose, if you control F purpose, you can find it fairly quick.
Are you on page 27 there?
Yes. Yeah, that was the page. Yes. So we found it. I'm not going to give this instruction. It's way too detailed. I mean, I may give it at the end of the case, but what I have proposed, I think is appropriate. I think it limits what the jury can pay attention to. And so that request is denied unless you have something else. So with that, anything else?
Just, Your Honor, that I cited to counsel in Your Honor the order that permits the admission of the Dr. Phil Cliff has been appropriately redacted.
And I looked at that. I think you're correct.
Thank you,
So with that, we'll have the jury come in whenever they're ready.
Is this the clip that has the discussion on stage, or is this the one with the airplane flying and the cop car driving?
No, this is a discussion only about the pictures on the page. And I don't know if the volume is working, Your Honor, but
if you want to practice, feel free. Yeah, go ahead. Let's, thank you. Just briefly. Yeah. Okay, you're good. Take it down for now until we get there. And before we got off on this other issue, I was going to write down something to research, and I forgot what it was already. Is somebody not coming in for Kathy Berry or something for another couple days?
Kathy Berry will be today, Your Honor.
No?
Your Honor, was Mike Hall, you want to say?
Right, thank you. Thank you. And are we gonna go straight into this clip? So I need to do the limiting instruction pretty much as soon as he gets on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor, I think that makes sense. This will be the first topic.
Okay.
The reorient.
All right, thank you. October 9th of what year? 2020? Thanks. All right, we can be seated. Have Mr. Redwine come back up to the stand, please. Okay, Mr. Redwine, come on back up. You are still under oath.
Morning, Mr. Redwine.
Morning.
So I want to take a second, since we left off yesterday, halfway through your testimony, just to reorient the jury a little bit. We had already covered, we were kind of walking through a timeline of history, correct?
Yes.
And we talked about how there was a fire in 2010 and then a renovation in 2011. And then we talked about that baseball trip in 2011 after the renovation of the house. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was sort of the point in time where Dylan Redwine found the pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then from there, I think you had testified that there were very few visits from Dylan to that house between then and the baseball trip of 2012.
Yes.
Then coming up to the baseball trip of 2012, that's where Dylan had asked you for the pictures and the text messages you covered.
Correct.
And then we referenced a video clip from a Dr. Phil show. Was that video clip much later in time?
No. Sorry.
Let me ask a better question. So we had stopped our timeline in 2012, August 4th and 5th on the text messages, right?
Yes.
That was a point in time when Dylan was still alive.
Yes.
And then moving forward to the clip that you reviewed and signed, is this from after Dylan's disappearance?
Yes.
This was an appearance on the Dr. Phil show that you were present for.
Yes.
And you observed the defendant just talking about the pictures and referencing the pictures.
Yes.
And at this time, was Dylan still missing?
Yes.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Mark this April 21, I showed it to you yesterday, and you talked about how there was a signature date on there. Is that still correct?
Yes.
Same day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate instruction from Dr. Phil show about
Yes, it is.
21 into evidence?
Any objection, other than what's been objected to before?
Defense incorporates previous objections. Thank you.
Thank you. It'll be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we publish?
Yes, but before you do, I need to read you another limiting instruction. The evidence you are about to see is being admitted for a limited purpose. The evidence is not being admitted to prove the defendant had a bad moral character, and the jury cannot use this evidence for that purpose. This evidence is being admitted to allow the prosecution to attempt to prove, sorry, I should have thought about this before I read it. I think that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll publish the exhibit.
Go ahead.
No, they are not. So that's what you and the public, I'm not arguing that.
We're gonna back that to the start of the clip at this time.
Well, it's just, I thought it was just. Well, it's just. No, they are not. So that's what you and the public, no, I'm not arguing that it's my face in the photo. What I'm arguing is the fact that they were fabricated because it was actually, I believe that Elaine and Corey were coming into my house, running through their home, going through my personal launch when I traveled down the house. Because I have a keyless entry system on there. Corey knew how to get into that. I found all kinds of things missing. And I came up with a scheme that had to be so outrageous that they could not talk about it. And that's exactly what I got out of that. Did I ever intend to be sitting here on your show having this conversation with you or them? Absolutely not. You're saying they broke into the house and fabricated the picture? I fabricated the picture, left them available.
So, Mr. Redwine, this was 2011 on the baseball trip when Dylan found the pictures, correct?
Yes,
Were you still getting along with the defendant back then?
yes,
And he even let you talked about staying at his house. Was some of that after you had found the pictures that you stayed at his house?
yes.
So is there any reason back then for him to plant photos like that for you or for Dylan?
No,
And the timing of this is when people are asking the defendant questions, trying to get answers when Dylan's still in the house.
yes,
I want to move ahead. So we talked about August 4th and 5th and those text messages in that baseball trip. Moving ahead, was there also a Labor Day trip where Dylan went to see his father?
yes,
And then shortly after that, in September of 2012, was there a custody hearing?
yes.
Can you just describe for the jury how the relationship between Dylan and the defendant had changed prior to that custody hearing?
Between the trip, from that point to, the custody hearing, there was only a few trips that they had spent together. And Mark never exercised his visitation rights to see Dylan, so that really upset Dylan. And in that timeframe, Dylan's relationship with Mark, had suffered because of that.
Did
Your
that,
Honor, I'm going to object. We are so far afield from the limited purpose for which this type of evidence was requested to be admitted and what sort of 404B evidence would be permissible. What we're doing here is just embarking further down the forbidden inference path. We object. This is a problem. We ask that testimony be stricken. The purpose of this, I think, is obvious, and it's to characterize Mr. Redwine as, well, I don't want to make any further record, unless it's at the bench.
You don't need to, because I'm going to deny the motion. This evidence is not being offered to show Mr. Redwine's a bad person. We talked about this before. And that he acted in conformance with bad character. That's not why it's being offered. It's being offered to show the relationship between Dylan and his father, and to help to explain, hopefully from the prosecution's point of view, what occurred.
thank you,
And
Your
why
Honor.
it occurred.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Redwine, let me get back on that new topic we're talking about, okay? Setting aside, we've all heard and saw. We're setting that aside. We're talking about the custody hearing now, right?
Yes,
Where did Dylan want to live?
with my mother.
Is he clear about that?
Yes,
What did the judge grant in terms of who got custody of Dylan?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this isn't based on what someone told him. He's well aware of where his brother was living.
That question would be fine, but that's not how it was asked.
I can ask it differently, Judge. After the custody hearing ended, who got custody?
my mom.
Okay.
Same objection. The response that
Custody
where the
is
child
actually-
lived.
Custody is a little bit different than where they lived. so if you want to answer differently.
After the custody hearing, where did Dylan live?
With my mother.
After the custody hearing, was there also a Thanksgiving visit planned?
Yes.
Between the custody hearing in September 21st of 2012 and the Thanksgiving trip that was ordered by the court, was there a change in the communication between Dylan and his father that you were aware of being around the house?
Objection foundation.
Either aware or he isn't, Your Honor.
You asked if he was aware of it. I don't think there's a foundation yet. He can explain why he was aware if that's an issue. Go ahead.
Had you talked about Dylan, let me ask this. Had you talked to Dylan about his relationship with his father at this juncture?
Yes.
Had you talked to Dylan about whether he wanted to go see his father?
Yes.
Had you talked to Dylan about whether he wanted to talk to his father?
Yes.
What was your understanding of communication based on those conversations with Dylan, the communication between Dylan and the defendant?
He did not want to communicate.
And was there discussions in your house that you heard with regard to whether he was communicating enough with the defendant?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yes. Do you ever hear your mother tell him that he should call his father, for example?
Yes.
And how did Dylan respond to the requests to communicate with his father?
Dylan always said he can call me too.
So the Thanksgiving trip, I want to talk about this. Let me skip ahead to November of 2012. What was the last communication that you ever received from your brother electronically?
It was a happy birthday text that he had sent me,
What day is your birthday?
November 14th.
Do you ever get any other phone calls or emails or text messages or anything from your brother after that?
No.
Did you have a conversation with him where you saw him in person before he left?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, where was that conversation?
It was in his bedroom at my mother's house.
Can you explain that conversation prior to his trip to the jury, please?
Yes. We had just gotten back from a concert that for my birthday, and I dropped my mom off, and I went and talked to my brother while I was at my mom's house, and I knew he was getting ready to leave that day, so I went and gave him a hug and just kind of talked to him about his trip, if he was going to see his friends, and just kind of seeing how he was feeling about it.
How was he feeling about it?
He was pretty anxious. He didn't really want to go, and so I kind of, joked with him a little bit about, him leaving.
How did you joke with him?
I knew he wasn't very enthused to go, so I just made the comment, don't have too much fun. And he kind of, rolled his eyes at me.
Were you teasing him basically about going?
Yes.
What about whether his bag was packed or not? Did you note something about that as you had the conversation?
I don't recall.
Was he prepared to go?
Yes.
Did you talk to him about whether he was eager to see his friends?
Yes.
Was he?
Yes.
Did you talk to him about whether he wanted to see his father or not?
Briefly, he kind of just indicated to me that he wasn't, that's the part of the trip he wasn't excited for.
And then I want to ask you a separate question. In having that interaction with him in his room, did you see any injuries on him, any lip sores or any cuts or anything like that before he left?
No.
Mr. Redwine, how did you hear that your brother was missing?
My mother called me while I was at work and said that Dylan is missing. We can't find him, and that's how she told me.
What was your reaction to that?
At first, I didn't really believe her. It kind of had to sink in for a few minutes. I thought, maybe something else is up. But then she seemed pretty adamant about it. So then once she kind of showed her worry, then I started to worry as well.
As time passed, did you become even more concerned?
Yes.
Did you try to communicate with him?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I sent him several text messages and called him countless times on the drive down.
Did he ever answer you back?
No.
And so what did you do that evening?
We got into town and we spoke with the, marshal's office.
Let me back you up for a second. You said you were at work. Where were you at work when you heard?
I was, at my office, which is in Colorado Springs. I was just getting ready to end the day. So my mom called me about 4 o'clock, and I usually leave by 4:30. So she called me. I asked my boss if I could take the next few days off, due to my brother. So I left work and just packed an overnight bag. My mom was there waiting, for me. So I got my overnight bag and we just left straight from my apartment down to Durango.
And you drove?
I was passenger. My stepdad, Mike, was driving.
Mike Hall?
Yes,
And who else went with you in the car?
my mother.
When you arrived, where did you go?
To the Bayfield Marshal's office.
Was the defendant at the Bayfield Marshal's office at that time?
No,
What did you do when you arrived at the Bayfield Marshal's office?
we spoke with the marshal, and he gave us just a brief, rundown of kind of what was going on, what their, plans were, and, kind of, seeing how we could, find a plan to find Dylan.
By the time that you got to Bayfield, were you concerned?
Yes,
Was that at night?
yes.
Do you remember? I don't need a time, but roughly, was that late?
Yeah, it was, anywhere between 10 and 11 pulling in.
What was that night like for you with your brother missing?
And, not a good feeling. I just have no clue, and the only thing, you want to do is find him. So that's kind of what our focus was. We just wanted to come down and do anything we could to find him. So we, just stayed strong as a family. And that was our task.
Were you receiving updates at the time that you arrived and then throughout the night?
Yes, when we spoke with the sheriff the night we arrived, they said, meet with us first thing in the morning, and we'll kind of let you know what our plan is. So after we arrived, first thing in the morning we did was start going back to where we left off that night.
And where did you stay? Do you recall?
We stayed at a friend's house, Amber Harrison. We stayed at her house.
Was she also your mother's attorney in the divorce and custody case?
Yes,
And was she also, as well, a family friend?
yes,
So she allowed you all to stay there because you were there to look for Dylan.
yes.
Did you get a lot of sleep that night?
No.
So after you woke up that morning, did you stay local for a while in case anything was found?
Yeah, we headed to the sheriff's office and just was kind of seeing what the sheriff's office wanted us to do, what they needed from us. So we were just trying to cooperate any way we could.
Provide information to law enforcement, things like that?
Yes,
Were you interviewed?
yes,
How about the search efforts? Were there search efforts ongoing while you were there?
yes. They search and rescue had a team that was searching the lake while we were down, just answering questions and just kind of going over the timeline and everything like that.
Why the lake, if you know?
That's where Dylan was last seen, so that's where we decided to start.
You mean like the area on the map that you had showed the jury?
Yes.
The lake's right up there by your father's house?
Yes.
So, in those first few weeks, what was the focus like?
The focus was, just anything that we could do to contribute to find Dylan. So, there's a lot of, anything that answering questions or being on searches, whatever we could do to help, find Dylan is what we were doing.
Were you able to locate anyone that had heard from Dylan after that night?
I wasn't, no.
And then, are you aware that anyone ever saw or heard from Dylan after the night of the 18th?
No.
And then, what was the defendant's involvement like early on as you were down in the Bayfield area and people were looking for Dylan?
Well, when we arrived into Bayfield, there was no communication from Mark to us. I had reached out to Mark, just kind of wanting to get a basis on what he was feeling, where he might think Dylan was at, but just the lack of involvement, you know, kind of triggered me to, you know, just kind of, you know, I was just trying to find my brother, so I was, you know, going to where he was last seen.
So were you out in some of the search efforts, for example?
Yes.
How about the defendant? Was he out on search efforts?
He was briefly out on a few. There was a few big searches that I had seen him on, but nothing, that, there was only like one search I saw him on, and I invited him to come search with me and, got no replies, so, I just assumed, you know, he was in his house.
So let's talk about that. You said there were multiple search efforts, and you said there was one search effort that you saw him out on.
Yes.
Was that early on?
Yes,
Where was
it
that?
it was on Florida Road. It was a community search. So there was, you know, the entire community showed up and had buses and stuff. And it was just an important, day for this community and, you know, trying to find, you know, Dylan.
Was that also, am I saying it right? Florida
Yeah,
Road?
Florida Road.
Is Florida Road also by Lemon Reservoir? Is that the same search?
Yeah, well, it's headed up to Lemon and Vallecito, so it's, an alternative route to get up to both of the lakes.
Okay. Is it anywhere near Middle Mountain Road at all?
No,
Entirely, is it down away from the Vallecito Reservoir?
yes, it's more, on your way into town, and it's, a lot of housing and stuff like that. It's, you know, just a commute road up to the lakes.
Do you ever see him in any kind of searches near Middle Mountain Road participating?
No,
And then you talked about how you were participating but not getting a lot of communication from him, things like that. Did you start to get frustrated?
yes,
Why?
because I want to find Dylan, and I believe that should be his motive too. So when the lack, of his efforts, you know, were, being clearly demonstrated, it really angered me.
I want to move ahead to June of 2013. So during the winter months, we had showed the map previously of Middle Mountain Road. Is it difficult to get up there in the winter?
Yes,
They close that road down.
yes.
How's the snow up there and things like that?
It snows quite a bit up there, and, it stays up there for a while just because of the terrain up there.
And speaking to investigators, was there a plan to search Middle Mountain Road more thoroughly when they were able to?
Yeah, when the weather,
Say,
I didn't hear,
objection hearsay.
okay, just a second. Response?
Yes, Judge, it goes to the effect on the listener and what he's going to do and where he's going to be. Whether they do a search or not is going to be apparent through the evidence.
I think that the question can get at that without saying what were people telling you.
I think I can get there anyway, as long as it's for that limited purpose, then it's not, hearsay.
So, Mr. Redwine, were you informed that there were going to be some searches up on Middle Mountain Road?
yes,
And you were living in Colorado Springs still at that time.
yes.
So, in being informed about searches on Middle Mountain Road, was this something that you were interested in the results of?
Yes,
How come?
because it's one step closer to finding my little brother.
Was it something that, in your perception, was important because it had yet to be done?
Yes,
So, when the Middle Mountain searches were scheduled, when were they scheduled for, roughly speaking?
in the middle of summer, so, June, just in the nicer weather months.
Does June 22nd through June 25th sound right to you?
Yes, it does.
When those were scheduled, what did you do?
I came down, found housing arrangements, and just offered any assistance I could to the search efforts.
How far is it for you from Colorado Springs to where you stayed for the Middle Mountain searches?
It's about a 6-hour drive.
And did you have to take off work as well?
Yes, I actually ended up quitting my job for that.
Did the rest of your family come?
My stepdad did and my mother did, yes.
Did the defendant come for those searches?
No,
Was he in town at all?
not when we started the search, no.
And was he still living up in Vallecito itself?
Yes,
So he was living roughly 8 miles away from where the search was gonna occur, and he wasn't in town.
yes,
Did that upset you?
yes.
How did you learn that your brother, Dylan Redwine, was deceased?
A few of the investigators, said that they had, found some bones, and then once they got the bones back, and they were able to identify him as Dylan's, that's how I found out.
Were there also items of Dylan's that were located?
Yes.
Did they ever locate his backpack out there?
No,
Did they ever locate his cell phone out there?
no,
Did they locate a couple of other items that you had to review?
yes,
Why did you have to look at them?
because I know them. I spent a lot of time with Dylan and, I helped him a lot and, the stuff he enjoyed and clothes he bought, stuff like that.
Was the defendant anywhere around to look at any of Dylan's items?
No,
Judge, at this time, I'm gonna ask you to approach with People's Exhibits 311, 314, 316, and 321.
All right, you may.
I'm gonna hand you what's marked as People's Exhibit 311. You recognize People's Exhibit 311?
yes,
What is People's Exhibit 311?
it is. Dylan's shoe, because I, helped him pick them out and, seen him wear them multiple times. Yes,
Mr. Moran,
No objection, thank you.
submitted.
yes. It is Dylan's sock. I've seen him wear it multiple times, and, I have one of the other pairs still in my house. Yes,
Mr. Moran,
No objection, thank you.
submitted.
What kind of condition is the sock in?
it's in pretty, it's obviously been worn quite a bit, and kind of stretched out, but, still in decent condition, I guess, for how old it is. No,
Objection, Your Honor, the item speaks for itself. There's a lacking foundation for this witness to opine as to wild animal behavior.
You can tell them that there's any holes, 2 marks, I think I agree with.
no,
Mr. Redwine, I'm gonna show you what you marked with People's Exhibit 316. And the same People's Exhibit 316.
yes. It's, a waistband, to some underwear. Yes. Dylan's. Yes,
Mr. Moran,
No objection, thank you.
submitted.
Yes. A set of headphones. They were Dylan's, but they were mine previously. I gave them to him. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Moran,
No objection, thank you.
submitted to the bailiff, but you need to continue asking questions. And the way this will work, ladies and gentlemen, these can just be passed around to you, just, when you're done, get them back to Cindy.
Your Honor, my next questions pertain to exhibits that the jury is going to view. If I could just give them a moment, would that be all right with the court? I know you said keep asking questions, but I don't want to move on to a new exhibit that I'm going to put up.
Not if they're gonna view it. That's
And actually, Your Honor, I do have a couple questions I can ask
Okay.
while they're passing it.
I've been requested to make sure you stay next to the microphone. All right, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Redwine, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And you know what? Let's just wait. There's too many exhibits. Okay.
And let's see here.
Okay, it looks like the jury's done looking at the exhibits, but before we, start back up with testimony, I gave the jury a limiting instruction about the purpose for which evidence could be used, but I didn't tell you what the purpose was. So in terms of the Dr. Phil interview, we're doing a discussion about how those photographs came into existence. Those photographs were being offered to show the state of mind of the defendant regarding the existence of the photographs. That's the purpose for which it's used. It was introduced. That's the purpose for which you can use it, and that's the only purpose.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Redwine, and I had asked you if there were any holes in the sock. Do you recall that?
Yes,
The shoe itself, does the shoe look different than the sock?
yes,
The shoe has some holes in it,
yes,
but the sock does not.
no,
Now, I want to bring your attention to what's been previously marked and admitted as People's Exhibit 2 will come up on the screen. Now, I showed you an underwear band that you had identified as your brother's. Can you show the jury in this picture if you can see the underwear band that you had identified from Middle Mountain?
yes.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time, I would move, I would ask to approach with People's Exhibit 14 and People's Exhibit 294 that have been previously provided to defense counsel, I believe.
All right?
Mr. Redwine, do you have People's Exhibit 14 in front of you?
Yes,
Is that a photograph of your brother?
yes,
Do you recognize the T-shirt he's wearing in that photograph as from around the time of the disappearance?
yes.
When and where did he get that T-shirt?
He got it on his road trip, with Mark in 2012.
This is the one that we were referring to as the August baseball trip?
Yes,
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of that T-shirt itself?
yes,
And then is that Dylan also close in time to the disappearance?
yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Mr. Moran?
I'm gonna need to look at it. I've misplaced that copy.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
You may.
At this time, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Mr. Moran?
No objection, thank you.
It's admitted.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Mr. Redwine, is that the shirt you were referring to from the baseball trip?
Yes, it is.
And so this would have been Dylan within a couple of months, sometime between early August and then November 18th when this photograph was taken.
Yes,
Thank you. I also put in front of you People's Exhibit 294. Do you recognize the T-shirt in that exhibit?
yes.
And what's depicted there?
It's the same shirt he's wearing in that photograph, with just, little shreds of where it says White Sox.
Is it from the Middle Mountain in June of 2013?
Yes,
And were you asked to identify it as your brother's T-shirt?
yes, I was.
Is it all shredded up at the point in which it's located on Middle Mountain?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 294 into evidence.
Mr. Moran?
No objection. I am not finding that in what's been provided to us. I'm familiar with the photograph, but just would request that be provided to the jury.
You mean in what they're doing today?
Yes,
Not provided
yes.
in terms of,
I beg your pardon, right, I'm not making a Rule 16 record yet.
okay, that was my
Thank
question.
you.
Okay, I want to make that clear. All right, 294 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Is this that same T-shirt that you were referring to?
Yes.
In these size of scraps of the T-shirt, was law enforcement, were you viewing scraps very small that day as they recovered some of Dylan's remains and belongings?
Yes.
I had asked you about it if they found a backpack or a cell phone, but did they ever find a ball cap?
No.
Objection,
not
Your
that.
Honor. Lacking foundation, and this would be hearsay.
How can he testify to that?
Ask a different question, Your Honor.
Okay.
In the course of this entire investigation, were you ever shown a ball cap that was consistent with the one that Dylan had brought on the trip?
No.
In the entire course of this investigation, were you ever shown a wallet that ended up being Dylan's?
Your Honor, this is getting a little leading. Objection.
No, this isn't leading. He's got to explain what the question is, so it's okay.
No.
In the entire course of the investigation, you were one of the people who items were brought to over and over saying, is this Dylan's or not?
Yes.
And when did that start, that process?
When we started the searches, anything that was discovered, whether it was Dylan's or not, was brought to me for me to identify.
So each time from November 19th on, an item was found, you had to look at it and think, is this my brother's or not?
Yes.
And did that continue on even after the Middle Mountain search?
Yes.
Were you ever shown over the course of all that time a debit card belonging to your brother?
No.
After after Dylan's remains were found, did you remain in the Bayfield area?
Yes.
What did you do while you were there?
I just assisted anyway with the investigation or went on just hikes myself. Anything I could do to clear my mind and stay productive in finding Dylan.
After the search was over, was there a vigil?
Yes.
What was that like?
It was very sad. You know, Dylan's friends and all of us had hoped for a different way of finding him. So it was a very hard day for us.
Was that vigil after his remains were found?
Yes.
Was that vigil for a missing child or for a child that was found dead?
A child that was found dead.
Did the defendant eventually come back to town after the search was over?
Yes.
Did he attend that
I
vigil?
object to that characterization. Eventually, prosecutor is testifying now.
Happy to rephrase, Your Honor.
I think it's okay, and that kind of objection just highlights it. It's trying not to show it to the jury. So you do what you want, but go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. After the search was over and your brother's remains were found and you've gotten through all these items, did your father, the defendant, did he then come back to town?
Yes.
Was he present at the vigil?
No.
Are you sure he didn't go to the vigil?
We had the vigil and then we had
Objection, Your Honor, that is improper impeachment if that's what the prosecutor is trying to do.
So,
Why is this impeachment?
If you ask the question, got an answer, and re-asked, I guess, to ask and answered, if Mr. Johnson believes that there's a different answer that should be provided, there's other means of demonstrating that evidence.
Mr. Johnson?
I'll just ask a different question, Your Honor.
All right.
Did your father ever go to a vigil around the time that Dylan's remains were found?
Yes.
And your father go to a vigil that was for, let me be clear, the vigil that your father went to, when was it?
It was after we had found Dylan's remains, and it was just a candlelight vigil we had at Eagle Park.
What was he doing there?
I'm not really sure what his motives were. He kind of stayed in the background.
Objection, Your Honor, if this is a question about motives, that's not anything this witness could answer. This witness could answer.
I'm looking at the question, just saying. Mr. Johnson?
Judge, I have a different question. I think the response about motive I'm not asking about motive.
All right. This witness can't testify about the motives of, at least on this question, as to Mr. Redwine. So if there was an answer there, please ignore it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Redwine, was the defendant handing something out to people?
Yes.
What was he handing out?
Cards.
Objection, foundation.
Did you, go ahead, lay the foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you see the defendant handing something out?
Yes.
Thank you. What did you see him handing out?
It appeared to be like a little business card.
What was on the business card?
It was some, I didn't really look at them too much, but it had something to do with Dylan. I'm not quite sure on what it was though.
Do you know if it was about Dylan being deceased or about Dylan missing?
Objection, leading.
Not a leading question, Your
I
Honor.
don't think that's a leading question.
Based on the prior response, it's suggesting the answer, objection.
Okay, I'm gonna allow it.
Was he handing out business cards that talked about Dylan being deceased or about Dylan being missing?
Yes, about being deceased or missing. Sorry, I can't recall 100% on what it is.
Okay, fair enough. Was there anything about what he was handing out that upset you?
Yes.
What upset you?
That
Objection, relevant.
Why is it this relevant?
Because he's describing the defendant's behavior at the time of the vigil.
Describing his response. Not the defendant, not Mr. Redwine's, not Mr. Mark Redwine's behavior.
The thing, and you're gonna go into what upset Mr. Redwine? Is that the plan?
I'm gonna, Your Honor, yes, I'm gonna ask what he was doing, yes.
I think that's allowed. Whether or not this Mr. Redwine is upset really doesn't matter to the jury and should not be considered by the jury for any purpose. Go ahead.
What was he doing that was upsetting you?
he was handing out cards, that just had no relevance, for my brother.
Let me ask you about Dylan Redwine's fishing pole. You familiar with Dylan Redwine's fishing pole?
Yes,
You know what it looks like?
yes,
Were you asked early on in the case to look for Dylan's fishing pole?
yes.
Why?
It was said that it had been missing, that, it was possibly down by the lake, that Dylan might have went fishing. So that was just one of the things we started looking for.
Did you see the investigation and the searches go towards bodies of water?
Yes,
Are the bodies of water up in that area in the same direction as Middle Mountain or the opposite direction as Middle Mountain?
they start towards the same direction, if you go by the road. But Middle Mountain Road is still quite a bit away from the lake, so.
Let me republish if Your Honor will allow.
Yes.
Just so that we can be specific with the jury, I'm going to approach with a pointer. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Redwine, if you could just indicate to the jury where the searches at the lake were occurring, and then up on Middle Mountain where
And please use the microphone up there, please. Yeah, it turned itself off. There's a mute button, push that. Or hand it to Erin. She's much better with it than me.
Your Honor, permission to get a closer look. Permission to get a closer look, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
The searches that we did for the lake, we did by the inlet over in this area, and this is the start of Middle Mountain Road. So it's in the same direction. We did searches over, at the inlet right here, and then over by the dam, along upside over here. And where we did the searches in June is right up in this area right here.
And for scale, is that a couple miles at least up that Middle Mountain Road?
Yes.
And then those areas you indicated on the lake, are those areas that at times Dylan had perhaps fished before?
Yes.
Had he ever walked alone with his fishing pole to any of those areas to fish?
No.
Was it because of the fishing pole that you were wondering about the lake yourself?
Yes.
I'm going to move to 23, please. It's been previously admitted as well. Does this show a little better the distance if you were to drive from or walk from Mr. Redwine's residence towards the reservoir and then all the way up 8.6 miles to the location where the remains were?
Yes.
Can you just show a little bit about where the searches were for the jury on this closer up map?
Yeah, so the searches up in June were up in this section. So you would have to walk down this road, all the way over here. And then this is the start of Middle Mountain Road. And then have to walk up all of this road. There's no access on any of here to cut across from over there. There's a river that runs there, so you have to walk all the way up this road to get up to where we had the searches in June.
And is it fair to say that that river's at the base of the mountain?
Yes,
And then the mountain itself is up? That's the terrain that you're saying there's no way through?
yes, this section right here, where it gets really dark green, is very steep, and elevates quickly.
Up on the road where the searches were being done in June, any fishing spots up there?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Redwine. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to approach the People's Exhibit 150.
All right.
I've handed you what's been marked People's Exhibit 150, Mr. Redwine. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
it's, Dylan's fishing pole.
Do you recognize it? What features on it do you recognize?
The pole and then the reel.
Did you search your own home for it
Yes,
and where Dylan lived with his mother for it?
yes.
How thoroughly did you search to make sure there was no fishing pole there?
I, as well as I could, I searched, until I was 100% certain that it was not there.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibit 150 into evidence.
Mr. Moran?
No objection, thank you.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Redwine, do you know where Dylan kept his fishing pole?
Yes,
Where did he keep it?
in Mark's garage.
Does he keep it in the same place all the time?
Yes,
And were you aware of that back when you were doing interviews with law enforcement, for example?
yes,
You were able to convey that information long before this fishing pole was ever found?
yes.
Judge, I'm not going to publish the fishing pole at
I
this
wasn't gonna
time.
let you.
Being cognizant of the time, does the court prefer I leave it there or take it off?
I'll just put it on the table.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Redwine, based on living with Dylan for years and knowing him closely, did you ever know him to walk off for miles in the woods?
No,
You ever see him do anything like that?
no,
You ever see him climb that mountain that we just looked at?
no.
Objection, Your Honor, this is ground we tread yesterday. Asked and answered.
It has been, but I think it's okay. Go ahead.
And then in terms of Middle Mountain Road, had you and he ever gone and walked all the way up there?
No, not walked.
How would you get up there if you went up there?
With an ATV.
Is there one at the defendant's home?
Yes,
Did you ever know of any instances of him hitchhiking from his father's house?
no,
In November of 2012, in that type of season, is that the kind of place where you even can hitchhike easily?
no.
Why not?
There's just not a lot of traffic up there. And most people that live up there, they just kind of stay up there through the winter, so there's very little traffic up there.
Had there been times when he needed a ride from the house?
There has been times, yes.
What did he do?
He would call someone to come pick him up.
Did you ever know him to walk to his friends' houses on foot from up there?
No,
Are they, in particular, Ryan Nava? Is he anywhere close to where Dylan could walk to?
no,
And did Dylan have other ways of getting around other than walking if he did have to leave the home?
He would call for rides or, but up there, he pretty much, that's the only thing you could do is call for rides, so.
He, in terms of calling for rides, you talked about how cell phone service was a bit spotty, right?
Yes,
But he had his iPod.
yeah, he had his iPod, or if he made a call up there, it would be off the landline.
And there was Wi-Fi as well.
Yes,
Knowing Dylan well, was he the type of kid that would wake up and not use a single electronic device all day long?
no,
And based on your interactions with him prior to him leaving, was he excited to see his friends?
yes.
Objection, Your Honor. We're just repeating yesterday.
Yeah, I understand, but it was yesterday. I think it's okay as long as it doesn't go too far. Go ahead.
Based on the interaction with you had with him, did it make any sense? His anticipation, your meeting with him in the room before he left, make any sense that he would just stop using his devices and not go to his friend's house?
No,
Objection leading, in addition to asking the answer.
Your objection's noted and overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. I have no more questions at this time.
Okay. Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I request that the prosecution number 23 be put back up on the scene?
For sure.
Yes, please. And permission to come near the screen?
Yes.
I lost my stick. I'll point.
You're welcome to use ours.
And please talk into the microphone, Mr. Moran.
First of all, good morning.
You can't stand there, jury can't see what's going on.
Beg your pardon, Your Honor. Thank you. So just to the south of your father's house is the bridge, right?
yes,
And you can cross that bridge, and once you cross that bridge, you can over the river, correct?
yes,
And that bridge is less than across a football field down the road from you guys.
yes,
And when you cross that bridge, and you head a little bit to the north, there's a trail and signs marking that trail that lead you to a waterfall, and then further up the mountain. You ever explored that area?
I have not.
You're aware of that trail, the signs, and the rest of it?
I was not. I have never walked that trail.
Mr. Redwine, do you remember that at some point during the investigation and early on that you were asked to look at photos of your father's living room?
Yes,
And you advised it looked like it usually did, right?
yes,
You also told law enforcement that it would not be unusual for Dylan to fall asleep on the couch, right?
yes,
You've also made a statement to law enforcement, and this would have been fairly early on, that Dylan would not fight your dad. He would walk away, right?
yes,
What you informed them was that Dylan would cool off and walk away, correct?
yes,
Dylan told you that Mr. Redwine got the pictures that have been discussed and published to the jury on the trip to Boston, right?
yes,
And I know this was a long time ago. I've got methods of refreshing your recollection if that's necessary, but do you recall that back on November 20th, you're in Durango because you've heard your brother's missing, right?
Yes,
And that was just after your 21st birthday on November 14th, 2012.
yes,
And that was the last time you and Dylan had communicated, at least by text message, right?
yes.
On that November 20th date, do you remember meeting with an investigator, Patterson?
Yes,
That day, you did not believe, quote, that your dad, Mark, would ever hurt Dylan, right?
yes,
In May of 2012, you and your father got into a big fight over something that was happening at his house with you and your friends, right?
it was me and my wife.
What your dad was concerned about, and you guys had a disagreement, a verbal disagreement, was that while he was out of town working for weeks, you were staying at his house, right?
Yes,
And he was upset.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes. Mr. Redwine, please listen carefully to Mr. Moran's questions and only answer the exact question he's asking, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Redwine, I'm speaking specifically about May 2012. You and your father had a verbal disagreement, correct?
that sounds correct.
You were staying out at his house with your girlfriend, right?
Yes,
And Mark said you and your girlfriend were, quote, messy, right?
I can't recall for certain, but that sounds about right.
And after that disagreement where he was not pleased with the condition that his house was left in as you were staying there, After that disagreement, you two hadn't spoken from May of 2012 until January of 2013, right?
Yes.
And part of what was sort of convenient about your father's house was that his work required him to be out of town, so you could have the place to yourself, right?
Yes.
In the spring of 2012, so before this contention around messiness, that was the spring that you cut yourself hiking while you were at your dad's place, right?
I can't recall for certain the date I cut myself, but I know it was in that time frame.
Would it refresh your recollection as to the general season and year if I showed you a report written about it that was closer in time?
Yes.
An approach.
You may. Speak up.
I'm referring to page 226 of Discovery. About line 26. Is your memory refreshed with respect to the general season
Yes.
that just occurred? Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Redwine, my recollection is that your testimony with Mr. Johnson from the prosecution was that you'd gotten a scrape while you were in the woods, right?
Yes.
Was that a different scrape than this cut to your finger that you were just reading about?
No.
So those are the same thing.
Yes.
And there was enough of a wound that you were that you had to bandage it, correct?
Yes.
You recall that there was another occasion where you vomited at your dad's house, right?
Yes.
want to switch gears a little bit here and talk with you about the last conversation you had with your brother. You made fun of Dylan for having to go to your dad's house, right?
I was teasing with him about it, yes.
Is there a difference in your mind between making fun and teasing?
Yeah,
Do you recall speaking with an investigator, Goldbright, in November of 2013?
yes,
And do you recall that she asked you questions about your last interaction with your little brother?
yes,
And do you recall stating to her that you were, quote, making fun of Dylan for having to go to Mark's house?
yes.
You and your mom encouraged Dylan to tell your father that Dylan did not want to be with him before he left for Thanksgiving.
We told Dylan he should voice his feelings to his father.
You gave him advice on how to avoid having to go to his dad's house in the future, right?
No, not how to not go to his house.
The Thanksgiving planned in Colorado Springs was going to involve friends and family, correct?
Yes,
Dylan was aware that there was a gathering planned for your mom's house, right?
yes,
Fair to say that Dylan liked Colorado Springs because there were stores and restaurants and things he liked to do there.
a little bit. He also liked outdoors too, so.
You remember discussing with law enforcement that when Dylan was young, he was really close to Mark.
Yes,
They had a really tight bond.
yes,
The first couple of years, your father was at home with Dylan, right?
yes, he was a stay-at-home dad, and watched Dylan during the day.
And that established a special bond between them, as you observed.
Yes,
It would upset your little brother when your dad spoke badly about your mom and yourself, right?
yes, I wasn't there, so I can't tell you exactly how Dylan's reaction was, but, based just kind of on how he responded to it, he would get upset by it, yeah.
So when Dylan was hearing things that caused him to think, when Dylan was hearing things that about how you or your mom in your father's eyes were bad influences, that upset Dylan, correct?
Yes,
On that occasion, when Dylan was on a road trip with your father and he called you while you were at the movies, when he finally got on the phone with you, it was difficult to understand and he was upset.
yes,
And on that occasion, he was discussing how he was upset because of the discussion about being bad influences, your mom and yourself.
yes,
And you could hear Mr. Redwine in the background, your father, Mr. Redwine.
yes.
In December of 2012, you met with your father and your half-brother, Brandon Redwine, at the casino, correct?
Yes,
That discussion was in part to talk about ongoing search efforts.
yes,
You had a recorder.
yes,
You told your father he was suspect to you, right?
Yes,
And that's the language your mom used as well, correct?
yes,
You acknowledge that you remember roughhousing with him, right?
with Dylan or with Mark?
With Mark.
One thing if he recalls it, it's another if we're gonna talk about a conversation that implicates self-serving hearsay of the defendant.
I think you can just ask, do you remember, and then if you get a different answer, you can get into the conversation, Mr. Moran.
Do you remember talking with your father about roughhousing that happened between yourself and your father?
Yes,
That's the,
Objection.
that's not the way I told you to do it, but it's in, I think you can get it in anyway. We'll see what happens next.
You acknowledge throwing the football with your father, right?
No, don't ask it that way. That's what the objection is. Do you remember throwing the football with your father? Then if he doesn't answer it the way you think he should, then you impeach him, just the way it's been done earlier today, okay?
Thank you. My efforts at expediting, I will relax. Do you remember throwing the football with your father?
yes,
A Nerf football?
vaguely, but yes.
And that would be done inside the house, right?
Yeah,
You remember being asked not to interfere with searches going on up in Vallecito?
yes,
And that was something that law enforcement asked of you, right?
yes.
And you decided not to listen to that advice, right?
No,
Do you remember saying you didn't listen to the advice to go up there to your dad on that meeting at the casino?
I remember saying, they asked us to stay, down in Durango, and, we, after the full day of searching, went up to the lake after, everybody had cleared out.
Do you remember that you said that you snuck off to go do searches?
Not specifically, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a transcript of the recording?
Yes,
Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm referring here to line 32 on page 2530. When it refreshes your recollection. Thank you.
okay.
Yes.
Sir, does it refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Your father is saying that he was told.
Objection. Hearsay.
This is effect on the listener.
I'm sorry, what?
This is effect on the listener. The truth of the matter is not why I'm seeking to elicit this. It
You
informs.
just refreshed his memory. Why don't you just ask him
Sure.
about that?
I'm getting ahead of myself. You were told, don't go up there and interfere, right?
yes,
And you snuck off and went and did it anyway, right?
yes, we went up there.
And your father said that he was told he needed to
Objection.
stay at home in
Hearsay.
case he called.
Hold on.
And I want to approach Judge.
I think that is hearsay. I don't see that being the effect of the listener.
It informs why he had to sneak off.
That's not why you're trying
I'd
to
like to
introduce
approach
it.
you on it.
That's not why you're trying to introduce it. You can't ask that question.
I'll move on.
Do you want to approach for some different issue?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, come on up. Okay, Mr. Miranda?
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you now aware of a friend who lives by the marina at Vicedo by the name of Tristan Reeves?
I've heard of him, but I've, never met him, or I didn't know about him until after Dylan.
I'm going to switch gears here a bit, and I want to talk to you about observations you made in December of 2012. And one of the things that you'd mentioned was that your little brother was not as dependent as he used to be, that he was sort of spreading his wings as a 13-year-old, right?
Yes.
Based on what you know of your little brother, it makes sense to you that he would have slept in the same clothes that you saw him in when he arrived, or that we all saw him in when he arrived.
When the clothes he was wearing on the trip down, yes.
This is uncomfortable to ask, and then I'll move on quickly, but do you recall announcing on the Dr. Phil show that you hate your father?
Yes.
And do you recall also that you told him that you hate him because your stepfather had done more for you and your brother?
Yes.
And you also recalled saying that your stepfather, Mike Hall, had taken you and Dylan hunting
Yes.
and fishing.
Yes.
And you recall that you have observed Dylan throwing the Nerf football at your brother, at your father.
I remember vaguely playing with the Nerf football in the house.
Do you recall receiving a text message saying something about how you had gone too far in summer 2012?
Not specifically, no.
Do you recall text messages about partying and liquor bottles at the old house?
Vaguely, but yes.
And this was discussed on direct, but just to reorient you, I'm talking here about August 5th, 2012. You recall exchanging some messages with Dylan while he was on his way to Boston to see the Red Sox?
Yes.
Moment, please. You heard from Dylan, and he said he was in Illinois, right?
Yes.
And while he was in Illinois, that's when you asked him to get you a hat.
Yes.
He was telling you to go to the old house and get the liquor bottles out of the trash cans, right?
Yes.
And he had photographs of those liquor bottles, like Dad did, what Dylan told you.
Yes.
And he looked at those images.
Yes.
Your response to that was, I've got some pics too, right?
Yes,
Reference the photographs that were displayed yesterday.
yes.
And so that it's clear, what Dylan was suggesting to you is that he would be able to get into your dad's phone and delete those pictures for you.
Yes.
And he followed up saying that they were in the trash, meaning that he put those photographs in the trash on the phone.
I don't recall it that way. He just said that he would go in, and get rid of the pictures. But I had, that was Dylan's decision. I had nothing to do with that.
And there was some testimony yesterday about what was in the garbage cans were beer bottles. Dylan knew the difference between a liquor bottle and a beer bottle, right?
Yes,
What he said was liquor bottle.
yes.
You told your dad that Dylan was the one who originally found the pictures, right?
Yes,
This whole thing occurred while Dylan and Mark were on a trip, just the two of them, somewhere between Vallecito and Boston, right?
Could you make, what do you mean, this whole thing? I don't understand the question.
Sure. This event where you sent some pictures to your father was while your father and Dylan were alone on a road trip from Vallecito to Boston.
I never sent any pictures to my father. At least that I recall.
You do not recall sending the pictures straight to your father.
No, I do not.
You recall speaking with an FBI agent by the name of Rustin.
Yes,
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the notes FBI agent Rustin wrote about your interaction with her?
yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Agent Humphrey's report that you're showing him? Is that correct?
Okay.
Commissioner approaching.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Would you also like to see the messages themselves?
yes.
Commissioner approach.
Yes.
that sufficient time to review them?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Has your recollection been refreshed?
Yes.
Mr. Redwine, while your father and Dylan were on that trip between Vallecito and Boston alone together, you sent those photographs, didn't you?
Yes.
And just to clarify, to who?
To Mark.
Okay, thank you.
On August 5th, 2012, when you sent those photographs, you also wrote some things, right?
Yes.
Said to your father, "Hey, beautiful." Right?
Yes.
You said, "You are what you eat. Look in the mirror," right?
Yes.
Called your dad out for judging you, correct?
Yes.
That was in part your reaction to Dylan saying you'd been called a bad example, right?
Yes.
And you said, "Oh, and sweetie, this is Corey," right?
Yes.
Told him to, quote, "eat shit."
Yes.
Told him he was a coward, correct?
Yes.
Called him a shit eater, right?
Yes.
You said, pull yourself to eat shit, right?
Yes.
You called him nasty.
Yes.
Said the pics were the nastiest thing you'd ever seen.
Yes.
Called him a shit-eating coward, right?
Yes.
Told him he was a sperm donor.
Yes.
Said you talk more shit than you eat, right?
Yes.
Told him to lick shit off your shoe.
Yes.
When you said that, he was all alone with Dylan on the drive from Vallecito headed towards Boston, correct?
Yes.
The response that you received was that your dad asked you not to hurt Dylan, right?
Yes.
He said Dylan doesn't deserve to be hurt anymore, right?
Yes.
He asked if you care about Dylan, why do you want to see him hurt, right?
Yes.
He said that those pics proved that you'd gone through his personal things, right?
Yes.
And then something about how you were a thief as a result,
Yes.
and that you were like your mom trying to hurt him.
Yes.
Thank you. I know that this wasn't easy. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. You have more than just a few minutes of redirect?
A few minutes, Your Honor.
Then?
Is that-
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's finish him up then.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Redwine, I want to start with something that defense counsel asked you. He asked you if you were on the Dr. Phil show and said that you hate your father. You remember that?
Yes.
And you said you hate your father at that time.
Yes.
Was that before or after Dylan went missing?
After.
Why were you upset with your father?
Because he was the last one to see Dylan.
Were you upset? You've talked a lot about the efforts that you put into finding your brother. Were you upset with the way your father responded to the situation?
Yes.
Were you concerned, knowing your father, with the way that he responded to the situation?
Yes.
Was it because of your own personal reasons that you said you hate your father, or because of what you believe had happened in the case?
What happened in the case, and it's a mixture of both.
Both.
Yeah.
It's what led up to it, and then it's what you believe happened.
Yes.
Do you love your father?
Yes.
Do Do you wish you were here under different circumstances seeing your father?
Yes,
To this very day, how do you feel about him?
I still love him. I wish I didn't have to be here.
Who are you here for?
Kevin,
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach? This has gone too
I'm
far.
gonna strike that last.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you here about your father because of the way you feel about him, or are you here about the facts in this case?
I'm here.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection. Move to strike. Permission to approach.
No,
This is
and, no, and overruled.
The things you said today about Dylan or about your father?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
The things you testified today. Are these things about your father, or these things about Dylan?
objection relevant form of the question.
Leave the
Well,
objection.
hold on. You have impeached this witness in terms of his beliefs and feelings towards his father to try and impeach his testimony. I think the DA is entitled to go back into it somewhat as to why he's here and to whether or not he testified consistent with his beliefs and feelings or other things. So go ahead.
Your Honor, if I may, then we will object bolstering.
Fine, you're overruled.
So, Mr. Redwine, let me ask you this question again. Are you here today because you hate your father, or are you here today to tell this jury about things involving your brother?
Your Honor, it's a different question every time I feel obligated to object again.
All right, it's on the same line. I want him to answer this question, and that should be the end of it. At least this line of questioning.
Yes, Your Honor.
I am here for the facts in the case.
About your brother.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about a couple other particular things that defense counsel asked you about. He talked about a trail by a waterfall, goes up Middle Mountain. Do you have any knowledge of this trail?
No,
To your knowledge, does Dylan have any knowledge of this trail?
no,
Do you know how easy or difficult or anything about this trail?
no,
Dylan have hiking boots or coat or things like that when he was packing for this trip?
no,
Was he someone who would go off and hike?
no.
I want to talk to you a little bit about, you were asked about, the photos in the living room and whether it looked like it usually did. You remember that question?
Yes.
When was the last time you were in that living room?
And I can't remember specifically, but I know it was in 2012 sometime.
Would it have been, counsel referenced an argument in May? We had some photographs in April. Is that closer to the point in time when you would have last been in that living room?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
You were asked by, both on direct and on cross-examination, about a cut in the woods, right?
Yes,
Do you recall you spoke to a police officer about that, right?
yes.
Did you know at the time why they were asking you if you'd ever been cut in that house?
No.
And you gave them the one example that you could think of.
Yeah, the only time that anything like that has happened in the house for me.
Now, when I showed you those pictures, said if this had been blood, could that be your blood? Does that make any sense in terms of that cut you described?
That the cut I had wouldn't have left anything close to what was on the floor.
Objection, foundation, what he's viewed as luminol, and that's,
I understand your objection, and I'm going to sustain it. The jury's to disregard the last answer.
Can you just explain to the jury what kind of cut this was?
It was just the brief scrape I just walked through, and on my hand, just right here, hit just a tree, and there's just a little cut right there, being on my hand, and then a spot where I touched a lot of things. I put a Band-Aid on it just to avoid any infection or stinging or anything like that.
So to give context to what counsel is asking you about, police come to you and they say, "Do you ever bleed? Do you remember anything about ever bleeding?" And that's the one example that you thought of and you gave it to them.
Yes.
It's an injury that's dripping blood all over the house, something like that.
No.
objection asked and answered, leading. Redirect is not just to do direct all over again.
Can you move on, please?
Yes, Your Honor. So, next topic that defense counsel referenced, that I'd like to reference, is about whether you sent the pictures to your father. And did that refresh your recollection about sending pictures to your father?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did it, the night that Dylan had, asked for the pictures.
So was it actually the next day,
Or the-
based on what you
yes.
reviewed?
Objection, this is the prosecutor testifying, this is improper impeachment, he's leading, this is really problematic, questioning. I can make it for the record if we don't, court allows to approach.
No, I'm not gonna let you approach on this. You are leading,
Yes, Your Honor.
and I know you're trying to just get through this fast, but the answer is that it was the next day, so go forward, stop leading. Go ahead.
So you reviewed the documents to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Would you like defense counsel to bring the documents back to you to review again, or do you feel comfortable that it was the next day?
I felt comfortable it was the next day.
Why didn't you send them directly to Dylan?
Being 13 years old, didn't want Dylan to have possession of those. I just didn't feel he was, mature enough.
How about the idea given to him during an argument with his father? That's something you wanted to do?
No.
The last topic I want to ask you about is defense counsel talked to you about playing Nerf football in the house. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And you have played Nerf football with Dylan in that living room.
Yes.
Anyone ever get injured playing Nerf football in that living room?
No.
Is that a big living room or a small living room?
It's fair size. I mean, with couches and stuff, there's not a ton of room in there, but you can still just throw a ball, throughout the house.
Is it fair to say if you're in the living room itself, that about as far as you're throwing the ball is from?
Yes.
Is that in fact a Nerf football in the sense that it's a soft Nerf football?
Yes.
Based on throwing the football with Dylan before, is that the type of situation you would ever envision someone getting injured?
No.
Your Honor, move to strike. This witness is not an expert in ergonomics.
He's not
Emergency
an
medical
expert in
science.
ergonomics, but he's a human being who's played with the Nerf football. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Why'd you send the pictures to your father?
To show him how I viewed him.
Objection, similar to what we were discussing this morning, asking it that way, eliciting that answer is what 404B is meant to preclude.
Counsel asked about it, Your Honor.
You did, Mr. Moran. I think it's fair game at this point. The jury knows what they can and cannot use this information for. I've told them repeatedly, and I imagine I'll tell them again. Go ahead.
And you had previously testified, but, Mr. Moran talked to you about how those pictures, you made comments that they upset you to your father, right?
Yes.
Similar for Dylan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the jury? Okay, so I don't want you to answer these questions until I tell you, okay? So the first question is when and where did they find the fishing pole? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe another witness is gonna talk about that. The next question is what did you think, Mr. Redwine, that Mark Redwine meant by hurt Dylan Redwine in the text exchange? That opens up a lot of issues that we're not gonna deal with, and I'm not gonna ask that question either. Last question I'm not gonna ask is, on November 18th of 2012, was your dad aware that Dylan had seen the pictures of his dad, that were presented to the jury? I don't think this defendant has a basis to know that, and this witness, excuse me. However, I do want you to answer these two questions. In your opinion, what were Dylan's options to get to Ryan's house by 6:30 in the morning on the 19th?
Mark, I think he had scheduled, to meet with an attorney, that following morning. So the plan was he'd go down to the attorney's office in the morning and drop Dylan off on his way, into town.
All right. You stated that, they, and I'm assuming that means law enforcement, searched the lake because that's where Dylan was at. Lake or area?
The actual lake and the general area. I know we, started off at the general area, and then as, it went further into it, then we wanted to search the actual lake.
Any follow-up on either of those?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Redwine, I understand your answer, but I'm not sure if you understood the question as it was asked to you. So let me ask a slightly different question. The judge was asking you if they searched the lake because Dylan was seen at the lake last, or if Dylan was seen in the general area, such as at his father's house last. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we searched the lake, just because he was in the general area at his father's house. So we just, wanted to, eliminate anywhere in that general area.
So when you answered the question the first time, you were saying they searched both the lake specifically and the general area?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone see Dylan at the lake, or this was something that was sort of put out there related to the fishing pole, et cetera?
Yes, this is, for the fishing pole, and just being in that area, with not much else up there, it was a good general spot to start a search.
Are you aware if anybody ever, November 19th and November 18th, right?
Yes.
And November 19th, was Dylan ever heard from?
No.
Okay. Was he ever seen?
No.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think it will help to have counsel put up Exhibit 23 again.
Okay.
Mention the public
Do that,
one
please.
more time.
Probably have to turn on the TV, don't you?
And may I approach, I want to
Yes.
not stand in front of the jury and point at the TV.
Well, we'll watch you, Mr. Moran.
Mr. Redwine, just a couple more questions to follow up here.
You need the pointer. You're gonna be in somebody's way.
Thank you. So about here is where the general store is, right?
Yes. You're blocking one juror's view just slightly. Thank you, and I know that's hard.
Approximately here is the general store where this intersection is.
Yeah, approximately.
And down about here, there was a reported sighting of Dylan on November 19th, correct?
Yes.
Objection to hearsay, Judge, and also, we're gonna address this later in the trial, I'm sure.
He went over this, and it's inaccurate the way it came up to the jury.
It's
Mr. Redwine.
misleading.
One at a time. You guys know that, all right? Finish your objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Moran was instructed not to inject hearsay into his questions by the court, and this is an example of unreliable hearsay. And it's something we're going to address later in the trial. But this, he's asking the wrong witness, and it's very misleading to the jury.
Mr. Moran.
Your Honor, Mr. Johnson asked repeatedly, had Dylan been seen or heard from again? Mr. Corey Redwine knows full well who that information came from, and why that meant they searched this area approximately 0 north side of the lake.
And it'll come in, if it comes in through a different witness. Do you have any other questions?
Yes.
Please put the microphone back, though, so we don't lose it.
Having been at the house in the spring of 2012, you're aware that the battery on the ATV was dead, right?
I never had any issues with the battery.
When was the previous occasion you had driven the ATV prior to
Is this part of the jury's questions?
option?
Mr. Moran, is this in response to the jury's questions? That's what we're doing now.
I thought it was. If it's not one that Your Honor read, I'll leave it at that.
That's not what I remember.
Okay, that's further.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, people are going to get upset in this trial. I'm going to get upset in this trial. I'll try not to get upset with you. I'll try to get upset with these two sides equally. Please don't let it be seen or think that I hold an opinion one way or the other. And if they get upset, don't hold it against them either. It's just a very emotional case. So with that, we will take a recess till, it looks like it's 10:21 or 10:22. We'll start up at 10:37. And please don't talk about the case while you're in this recess. So everybody rise for the jury, please. Okay, and before we break, the jury's left. Can Mr. Redwine be released from the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. So you can stay.
I'd also like to make a brief record, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. You're fine.
Very brief.
Go ahead.
So, Judge, we had a bench conference, and my concern was that counsel is putting self-serving hearsay into questions. He just did the same thing and put hearsay into questions. This is a witness that we expect, if they're going to testify, that what they're going to say from back then is not what they're going to say now. It's unreliable. To just take a piece of that and shove it in to a question and raise that type of issue with the jury, it's inappropriate, but counsel is just warned at the bench. And when Your Honor warned counsel's response to you saying that he may get sanctions was, what sanctions? Never heard anything like that. I'm not asking for sanctions. I'm just asking him to follow the court's orders. It's going to be a long trial, and if the questions are going to inject hearsay that's otherwise inadmissible in that way, it's going to be problematic, and I don't want to have any more of these instances where I have to jump up in front of the jury like that.
All right. You've made your record. Do you want to have a brief response or not?
Please. There was a question from Mr. Johnson that was pretty close to, quote, "Are you aware nobody else had seen Dylan Redwine alive?" The information at the time from investigator Cowing was that the mail lady, Angela Lee, had seen Dylan, made eye contact with Dylan, recognized Dylan as Mark Redwine's child, and that was on the afternoon of November 19th. So when the prosecution says, "Are you aware nobody else had seen Dylan Redwine alive?" when everybody who engaged in searching knew that that area that counsel kept inquiring about searches happening at was happening because there was a reported sighting by a credible witness in the area. So the implication the prosecution is trying to create is that the fishing pole was meant to distract from going up on Middle Mountain, and that's why the search was conducted at the lake, which is a misimpression to create. That searching happening at the lake wasn't done by anything Mr. Redwine said. I'm not eliciting what Mr. Johnson refers to as self-serving hearsay and has been talking about for days. This is another witness, but it's direct follow-up from information that was elicited by the prosecution. And to create the misimpression that these searches are happening for some other reason was something that needed to be cleared up by this witness, who knew the reason he was searching the north side of Lake Payasito was because that was the last known sighting of Dylan Redwine on November 19th, 2012.
All right. I've issued my orders. You both know what I expect. I'm not going to do anything at this time. I don't want anything inadmissible coming in. If someone thinks the door's been opened to something, it would be a good idea to approach the bench. Thank you.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah. Yeah, you're doing awesome. Oh, yeah. I knew there was a reason why it was on my desk. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, no. She understands. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So they haven't approved anything that's just for on the roof?
I don't know. I just don't want it to get out of that.
Well, I don't think it's supposed to get hot today. Okay. Then, okay.
And then just so you know, I was going to do the walk through after town. Have to do is that foundation. Yeah, 72, I think it might have been 71, 2, but no, that's good. Yes.
You're getting 491 in, you gotta get that in.
Yes. Yeah. Sure. Would you like some help?
After you, I this is fine.
Yes. Yes. We're done for today. It's falling off of here. Got more tape. It's like it's almost like it just sits in there. I can't then maybe we'll tape it again.
Please rise.
Thank you. Guess we'll wait for the jury.
Judge, I notified Mr. Moran, but, we were gonna do the scene walkthrough after Investigator Cowling at this point,
All right,
just to, it'd be a little sooner.
that's fine.
We'll have Amber Harrison, we'll have 2 witnesses, and then Tom Cowling, shorter ones.
Okay. Now we need to go tell her. Oh, rise for the jury, sorry. I wasn't thinking. All right, we can be seated. Your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Amber Harrison.
All right. Come on up, Ms. Harrison, up to the witness stand, please. Raise your right hand. Excuse me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Harrison.
Morning.
Could you please start by introducing yourself to the jury by your full name?
Amber Michelle Harrison,
And how do you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Harrison.
Ms. Harrison, where are you from?
Right now I'm living in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Where are you originally from?
From Colorado and California.
Okay. Was there a period of time that you lived in the Durango area?
Yes, I did, from 2006 to 2020.
And what did you do for work in the time that you were here in the Durango area?
I was an attorney and a judge.
And what years were you an attorney and what years were you a judge?
2006, I'm still a licensed attorney in the state of Colorado, and I was a judge from 2016 to 2020.
Okay. And what do you do in Mississippi now?
I work at a spa as a concierge,
Is that a little more relaxing than being an
very
attorney?
much so.
Where'd you go to law school?
I went to law school at Thomas Jefferson School of Law in San Diego, California.
And what was your focus in law when you were a practicing attorney?
My whole career in the legal industry from 1996 forward is family law, domestic.
So you said you came to the Durango area around 2006. When did you know the Redwine family?
I met Ms. Hall in 2008.
In what context did you meet Ms. Hall?
She was assigned to me by my my firm as a client,
In what type of litigation?
divorce.
At the time, what was going on with the case at the time, just generally speaking?
She had she and Mr. Redwine had obtained a legal separation through another attorney previous to my involvement. So at that time, it was my job to help her get a dissolution of marriage and divide the remaining marital assets that had not been divided in the legal separation.
Breaking that down, is that basically dividing a property?
Yes, property, debts.
Setting that aside, what was the custody situation at the time that you met Ms. Hall?
At the beginning of the case, the parties stipulated to parental responsibilities for Dylan as 50-50. The parties were going to share equally.
When you say at the start of the case, what time frame are you referring to?
2008, probably one of the first hearings, if not the second hearing we went to.
Okay. And then did you handle the formal divorce in 2009 as well?
Yes, I did.
And then did you stay on representing Ms. Hall through a custody case as well?
Yes, I did. Still the attorney of record on that case.
So going through the split custody years, were those split custody years years where Dylan was going to both houses equally, or what was it really?
No, in the beginning, I think he was, Mr. Redwine was exercising his parenting time somewhat. It became less and less over the years to the point that, he was not exercising parenting time, requiring Ms. Hall to take, Dylan with her when she had to travel for work and would miss school.
And was this in the time frame prior to the formal divorce or after the formal divorce?
After the formal divorce, so when the decree was issued in 2009, this was after.
And then was this before or after the custody was actually initiating the case?
Okay, I don't understand the question.
Yes. Let me ask a different question. Was there a point in time when there was a motion to relocate?
Yes,
And the time frame, was that July of 2012?
yes, sir.
So between 2009 and 2012, is that the time frame you're talking about right now?
Correct.
Let's fast forward to that September of 2012. Were you involved in that litigation itself?
Yes, I was.
Did the motion to relocate, what was that?
It was a request by Ms. Hall to relocate with Dylan to,
Your Honor, this is hearsay. I mean, to have the lawyer discussing what client requested and say that,
Isn't she discussing what the proceeding was about?
right, but that necessitates the client. Attorney.
Didn't she probably draft the motion?
Yes, but she wouldn't have been able to do so without hearing statements from her client. And so what we're talking about here is things that she was instructed to do or requested to do or otherwise did because of the attorney-client relationship, which would require client describing to you, here's what I want you to do, and then that becomes a motion to relocate. So the lawyer would need to learn from client
You're
that
stretching here. The attorney can file a motion to relocate, and that is not hearsay. And to relocate to Colorado Springs, she can know what she filed, let us find her remarks to what she did. If there's a reason to go further, we'll see.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Ms. Harrison, did you file a motion to relocate on behalf of Ms. Hall to Colorado Springs?
yes, I did.
What did that motion ask the court to do?
It asked the court for,
if I may, objection. This requires description of what client wanted. Lawyers don't just file motions to relocate without the hearsay from client that says, this is why I want you to file it. That's exactly where the prosecution's going.
You're overruled. She's saying what she did. We all understand that's probably what Ms. Hall wanted. This is not hearsay. This is what she did. This is what the motion stated. You're overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Harrison, what did the motion ask the court to do?
motion requested Ms. Hall be granted permission to relocate with the minor child, Dylan, to Colorado Springs.
Did this bring about a need for a new, more formal custody agreement?
Yes, it did.
So even though Ms. Hall, as you described it, had custody basically informally, did you file motions and were motions filed in terms of formal custody at that point?
Yes, we filed the motion to relocate and the motion for Ms. Redwine to be the primary custodial parent with visitation to Ms. Hall, to have primary custodial parenting rights and for Mr. Redwine to have reasonable visitation.
Did you meet with Dylan Redwine as part of that process?
Yes, I did.
And before I talk about that custody hearing, let me talk about your relationship over the years. Did you get to know Dylan?
Yes, I did.
How did you get to know Dylan?
After Ms. Hall and I thought her case was over, because I don't mix friendship in my attorney-client relationship. When we thought that was over, we decided it was okay for us to develop a friendship. Through that friendship, I had the opportunity to meet Dylan. played board games with him, watched movies with him, hung out with him.
When did you become, when did it segue from the more professional relationship over to a personal friendship?
After the decree was issued in 2009, Ms. Hall and I started a friendship, but it was some time later before I actually went over to her house and met Dylan on a personal level.
Did Dylan talk to you individually at times?
Yeah, we talked a lot over the years, but never talked about Mr. Redwine.
And then after you developed this personal relationship, then it sounds like in 2012, more court litigation came up.
Yes, at which time Dylan specifically requested to speak with me about his testimony to Judge Dickinson.
Okay. And did Dylan tell you his thoughts on where he wanted to live?
Yes, he did.
And what did he tell you?
He wanted to live with his mother.
Did he tell you about, well, did you watch the relationship firsthand between Dylan and Mark Redwine over the years at all?
I never saw Mark or Mr. Redwine over the years. I do know that over the years, the relationship deteriorated because it was clear that Dylan didn't want to go visit with his father, just based on things that I had seen.
Did he ever voice concerns to you about going to see his father closer to the time of the Thanksgiving visit?
Yes, when we met before the September hearing on the motion to relocate.
What were Dylan's concerns?
He was not comfortable around his father. He disclosed to me that he had seen the pictures that creeped him out and made him feel very uncomfortable.
Then, when the hearing occurred, how does that hearing work? For example, does Dylan get input?
Because of his age, we filed a motion for him to be able to testify or to be interviewed by the judge in chambers. That request was granted. So during the hearing, Dylan was taken into chambers by Judge Dickinson and was interviewed in private by Judge Dickinson.
Okay. And then, is that the purpose of that interview, to get Dylan's input on where he wants to live?
Yes, sir.
And then also, you mentioned the pictures. Are those I'll refer to them as compromising personal photographs, as those are the pictures?
Yes, sir.
Did he describe them in detail to you, however?
No, he didn't.
Okay, what did he tell you about them or them upsetting him? What did he?
He told me they were creepy pictures, and he told me he was creeped out by it, and he didn't want to visit with his father. I personally have never seen the pictures, so, but I'd heard about them, so I knew what they were.
And then going into going into the hearing itself, what did the court ultimately decide after hearing from Dylan and hearing from the parties with result to custody, with regard to custody?
The court granted Ms. Hall's motion to relocate, meaning that Dylan would be residing with her primarily up in Colorado Springs, and Mr. Redwine was granted visitation rights.
Was there a specific visit that he was granted at the time of that hearing?
I believe it was a Thanksgiving visit.
And that was a part of that same order that had given custody primarily to Ms. Hall?
Yes, sir.
Was that in fact a court order?
Yes, it was.
Now, I want to talk specifically about that visit. Did you talk with Dylan after the hearing about whether he wanted to go on that visit to see his father for Thanksgiving?
I do recall speaking to Ms. Hall. I believe Dylan was in the background, but I did not speak to Dylan directly.
Were you asked legal advice?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked about whether Dylan did or did not have to go on that trip?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked?
I was asked if there was,
Objection, hearsay.
Wasn't this testified to yesterday? And isn't this being asked so she can explain what the advice was? I mean, why is that here? You ask a question, is that for the truth of the matter asserted? I don't think it is.
This out of the court statement, were you asked for this question?
Out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This is the question, were you asked? So, the question being asked, so what's being asserted? So why is it hearsay?
I don't remember what the question being asked is, but the premise of the question is the truth of the matter being asserted, and that makes the question and the content and subject matter of it hearsay.
No, it doesn't. Have a seat.
Ms. Harrison, what were you asked about that trip?
I was asked if there was any options to putting Dylan on the plane.
Who asked you?
Miss Hall.
Is that on behalf of Ms. Hall and Dylan Redwine asking you legal advice?
That
Yes.
could probably be part of that, could be hearsay. So just go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay. So, based on the question you were asked, did you have to give Ms. Hall a response as to whether or not Dylan had to get on that airplane?
I did give her legal advice.
What did you tell her? Take your time, ma'am, and there are tissues to your left as well.
I told her that she had to put Dylan on the plane or she would be charged with contempt of court.
Are you okay to proceed, or do you need a second? Ms. Harrison, how did you find out that Dylan Redwine was missing?
I received a phone call from Elaine.
When did you receive that phone call?
The day after Dylan arrived in Durango.
And what did you, just I don't need the specifics of what you were told, but you were generally informed that Dylan was missing?
Yes, I was.
When Ms. Hall called you, was that a call about anything related to a court case, or was that a personal call about Dylan?
She called me as a friend.
What did she call you about specifically?
She needed to inform me as to what was going on, and she needed to know if she had a place to stay in Durango.
And did she have a place to stay in Durango?
Yes, she did.
With whom?
Me?
What did you do after you received that phone call?
If I'm not mistaken, I called his attorney.
And why did you do that?
Most likely because I couldn't call Mark, and I wanted to know if she knew any information about where Dylan was.
At that point in time, was the goal of everyone to find information about where Dylan was?
Objection as to how she would know everybody's goal.
Understood, Your Honor. Ms. Harrison, based on the people that you were interacting with, was it the goal of the people you were interacting with to
Yes,
find Dylan?
it was.
What did Elaine Hall do?
Pardon me?
What did Elaine Hall do after she had notified you that Dylan was missing?
I instructed her to contact the LaPlata County Sheriff's Office and report Dylan as a missing person. She did.
And then did she travel?
Yeah, she immediately got in the car and drove to Durango.
Did you see her when she arrived?
Yes, I did.
And did she stay with you?
Yes, she did.
And who else arrived with her?
I believe at that time it was Mr. Hall.
Corey Redwine there as well?
Yeah, he probably came that same night.
Did you know all of them?
Yes, I did.
And were they all welcome to stay with you?
Yes, they were, and they did.
What was it like in the days that followed in terms of your involvement in trying to find Dylan?
Every day I watched everybody that was staying at my house leave to go on searches, to search for Dylan. in Vallecito and everywhere else that they thought he might be.
Did you stay involved over the course of the months that followed?
I did.
How did you hear about Dylan's death?
I can't recall who told me that they found remains. It was most likely Elaine.
Were you still in the area at the time?
I was.
Do you see Mark Redwine in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Where is he sitting and what's something that he's wearing for the record?
He is sitting all the way to my left, and he is wearing a gray suit with a white shirt and glasses.
I would ask that the record reflect the witnesses indicating the defendant.
It can.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, just hold on just a second. Go ahead. Yeah. I'm watching. A little more, a little more. Just a touch more, a little more. Good. Thank you. We need a better picture of you.
Please don't.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. There's a lot of materials.
I have trouble finding them too, I understand.
Appreciate the moment to look through it. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just to clarify a couple of things you were discussing on direct, you recommended that Ms. Hall, now Ms. Hatfield, call law enforcement when she called you on November 19th.
Yes, I did.
You didn't call the sheriff's office, right?
I don't believe so. I may have.
And your call was to the lawyer, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that you do not carry on friendships with clients, correct?
That is my policy.
And Ms. Elaine Hall is your friend,
Yes, she is.
and she is your client.
Yes, she is.
You're currently attorney of record, right?
Yes, I am.
And you guys are close enough that you travel together, is that fair?
I'm not sure when you're speaking about.
A trip to South Dakota, Mount Rushmore.
Yes, sir. We recently did take a trip there.
May I approach?
You may.
Objection if this exhibit's going to be admitted, Your Honor.
Okay. And what number is that, Mr. Moran?
1163. I'm gonna hold off on that for a second. I think that my ability to get that up on the screen is gonna take a moment, so
All right.
if I could reach, get back there. In order to provide the information that you're giving today and that you've given on other occasions, in this case, Ms. Hall had to waive attorney-client privilege, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you would agree as an attorney and former judge for the Municipal Court of Ignacio that violating attorney-client privilege has very serious consequences for a lawyer?
And not if it's been waived by the client.
Sure. But in the absence of that waiver, it's extremely serious, right?
Yes, it is.
Presumptive disbarment.
Yes, it is.
It's an extremely important responsibility for a lawyer.
Yes, it is.
And the idea behind it is that information provided between client and attorney is confidential so that you can be provided the unvarnished truth.
Correct.
And you would agree with the principle underlying this rule for lawyers that a lawyer's responsibility to act as counsel is best served when clients speak freely and candidly with their attorney, right?
Yes, I do.
You encourage honest sharing with your clients, agreed?
Yes,
Doing so allows you to provide state-of-the-art representation.
yes,
Advice you give is based on info that clients provide you, right?
yes,
And in this case, the information provided to you by Ms. Hall was that she did not think Mr. Redwine would ever hurt Dylan Redwine, correct?
correct.
So your entry of appearance in the domestic relations case, divorce case, was in 2008,
Correct,
and that was the divorce of Elaine and Mark Redwine, obviously.
correct.
And you were working for another lawyer's law firm at the time.
I was working for Greenberg, Herringer, and Ward.
How much were clients charged per hour?
I don't recall what the prices were back then.
More than $100 an hour?
Yes, sir.
More than $200 an hour?
No, sir.
You continued working Ms. Redwine's case for since at least 2015, right?
Correct.
And also another important responsibility of counsel is to seek expeditious resolution of matters to include divorces, correct?
Section of relevance?
I'm not sure where you're going with this, Mr. Moran.
Established bias.
Well, we'll see. Go ahead.
You have a responsibility as counsel in the divorce matter to seek expeditious resolution of the Redwine divorce matter, correct?
As quickly as I can, absolutely.
You would agree that the divorce involved multiple lawyers and went on for more than 10 years.
I believe Mr. Redwine had multiple attorneys. Ms. Hall remained with me, and yes, litigation went on for a number of years.
And there was a lawyer that Ms. Hall had engaged prior to your representation, right?
For the legal separation, yes,
You spoke to Dylan before he met with Judge Dickinson, right?
correct.
Do you recall the placard or instruction, description that was on podiums in Judge Dickinson's courtroom?
Section of relevance,
Your Honor, as Your Honor will recall, Judge Dickinson.
You know, I don't remember that. Go ahead.
This may be something that I could seek judicial notice of. In his courtroom, there were things on the podium saying that the manner of his speech was not related to his reason and cognitive ability, that he had an issue that.
All right. I can, do you need me to instruct the jury on that or not?
That would be great.
I'm sorry, Judge.
You don't know what we're talking about, I know.
No, and that
Okay.
may make it inappropriate for it to be admitted, but I have no idea what counsel's referring to.
I know you don't because you weren't here.
Seems irrelevant.
Well, I'm gonna instruct the jury that Judge Dickinson, shortly before he retired, developed the condition, and I think I remember the correct name for it, but I don't want to say it because I'm not sure that's correct. And it basically made it appear as though, well, it made him slur his words, it made him appear as if he was intoxicated, which he was not. He had full control of his faculties, he just had a difficult time enunciating his words, and it progressively got worse. And it eventually caused him to retire. So that's what you're referring to, correct, Mr. Moran?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So you spoke to Dylan before he met with Judge Dickinson, right?
Yes, I did.
And as is your practice, as is required of a licensed attorney, you would have encouraged him to be honest with the judge, correct?
I did instruct him to be honest with the judge.
You told Dylan what to expect with his meeting with the judge, correct?
I described the procedures, tried to reassure him that Judge Dickinson was another human being that he could feel comfortable speaking.
And you described to Dylan what questions the judge might ask, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't prepare him for the topic of discussion that would be in chambers of Judge Dickinson.
No, I did not. The topic of discussion was entirely up to Dylan.
Okay. But you did prepare him to go back there and encourage him to be honest.
I encouraged him to be honest in whatever he needed to tell the judge to make sure that the judge understood how he felt.
Um, so that would have been part of what you were describing for Dylan, and he would have been aware that it was a discussion about where he preferred to live, correct?
Dylan was old enough to know what we were going to court for. It was his request to testify or to speak to the judge. So I didn't have to tell Dylan what we were going to court for.
Do you recall that one issue of contention in the divorce was damage to the property on the Windmill Street, at the Windmill Street address?
Yes, I do.
And you recall that Mr. Redwine, after the property became his, had to make repairs to the property so that it could be rented or sold?
Objection or relevance?
So what's the relevance to that?
This issue has come up with other witnesses, what was going on at the Windmill House. This is the witness who would,
What's the relevance to the damage? I don't remember damage at the windmill house. What's the relevance to that?
the beer bottles that were discussed earlier today and the text messages the prosecution introduced.
What's that got to do with damages at the windmill house?
It informs what was going on in the Windmill House and how it was subject to litigation.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Moving on. Do you recall that one of the issues that was in contention was claims by Mr. Redwine that Elaine Hall was alienating him from Dylan?
I believe that was one of Mr. Redwine's claims, yes.
And you advised Elaine Hall to get Dylan Redwine a cell phone, right?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the transcript?
Sure.
I'm going to ask the council to provide a little more context to that question.
In terms of deciding what relevance is? Or
Relevance, when, what context?
This would have been a hearing that occurred on September 21st, 2012. The relevance is that it gives more information about the alienation going on between the child and the parent. The relevance also includes that it informs around the issue related to your honors, limiting instruction involving the photographs. Any further record I would ask to make it to bench.
Well, why don't you show her the document and we'll see where we go.
Permission to approach.
Yes.
Document is this, counsel? Page 3,682 of discovery. Beg your pardon, it's 3,667. Three, 667, line 17. Beg your pardon, my site source is incorrect on that. I'll have to double back on that. Fair to say that there was litigation around Mr. Redwine's objection to Dylan being moved to Colorado Springs.
Yes, Mr. Redwine, objected to the request to relocate.
Ms. Harrison, you would agree that it's important for lawyers to keep records?
It is.
Failing to maintain an appropriate record-keeping system is a violation of the rules of professional conduct that can result in the loss of your law license.
Yes, in general, yes.
It's also important to the billing process to document client meetings,
Yes.
and the lawyer has a professional obligation to document witness interviews.
Section of relevance, Your Honor.
Can I approach?
Well, do you have a response to the relevance
I
objection?
do. The relevance here is that there is no note that we've ever been provided with respect to descriptions of the pictures at issue by this lawyer who's noted that she was aware of them and had discussed it, and if that's the case, that's never been provided to us, and I don't believe that there's any record of it, at least for this case.
She's not law enforcement.
She is a party that is regularly reported with respect to this matter.
She's not law enforcement, so therefore she's under no duty to provide anything to you. So I'm going to sustain the objection. I mean, I would hope that the prosecution is giving you everything they have.
We have, Your Honor.
And I don't know that they asked for everything. So why do you want to approach now again?
On that issue, this is just something that I think is wrought with possibilities that are problematic to discuss.
I really don't see where you're going with this, Mr. Moran. You need to move on.
You never included mention of the embarrassing pictures in a pleading, did you?
No, I do not think that
That's my question. Thank you. You did have an opportunity to review the recorded interaction between Judge Dickinson and Dylan, correct?
no, I did not.
That would have been available to you as attorney of record, correct?
Correct. However,
That's as much as I'm meaning to ask on that issue. In addition to being friends with Elaine Hall, you had Corey Redwine staying at your house, house sitting and dog sitting, right?
Mr. Corey Redwine stayed at my home during Dylan's disappearance while they were searching for his remains. And if I'm not mistaken, they brought their dog. So did Ms. Hall.
Ms. Harrison, have you watched the surveillance footage of Dylan Redwine in Walmart on November 18th, 2012?
No, I have not seen the surveillance video. I saw the pictures that were posted in the newspaper.
And you stated at a deposition that there were marks on Dylan's arms on the images from Walmart, right?
Didn't the witness just state she'd not observed it?
Right, and now he's trying to impeach her with something different that she said, so I think it's okay.
I don't know that I was ever deposed.
You recall that you were participating as the lawyer in depositions where you asked if Mr. Redwine could see the marks on Dylan's arms.
Asking a question is not evidence and it's not testimony, therefore I believe that you cannot ask this question, can you?
The rules of professional conduct require that you have a good faith basis to ask questions. And fishing like that.
Right, but we don't know what was going on in that deposition. We don't know what the issues were. I'm not gonna let you ask them.
Have you ever seen scratches and otherwise marks on Dylan Redwine's arms in footage from around the time of his disappearance?
Again, I didn't watch the footage.
After Following July 23rd, 2009 permanent orders hearing, Elaine was ordered to pay Mr. Redwine $72,514, right?
Objection to relevance.
No relevance to this?
It goes the bias of Ms. Hall and her close friend here.
All right. You can answer the question.
I don't recall the amount. I believe what you're speaking about is permanent orders that were issued following our permanent orders hearing in July of 2009. I think that's what you're asking about. Yes, she was ordered to pay an equalization payment, I believe.
Would it refresh your recollection what that equalization payment is? If I showed you a copy of that permanent order?
Sure.
I'll refer here to line 34. It's page 23,241 of discovery. Commissioner Approach.
Yes.
Correct.
Does that refresh your recollection as to amount?
Yes.
The original amount was $72,514, correct?
Correct.
Payable by Elaine Hall to Mark Redwine, right?
Correct.
After an appraisal on that house and some more litigation, that payment was reduced, right?
Correct.
To your knowledge, have those payments ever been satisfied?
Objection to relevance, Judge.
It goes to
Well,
bias in a really
talking
obvious way.
hold on a second. I interrupted you. Go ahead and, I'm sorry. Go ahead and.
If I might just say first that of course it's an unpleasant thing to inquire after, but it's relevant to the bias. If someone is owed money, then the bias that could involve in that is obvious. It goes to the instruction on credibility that the jury provided with respect to what the outcome of a case could mean to participants. The relevance here is obvious in my mind.
Mr. Johnson?
Your Honor, if the argument is that there's a bias over $7,000 when Ms. Hall's son is dead, I renew my relevance objection.
You know, it's for the jury to weigh whether or not that is sufficient to cause bias or not. It's not for me or for you to decide. So you can answer the question.
There was litigation back and forth over the marital estate.
Ma'am, hold on. The question is different. The question is, was that payment ever satisfied to your knowledge?
I don't think that I can answer that question the way you're asking it.
So the answer is no, it was not paid.
No, that's not what she said. You can answer, she's sworn to tell the truth, and if she needs to tell you more than you want to hear during the answer, she's entitled to. So why don't you answer his question?
We litigated back and forth over the value of the marital estate and how the equalization was going to be paid. The end result is that Mr. Redwine was awarded the windmill home, and that was, I believe, the end of the property division once and for all.
At this point, I'm missing the person who's got this image to put on on the screen. So I'll just, by stipulation, ask that it be admitted. It's Defendant's Exhibit 1163, an image of counsel.
I think you already stipulated to that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, that will be at some point. You have copies for the jury, though, correct? And the original for us?
If not at this exact moment, we will.
It'll be admitted. You'll get to see that at some point. So. Anything else then, Mr. Moran?
No, thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So Ms. Harrison, you were asked a question about why you didn't reference the photos in the pleading, and you started to answer it, but you were stopped. Would you like to answer it?
Yes, I would.
Please answer that question.
As an attorney, I did not see the relevance of those photos. They would not indicate in and of themselves that Mr. Redwine was a bad parent.
And did you mention that you knew Dylan was going in there and you didn't tell him what to say, but you told him to be honest, right?
Correct. I tell all my clients, tell the truth. This is your story. It's not mine. I tell you what to say. You're not going to be able to tell your story truthfully.
So you let Dylan go and tell the judge what he wanted to tell the judge?
Yes, I did.
Did the defendant know that Dylan was going to talk to the judge about who he wanted to live with?
I don't know what Mr. Redwine thought, but Mr. Redwine knew that Dylan was being interviewed by the judge.
Let me ask a different question. Did all the parties in the case know that the purpose of the interview with Judge Dickinson was so that Dylan could say where he wanted to live?
Judge Dickinson would be assessing and taking into consideration Dylan's wishes.
And you talked a little bit, there was a lot of talk about property and things like that. But let me just orient you to a timeline. By the time of this custody hearing, had property disputes all been resolved?
I believe the property disputes were resolved. I think we had one remaining court issue as to reimbursing Mr. Redwine for the alleged damage at the windmill house.
Sure. The litigation over who got what property, had that been proceeding from 2009 up to 2012?
Yes.
In that period of time where there was litigation over the property, did Mr. Redwine ever make a motion for custody over that period of time?
No.
And then he got the windmill home, and there was a motion to relocate. All the properties finalized. Then what did we do?
When there was nothing else to litigate over property-wise, then Mr. Redwine all of a sudden wanted to be the primary custodial parent and used the fact that Ms. Hall had to travel for work, wherein Dylan had to go with her and therefore miss school, as a basis to award him primary custodial care for Dylan.
And he did this after years of not bothering to visit.
Correct.
Objection leading.
All right.
I'll withdraw the question.
Answer's already out.
Objection.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Moran? Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Thanks for coming back. Next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people called Kathy Berry.
Ms. Berry? I'm sorry, I wasn't watching. I was thinking about something else. I wasn't watching. Up to the witness, stand up here, please. And if I can have you raise your right hand? No, over here. Get a light on TV, yeah. Raise your right hand.
I don't know what I'm doing, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat. Speak into this microphone.
Good morning, Ms. Berry.
Good morning.
Could you please start by introducing yourself by your full name to the jury?
Yes, my name is Kathy Louise Berry,
And could you please spell your last name for the court reporter?
Barry. It is Kathy, Kathi.
And Ms. Berry, where are you from?
Where am I from? I was born in Utah, raised in Wyoming, and have lived in Colorado since I was, 28 18, something like that. So mostly Denver.
Okay. And have you always lived in Denver, that part of Colorado?
Yes.
Is that Evergreen? Is that considered Denver?
Evergreen is 30 miles west of Denver in the foothills.
Okay.
And yes, I've lived there for 25 years.
What do you do for work?
I'm a mortgage broker.
Okay. Do you know Elaine Hall?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met Elaine on one of the searches for Dylan.
How did you become involved in the searches for Dylan?
I saw Elaine's picture come across my news feed on Facebook one day, and she was standing on a dam, and she just looked really sad, and so I just wanted to help her.
And when you were trying to help her, did you get involved at the stage where Dylan was a missing child, or did you get involved after his remains had been found?
Missing.
So why did you get involved? What was the purpose?
Why did I get, because I wanted to help find, I just wanted to help find him.
And at that point, was it known what had happened to him?
No.
Did you also know someone named Denise Hess?
Yes,
She a friend of yours?
she was.
How did you meet her?
I met Denise Hess, on the night I arrived, here to do the search the next day. She helped me. I reached out to the, Find Missing Dylan Redwine page, and she messaged me and helped me, find a place to stay. And that's how I met Denise Hess.
And then did you become friends with her after that in the context of searching for Dylan?
Yes,
Is she still alive or is she deceased now?
she's deceased.
How did she pass?
She passed away of colon cancer.
Do you know Mark Redwine?
No,
Do you know what he looks like?
yes,
Is he here in this courtroom?
he is.
Can you please indicate where he's sitting and something that he's wearing for the record?
He's sitting right there and he's wearing a gray jacket.
Does the record reflect that the witness is indicating the defendant?
Well, there's a couple gray jackets here.
He's got glasses on. He's looking at me.
All right, I think that's close enough.
Thank you. So you don't know him personally, correct?
I do not.
Have you had an incident where you met him before, however?
Yes. Sort of, I guess.
Is
Okay.
this the incident that I need to do the limiting instruction?
Yes, Your Honor, and this would be a good time. Thank you.
Ow.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence you're about to hear about is admitted for a limited purpose. The evidence is not being admitted to prove the defendant had a bad moral character, and the jury cannot use this evidence for that purpose. This evidence is being admitted in an attempt for the prosecution to prove that the defendant became violently enraged when confronted by others concerning his sexual preferences. They can be used by the jury for these purposes and no other.
Thank you, Your Honor. And as we approach that incident, Ms. Berry, so how long were you involved in the search for Dylan while he was still a missing child?
Well, I came for the search. I came for the gathering in February of 2013. At this point, we didn't really know for sure what had happened. And then up until they found his remains, I guess he was a missing person.
Okay. So from February to roughly late June?
Correct.
And were you interacting with Denise Hess, Elaine Hall, and that group of people who are interested in finding Dylan?
Mostly Denise Hess.
Okay. And then what happened? Was there an instance when Dylan's remains were found and a lot of people were very upset?
Yes.
Can you just explain how you became aware that Dylan's remains were found?
I was here in Durango, or I was in Vallecito at the time, and I remember somebody saying that they had found a shoe or something. I mean, we knew at that point that they had, I'm trying to think if this was, it's hard to remember the exact dates, but they had confirmed that Dylan's remains were found that day. That was the day, and that was the day that Elaine received a text message from Mark that said that he hoped her and her colon cancer riddled BFF died, and that she died too. That's what he said.
Object to that hearsay.
Mike, you need to object just a little sooner before it gets out. Do you have a response to the hearsay objection?
I mean, so the answer is, Judge, that it informed what they did next, and that's the reason it's relevant.
So the objection is, I didn't want to give you a reason. That's your job, so overruled.
So that text message you referenced, did that upset people?
That's why we went there, yes.
Were people also upset generally? Like, was this
Yeah.
a difficult time?
It was probably one of the worst days, I think, ever.
So how close in time was this to finding the remains, that this whole interaction we're talking about?
I think it was the same. I mean, I know they announced the remains that day, that for sure they were Dylan, but that was not the day they found them. I believe it was earlier than that.
So everyone was upset about the remains as well, both topics, I guess.
Yes,
is the question.
absolutely. Mhm.
So then did Denise Hess and did you decide to go somewhere?
Denise wanted to confront Mark about the text message. She wanted to go over there. She had been talking about it for a couple of hours. She was enraged and wanted to go confront Mark about the text.
Okay.
And so everybody pretty much calmed her down. She wasn't going to go, but then she was going.
Okay. Was there also, and we'll get to this when you got there, but was there also discussions leading up just about the idea of confronting the defendant about Dylan as well?
I don't recall that, no. I mean, it was more just, she was really angry about she knew Mark and she was upset about the text.
Understood. So what did you do at that point?
I told her that I would drive her over there if she wouldn't go alone, because she was going to go alone.
Did you in fact drive over there?
I did.
And where was over there?
Around from where I was pretty close to the lake over on Mushroom Lane. And so we just basically drove down the road and took a right and drove down the road. And we passed and then a dead end. So we flipped back and came back. And that's when he was standing there.
Is this to Mark Redwine's home in Vallecito at 2343 County Road 500 up north of the lake?
Yes.
When you drove over there and you flipped around, then where'd you go?
We were driving back and Mark was standing at the door. I think he was standing there in his underwear. And he asked, Kat said, stop. So I stopped.
Kat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Denise Hess. I call her Kat. So we stopped. And do you want me to continue about?
So where did you stop?
We stopped right in front of his house on the road.
Did you ever go on his property?
No,
Did you ever get out of the vehicle?
no.
And when you stopped out front, he was already at the doorway?
Yeah.
What did you do then?
I was pretty freaked out. I was just kind of sitting there. Kat was doing most of the talking. Denise was doing most of the talking to Mark. They were yelling back and forth.
What was she yelling at him about?
It started out, she said, hey, Mark, why don't you come outside? And he said, fuck you, why don't you come over here? And then she said, I'm not coming on your property. And he laughed at her and said, come on. And so he called her the C word. I think she called him a few names. They interacted for a couple minutes.
Did it remain verbal?
Yes.
At some point, did she say something about not letting him forget what he'd done to Dylan?
She did.
And then, go ahead.
She did. She said, because he had said something to her about dying of cancer, something about the last breath, and he was laughing. And she said, yeah, well, it will be my last breath, and I will make you pay for what you did to Dylan, or I can't remember, but it was in reference to that.
So, and even saying what he did to Dylan, did it stay verbal all that time? At some point, did you speak up and yell something at him too?
I did. So I was pretty quiet, didn't actually, through the whole thing, I said nothing, and I was tapping her like, let's go, let's go. I was kind of, I was just kind of afraid of him anyway, but, they kept talking, and when he said something about that he would dance or something when she was dead, and he was laughing, I remember him laughing.
What did you say to him, Ms. Berry?
I'm telling you, I literally lost my mind. I flew over the seat. I was almost on top of Denise. I took my seatbelt off first. I flew over the seat. I had my head out the window, and I called him a shit-eating, motherfucking piece of shit-eating asshole. I really went on and on. I think I probably said it 10 times.
Let me stop you. Did you specifically, you just said shit-eating?
Yes.
Were you specifically referring to photographs yelling at him, calling him a shit-eater?
Yes.
Did his response change from a verbal argument where he was laughing and cursing
Yes.
to something different at that point in time?
Yes.
Please explain that to the jury.
So he had come out the door at one point. Kat was telling him to come out. He was telling her to come on his property. And he was standing kind of by the driveway, and that's when, he was kind of coming towards my car, and I was screaming, and then all of a sudden he picked up this log off this, it was like a stove or something in the yard. I can't remember what it was, like an oven or something. And he picked up that log, and he fucking like this, and all I remember was, I don't know if you've ever seen the cartoon where the eyes bulge out and all you can see is the whites of the eyes, but that's all I saw. And it scared the shit out of me. And I just said, let's go. And Kat she was saying something else. And then I said, eat more shit. And I hit the gas and I went.
Did he come towards the vehicle?
He stopped at one point, but he was pretty damn close.
So he had been, you described, at a location at the doorway,
Yes.
and then a location at the wood stove.
He was closer up by the driveway and he was at the edge of that driveway.
Came out the door.
Yes, but he didn't leave his property.
And then why did you speed off?
Well, I didn't want him to hit my car with the log or Cat.
Were you scared that might happen?
I was absolutely convinced it was going to happen if I didn't go. Yeah.
That he was either going to hit the car or hit Kat because
Yeah.
she was closer. She was on that passenger side.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Berry.
You're welcome.
So, Ms. Berry, I don't mind you using cuss words when you're describing what happened, if those were the words that were used, but in terms of what happened at that house, but when you're describing your reactions, please maintain
Okay.
a little decorum.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Moran?
Your Honor, I know it's a few minutes early, but I have something I'd have Ms. Berry review that may save time if we do it now. Of course, whatever Your Honor's pleasure.
Well, I don't care. I mean, whatever you think is the fastest way to get through it is what I want you to do.
I think that it would make sense to have her review it over the lunch break, and then we can be ready to chat.
Okay, and what are you asking her to review?
A transcript of her one and only description of this interaction she's just described.
All right. Do you have any problem doing that, Ms. Berry?
No?
Okay. What we'll do then is we'll take our lunch break. Remember my admonitions about not talking to anybody. Don't let anybody talk to you. Don't do any research on this case. We will start up again then at 1:15. So thank you very much. Everybody rise for the jury? Rise for the jury, please, instead of talking in the courtroom when we're on the record. Okay, you let her see that, and then we'll start up again at 1:15.
And Your Honor, I've reviewed the audio recording, but unless I'm mistaken, we didn't generate a transcript for discovery. If this is something generated by defense, I'd like a copy so I can be prepared as well.
Is that all right?
I've got 2 copies.
I can make a copy, even though we don't normally do that.
I'm happy.
All right, you guys can all relax, do whatever.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
I'll give you your copy.
Okay, whoa. Judge, I've given you the wrong one. Sure, please. This is Ms. Barry, I beg your pardon.
do we? Okay. Are we gonna have anything before the jury comes in?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Well, hold on,
Um,
we're not there yet. Okay, Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Judge. Counsel provided us with two transcripts. Appreciate them providing us with those. One of them is for Denise Hess. I think Denise Hess's transcript or statements are going to be hearsay. The people would have admitted them if they weren't, but I don't think they can be admitted, so I just wanted to flag that information up front.
Mr. Moran?
Judge, I think that the words screamed, they were elicited by the prosecution on direct, the words that came out of Denise Hess's mouth.
Hold on, we're having trouble getting this.
I can start over. On direct, the words screamed by Denise Hess at Mr. Redwine's house and the reaction it prompted were elicited. Those hearsay statements obviously aren't being elicited for the truth of the matter. Though it may have been true, she spent her last dying breath trying to make life difficult for Mr. Redwine. I'm not eliciting it for that. If I'm asking anything about words from Denise Hess, it would be with respect to things she yelled, the reaction that caused Mr. Redwine, with respect on listener. It's been inquired after on direct.
Well, hold on a second. Wasn't the objection hearsay as to the transcript, or what are you
Yes,
objecting?
Judge, I agree with Mr. Moran. The words she said to Mr. Redwine are admissible. I'm talking about her account of events, et cetera. The people probably would have put that in but for it being hearsay, so
We're
I
talking
think
about
we
two
agree.
different- So you're not gonna try and put it in the transcript? Is that
I
correct?
am not seeking to admit the transcript.
Okay, I mean, I don't know why you couldn't use it to refresh your memory if you need to, but that would be about it, I would think.
Right?
Okay.
The
So-
words in the transcript themselves would be hearsay, other than the words that she said to Mark Redwine.
Okay, so we don't really have an issue then, sound like. So with that, can we tell the jury to come up? I guess so.
That would be fine by us. Thank you. Your Honor, while we're waiting,
No.
sorry.
You can only do one thing at once.
I'm comfortable with that, with this not being on the record.
Okay, fine.
I just would acknowledge that we've reviewed the sequestration order. It's in writing. Mike Hall is exempt from it. So
Okay,
whatever objection we made was an error. If you prefer me to put this on the record, I will, but
okay, why don't you just put it on the record right now?
We appreciate that. Thank you.
we've reviewed the sequestration order. There was some question, and it was something we raised with respect to whether Mr. Hall was appropriately listening in by WebEx pursuant to the court's order. He is. So for whatever anxiety I suspect that might have caused him, I think that he was doing what he was allowed to do, and so just want that out there.
Okay, because I didn't think that was the case, and so I was there with you.
We reviewed it as well, Your Honor, and I agree with counsel, and I appreciate his clarification.
Okay. All right, well, she'll be up in a second then. Please rise. All right, we can be seated. So if we can have Miss Berry again. Come on up again, Miss Berry. You're still under oath. Have a seat.
Sorry.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Berry.
Good afternoon.
The day that Dylan's remains were found, the day it was definitively known Dylan remains had been found was the day that you went to Mark Redwine's house.
Correct.
And it had only been a couple of hours that the word was out that Dylan was definitively identified as the bones.
Maybe about 4 hours, because it was early evening, it was getting dark.
And it was a super emotional day, would you agree?
I would agree with that.
And you would agree that everybody was really upset, right?
Correct.
When you say everybody, you're talking about Denise Hess, Elaine Hall, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that Denise Hess was a journalist? She worked for the Pine River Times.
I would say that she definitely did work there, but as far as like active journalist, I don't think so.
Okay. Were you aware that she was Elaine Hall's media handler?
Yes.
And you knew that Denise Hess, the person who accompanied you to Mark Redwine's house today, his son's bones were definitively identified. You knew that Denise Hess booked national TV appearances for Elaine Hall, correct?
I knew that she helped book Dr. Phil.
Okay. Also, we're aware that Denise Hess booked local news appearances for Elaine Hall, right?
I don't know if I really knew that. I mean, I guess she did. She
You-
might have made a couple calls to people, but yeah, she did.
You were aware that Denise Hess ran Facebook groups that had to do with the disappearance of Dylan.
Yes.
And you're aware that one of those is called Warriors for Dylan?
I've never heard of that page.
The day that you went up there was the day that there was no longer any hope that Dylan was alive, right?
Looked that way, yep.
And would you agree that it's a parent's, Elaine's worst nightmare, getting the message your child is not alive?
It's a pretty bad message to get, yep.
And Denise Hess, who you were with, was not just upset, she was angry, correct?
She was angry about the
That-
text message.
That's all I meant to ask. Pardon me for interrupting. You all went up there with 7 months of pent-up anger, right?
I believe that's what Denise said, not me.
You were with her and aware of her anger, yes?
Sure,
You don't live in Vallecito,
I do not.
did not at the time.
Nope,
Denise Hess doesn't live up there.
she does not. She lives about 15 minutes away.
One reason you made the drive out that way was everybody was really upset and everything, and so her and I just drove by, right?
Well, she was going to drive by to confront Mark, so I went with her because I didn't want her to go alone.
You didn't just drive by though, you stopped, as was discussed on direct, correct?
We drove by first time and then we circled back, and when he was outside, we stopped.
The question was whether you stopped.
Yes,
I want to talk to you about just before you stopped, which you were just mentioning. You drove by the one time without any confrontation, correct?
he wasn't out there,
You flipped by one way and then you came back, right?
correct.
And you were in your brand new BMW.
That's right.
Denise Hess told you 3 times to stop as you doubled back by, right?
Well, I didn't count, but she did tell me a couple times, yeah, more than once, I guess.
Over the lunch break, you had an opportunity to review a transcript, right?
Yes,
And in that transcript, you were speaking with investigator Tanya Goldbright, right?
correct.
And there was some discussion about how many times Denise Hess told you to stop, right?
I think I read that, yeah.
And my question to you was, she told you to stop 3 times. And do you not remember the answer?
I don't think that's the.
I don't think I remember how many
Hold on,
times.
when I talk, everybody has to be
I'm sorry.
quiet. I'm special. Okay. That's not the way to do it, Mr. Moran. You can ask her if that refreshed her memory.
Okay, I will move on to another question. You claimed to the police that you're terrified of Mr. Redwine. Do you recall that?
I was terrified that night.
And you did get an opportunity over the lunch break to review the transcript,
I did.
as you just mentioned. Do you recall that when you were speaking to investigator Goldbright, at least, you said, I'm terrified of the guy without qualifying it as of that night, right?
Yes,
But still, you stopped in front of his house, right?
I did.
And it was dark out,
Kind of dark.
dark enough that what you saw was his silhouette at
I
first, right?
Yeah, well, when he was standing at the door.
And you mentioned on direct that your recollection is today that he was in his underwear standing at the door, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Some
But
boxer shorts.
You would agree that your statement back at the time that you spoke with investigator Goldbright, it was closer in time to when this event occurred, right?
I think it was a couple months after.
It was closer in time than it is today.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Sure.
And things were fresher in your memory on that day, correct?
I'm sure, yeah.
And you weren't being rushed by investigator Goldbright, correct?
No,
She called to you. She wanted to speak with you. Is that right?
yes.
So this wasn't a conversation where you were rushed into saying things, right?
No, I don't believe I was rushed. I was a little nervous, but
You knew that she was interested in what you had to say, and it was clear she was paying attention, right?
yes.
And the recording that you had an opportunity to review at lunch does not contain any reference to Mr. Redwine's underwear, right?
I probably didn't mention it.
If you'd like to review the transcript, I can.
I've already reviewed it, and I listened to it last night before I came.
And there's no mention of underwear in what you reviewed.
So does that mean that it didn't happen?
Stop, okay? I know you're a little excitable right now, okay?
I am.
Please wait till he finishes his
Okay.
question, and then take a breath before you answer for a
Okay.
couple reasons. One, I don't want you talking over each other, so everybody can hear the question and your answer.
Okay,
And 2, she has to be able to take everything down, and if we talk at the same time, we can't do that.
all right.
Thank you.
It was very simply, you did not mention when you spoke to investigator Goldbright that Mr. Redwine was in his underwear, correct?
I did not.
And there was another remark that you made on direct examination, wherein you said that Mr. Redwine was laughing. Do you recall saying that in direct examination?
Yes,
But you did not say that to Investigator Goldbright when things were fresher in your memory, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would you like to look at your transcript and I can give you an opportunity to refresh your recollection?
No, I really don't recall, but I may not have told her that.
Would it refresh your recollection as to whether or not that happened, this thing that you're not recalling right now?
I
You
know
look
that
at
it
the
happened.
Did you tell Investigator Goldbright when it was closer in time that it happened, is my question then?
I don't recall that I told her every single thing that happened that night. I was a little bit intimidated to really talk about it. I wasn't sure. I thought I was in trouble. You know, I told her, you know, what I remembered at the moment.
But she set your mind at ease, didn't she? She told you that you were not in trouble.
Yes.
And you thought maybe you had been in trouble because you were aware that you'd committed crimes at Mr. Redwine's house.
I didn't
Hold on,
commit any crimes.
You can be quiet, and when somebody objects, you have to be quiet also. I know I forgot what this question was, just a second. You want to state your objection?
This is argumentative and inaccurate.
Well, I don't know if it's inaccurate or not. Did you feel like you might have committed a crime? And I don't want you to say whether you did or not.
Me?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Moran.
Did Tanya Goldbright tell you that you were not in any trouble?
She did.
Okay. And you would agree that when she called you, you were nervous, wondering if you were in trouble, right?
I've been wondering if I'm in trouble for 9 years.
Mr. Redwine was in his home, and then Denise Hess yelled something, correct?
Yes.
And once Denise Hess yelled something, Mr. Redwine exited the sanctuary of his home.
He did.
So he came out the door, and that's when you saw his silhouette, right?
I saw his silhouette before he came out the door, when he was standing at the door. When she yelled, he came out the door. The silhouette was when he was still in the door.
When he came out of the house, you could see that he was mad,
He was
correct?
angry, yes.
The first thing Denise Hess yelled was, "Hey, Mark, you fucked hard," right?
I believe so, yes.
And then Denise went on. She yelled, "I'm going to spend my last breath making sure that you pay for what you did to Dylan," right?
Yes.
And as she yelled that, you were close enough that you could see the whites of Mr. Redwine's eyes, right?
No.
So your testimony today is that you could not see his silhouette, or you could not see his silhouette after. In the dark, you were close enough that you could see the whites of his eyes, right?
Wasn't that dark?
Okay.
Kind of dark.
And this guy that you're terrified of in the kind of dark is mad, and then he came at you, right?
No, that's not really how it happened, no.
He didn't throw the log, right?
He did not.
When Denise Hess started yelling through, though he was in his home, as you discussed, that's accurate?
I believe he was stepping foot out of his home after, when we pulled up and he saw us, he stepped out. I really don't recall whether she yelled before. I mean, maybe she said something before, but he came out the door.
And then he was yelling too, right?
He was. They conversed for several minutes. I mean, they knew each other from the conversation.
There's, wait for a question, please.
Okay.
Would you agree that then he began screaming?
He was doing a combination of laughing, cursing, and yelling. It was rage and laughing and cursing. It's weird.
He also screamed, "Fuck you," right?
Several times.
You did not stop there though, right?
Pardon?
You didn't stop there though. Denise kept interacting with him.
Oh, I thought you said me.
Denise.
Oh, Denise continued to interact with him, correct?
And what she was saying was, she was never going to let him forget.
Well, that was one thing.
And then Mark ramped it up from there and yelled that he hoped Denise would die of cancer, right? Denise Hess.
I believe that he did, yes.
And so from screaming "fuck you" and all of this other interaction to a low blow about her cancer, is that right?
Well, he called her the C word a couple times.
That wasn't the question, but that helps.
Oh, I'm sorry, but it was a lot of cursing and back and forth between them both.
So he's mad, screaming, bringing up
Sure.
cancer, and then you lose your mind, right?
I did, when he said that he was going to, or that he was something about her dying and something about her cancer and that he couldn't wait for her to die or something. I don't know the exact words, but yes, at that point, I unclicked my seatbelt and I jumped over the top of Denise Hess and I called him a shit eater.
And that's the point where you lost your mind, right?
Well, I was pretty mad, yes.
You pretty much stayed out of it until that point, right?
I didn't say a word.
And when he flew over the seat, he started moving backwards, right?
No.
Okay. It was when you flew over the seat that he picked up a log. Yes?
He was in the driveway, and when I came over the seat, he came closer. He picked up a log, which is at that time when I saw the white of his eyes, not a silhouette. And he picked up the log over his head like he was going to come at us, and that is when Denise told me to go.
Okay. So he's in the driveway, not the yard.
I don't know, it's kind of part of the yard. There's like a grate thing right there. He was right around there, somewhere in I don't know, the driveway, the yard.
Okay. And
He was on his property.
Okay. He didn't jump over the creek, right?
I don't believe so, but I'm not really sure. No, he didn't jump anything.
After he grabbed the log, you were terrified, right?
I was.
And you stopped screaming, right?
Yeah, I jumped back in my seat.
And you decided to leave, right?
I did, yes.
And Denise was saying to you, drive right now, right?
Yes.
So the log worked to get the two of you from out in front of his house, right?
Yeah.
Yelling at you didn't make you leave, did it?
Well, he wasn't yelling at me. He was yelling at Denise.
Didn't make you leave, did it?
It did not.
Screaming didn't make you leave, did it?
Nope.
A rotten remark about cancer did not make you leave, did it?
No.
It was the log.
Yeah.
One thing you were concerned about was damage to your new BMW, right?
Yes, I bought it the day before.
It wasn't a convertible, was it?
No.
Nobody was leaning outside the car.
Well, he could have, no, nobody was leaning outside the car.
Right, he could have reached his hand in the car and bonked someone in the head, right?
Well, he could have.
You managed to get your new BMW out of there unscathed.
I did.
Mr. Redwine was close enough that he could have thrown the log, right?
Sure.
He didn't, though.
No, he restrained himself.
But more than throw it, he was right there. He could have just straight hit someone with it, right?
Yeah, I saw him stop and think about it.
You saw the whites of his eyes get bigger. He was so close, right?
They were huge.
So close that you had to, quote, frickin' hit the gas and frickin' flew out of there, right?
Yep.
And you were crying.
I was crying.
I mean, he was coming at your brand new BMW. That's all you knew.
Yeah.
Right.
I
He was
knew he
close-
couldn't get me, but
He
he
was
could
close
get,
enough that he could have hit you with that log.
he could have hit my car or Denise, not me.
You weren't so bold as to trespass, though. You didn't go on his land,
I
right?
didn't go on his land, no, sir.
Showing you, you and Denise acknowledged that you provoked Mr. Redwine, is that right?
I believe those words came out of the mouth of Denise Hess.
And you both knew you shouldn't have provoked him, right?
I didn't know that.
And did anybody at any point ever tell you what happened was a crime?
No. In fact, Tanya Goldbright told me I wasn't in trouble.
Your conversation with Tanya Goldbright, she was the investigator, right?
She was.
She extended a warm thank you to you, right?
I guess.
And you thanked her, didn't you?
I did. She worked hard.
You knew that Tanya Goldbright was the lead investigator, right?
I did.
And your impression was that Ms. Goldbright becoming the lead investigator was a good development, correct?
I have never said that. At least I don't recall saying that.
You felt like she'd focused on Mr. Redwine, and you believed it was a good thing that she was taking over the case, right?
I don't even really know when she took over a case. I always thought she was in charge of the case. I didn't know she took over anything.
You wanted her to know that it felt like all of a sudden things were happening.
Yeah, I did feel that way.
She got involved, right?
She was involved from the day that, as far as I know, from day one. I didn't know that she took over anything.
You remember saying, ever since you got involved, it's like all of a sudden, it's like we're seeing things happening.
I really don't recall saying that. I saw that on the statement, but I don't recall her getting re-involved in the case. In my memory, Tanya was always the investigator in this case, but I know that she was involved in the search and was part of finding him, and I believe that that's what I was referencing, that she was there that day. But I don't recall her not being part of the case.
Fair to say, though, this is 8 years ago, so the transcript's probably a better history of what was actually said
I
that
read
day.
them.
Yeah, and you would agree that that's on the transcript at
It
least?
is.
Okay. Beg your pardon, Your Honor. I gave copies of this away that have my notes on it, so. Here it is. Whoa. You, when you were speaking with Investigator Goldbright, thought to say, is that what you did to Dylan, right?
I did say that. I did.
So at the point you're outside Mr. Redwine's house yelling at him, you knew about some pictures, right?
I did.
Do you recall saying to Investigator Goldbright, after saying thank you, that we would not have come this far without you?
I don't recall saying that, but I did read it in the transcript.
Did that refresh your recollection?
No, it really didn't.
Are you disputing the accuracy of this after having?
I'm not at all. I just don't remember saying it.
I see. Did you remember saying it when you listened to the recording last night?
I don't recall saying that.
So even when you're listening to your own voice on a recording, you're not able to make out that that's something
You know, I
said?
don't recall I don't recall saying that. I'm sure that I did.
Because you're recorded saying it.
Yeah.
And when you say we would not have come this far, what we means is yourself, right?
Yeah.
Denise Hess, correct?
I can't speak for Denise Hess.
Okay. When you say we, are you talking about Elaine Hall?
No. We, the Warriors, Dylan's Warriors, that's what I believe I meant.
Dylan's Warriors Facebook group?
No. There is no Dylan Warrior Facebook group.
You told Tanya Goldbright, thank you from everybody, right?
Yeah, can you get off this point?
Objection, asked and answered.
I mean, we've done it and done it, Mr. Booth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Moving on. Who told you about the pictures?
Denise Hess.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Berry, let's take a step back for a second. Did you ever physically threaten Mark Redwine?
No,
Did you ever go on Mark Redwine's property?
never.
But you did go there and the two of you yelled at him.
Yes.
And when you went there, counsel asked you about a transcript, and you reviewed that transcript recently.
Yes.
And he asked you about page 5 of that transcript, when he asked you if Denise Hess had said something to Mark about Dylan specifically, right? Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
The counsel asked you the part about where you said, and then she said something about Dylan and about, she would never, let him forget what he did or whatever, right? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then do you recall counsel next jump to you saw the whites of his eyes after that?
Yes.
May I approach with the transcript, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, what is the purpose of showing her the transcript?
I assume there's something different in the transcript than what was testified to. Is that correct, Mr. Johnson? Okay, go ahead.
So, Ms. Berry, with regard to your interview, practice where counsel asked you that first point, where counsel asked you that second. You see that there? Can you please read to the jury what?
Your Honor, I'm not certain how this is a permissible way to admit evidence.
So, yeah, why is she allowed to read her transcript?
See the point where Mr. Moran asked you about Denise Hess making comments about Dylan specifically,
Yes.
and then you see where the whites of the eyes.
Right.
Refresh your recollection of all the events that you see that.
Yes. Okay.
And would you ask your question from the lectern?
Ms. Berry, was it in response to comments about Mr. Redwine being responsible for Dylan's death that led to the whites of the eyes or something else?
It was, okay, could you please ask me that one more time?
Yes. Counsel asked you about Denise Hess's comments to the defendant, suggesting that he was responsible for Dylan's death. Remember that?
Yes.
Is that what set him over the edge, or was there something else in that transcript in between that?
That did not set him off. He was laughing about that.
Then what was said prior to?
Your Honor, if I may, that is not in the transcript. I have no explanation for what is happening here, how this is a way to admit a transcript.
Well, he's not admitting the transcript. He refreshed her memory. He's asking questions about this conversation, so he's allowed to do that.
If there's going to be further discussion of the transcript, I would ask that it be admitted then, rather than just reading it into the record.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be read into the record or not. What are your plans, Mr. Johnson?
Judge, I'm happy to stipulate that the transcript goes into evidence if that's really what counsel wants. My point is slightly different. The witness described a series of events, and counsel went from one event and associated with the incorrect event.
I think that's appropriate. You can do that.
Your Honor, I moved on from it because the document I provided to counsel has the numbers I was looking for, but if that's the proceeding, I withdrew that question and moved on and would request that we provide this transcript. We're going to go any further down this road.
Well, if you want to provide the transcript, you can, but Mr. Johnson can ask the questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to try to get back to just where we were. Denise Hess accused the defendant of being responsible for what happened to Dylan, right?
Yes.
Is that what set him off and caused him to pick up a lock?
No.
What happened after that comment that set him off to pick up a lock?
After he made the comment about her dying of cancer, of whatever it was, and that is what drove me to scream out the window at him after I unbuckled my seatbelt and flew across the seat. And that is when I saw the whites of his eyes, not before.
What comment was it in, what comment was it in relation to that set him off specifically?
A shit-eating shit eater, I believe, is the comment that he responded to.
Before that, no log.
No,
And before that, no whites of the eyes.
no.
But that set him off.
Oh, yes.
Ms. Berry, did you call the police in this case, or did they call you?
They called me.
Did you ever try to get the defendant arrested or in any kind of trouble for this?
No. No.
Would you even have called them if they didn't
I'm
reach
going to
out to
object
you?
and move for that question and answer to be stricken. The question wasn't permissible from the defense and shouldn't be from the prosecution. If there was a crime here, it was not Mr. Redwine who was in his home.
No, that's not what your question was. She was allowed to answer your question. Mr. Johnson is trying to show that this is not a vindictive action on her part because she didn't contact the police. I think it's permissible. Go ahead. I think we actually ruled on it earlier, because I remember having this conversation with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
A long time ago. Yeah.
Did you try to get Mr. Redwine in trouble, or did you just answer the questions that the police asked you?
I just answered the questions.
It was a relatively short conversation.
Maybe 10 minutes, yes.
And is that where you explained that you were shaking and crying and scared because he had come towards not just your vehicle, but you specifically mentioned Denise Hess, who was on that side of the car as well?
Correct, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no more questions.
Anything from the jury? Well, first of all, did you want to make that an exhibit? Okay. Would you, let's mark it now. We don't
I think
forget.
the court may have the copy I was looking for. The copy in my hand now has notes on it.
I'm hoping the DA is going to pass you down a copy, but I don't know.
I've provided them a copy as well.
I have a copy. There are highlights and a
All
couple
right.
markings.
Well, let's just not forget, because one of us will. Just a second. Anyway, the jury can pass down their questions if they have any. And do you have a specific number that you want to call this? Your last, we can go to the end. I hope. Your last exhibit is 1895, at least in my book. I don't know if you've changed since.
1900, please.
All right. And let's make sure we have that by the end of the day, all right? Okay, questions down to, no questions? Okay, thank you. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Investigator Tom Cowling.
All right. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Swear to God. That's you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please start by introducing yourself to the jury by your full name?
My name is Tom Cowling, last name spelling of C-O-W-I-N-G,
And where are you employed, Mr. Cowling?
the La Plata County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current rank there, so I can call you by the correct title?
Lieutenant,
Thank you, sir. How long have you been at the La Plata County Sheriff's Office as a peace officer?
23 years.
23?
Yes,
And were you involved in the investigation of Dylan Redwine's disappearance?
yes,
Now, for purposes of today, I'm going to stick to one specific topic. I'm sure the jury will hear from you again, but I want to stick to one topic for today. Does that make sense?
yes,
Were you tasked with reconstructing the living room from the defendant's home?
yes,
Had you been in the defendant's home before?
yes,
More than once?
half a dozen times.
And had you been in the defendant's home on some of the earliest days before a search warrant was even executed?
Yes,
And then were you also present on November 29th of 2012 when a search warrant was executed?
I was.
And then subsequent to that, had you been in the defendant's home for other investigatory purposes?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to observe the furniture layout in that room?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to see with your own eyes the size of that room?
Yes,
Is the size of that room something that maybe the jury will hear about later on in terms of the investigation, et cetera?
correct.
So let's talk about how you reconstructed that room. When you were present, were photographs taken at the time of that search warrant?
Yes,
Have you reviewed some of those photographs?
correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to approach with People's Exhibit 71 and People's Exhibit 72.
You may.
Counsel, I believe. So Investigator Cowling, do you recognize People's Exhibit 71 and People's Exhibit 72 in the room that's photographed there?
I do.
Is that the defendant's living room?
It is.
Are those fair and accurate pictures of how the defendant's living room appeared on November 29th of 2012?
They are.
Is it also consistent with how that living room appeared in terms of the size of the room, the walls, the furniture, as it was in those earliest days of the searches for Dylan when you observed it?
Yes,
Was the furniture at some point in the investigation collected?
it was.
And where was it stored?
The La Plata County Sheriff's Office at 742 Turner at the time.
And then did you also at some point in the investigation take some measurements of that room?
Yes,
Now, in the interest of being accurate, how did you do the measurements that you did?
I used a handheld laser measure device.
When did you take those measurements?
August 14th, 2013.
And Investigator Cowling, were those measurements of the walls and the doors and things within the home that wouldn't have changed over the course of months?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to ask you to approach with People's Exhibit 124.
All right, go ahead.
Yes,
Is that a diagram with measurements that you took?
yes,
And were they input into the, into a computer system to make it look a little better than a sketch?
correct.
Is that derived from a sketch that you had done?
Yes,
And then is the furniture generally placed, not to scale or measured, but generally placed in terms of where it was on November 29th of 2012?
yes,
Did those measurements assist you in setting up the general living room reconstruction?
yes,
And then did you also have additional diagram from someone who had done sketches at the FBI back at the time of the search warrant?
yes,
Did that have measurements as well?
it did.
Now, in your diagram, are there some measurements that are there and some that aren't?
Correct.
Did you have enough measurements from all of this information we've talked about, 71, 72, 124, and other diagrams in the case, to put together generally how the living room looked?
Yes,
But at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibits 71, 72, and 124 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I'm looking at what we were provided. I don't think that we've got 71, 72. I believe I know what it looks like, but if I could
May I
take a look
approach it?
for-
Yeah, go ahead.
Does the court have that copy?
I have them.
No objection, thank you.
Okay, so that was 71, 72, and 124?
Yes, sir.
Oh, they're in.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Investigator Cowling, I want to make sure that we're giving the jury the accurate impression here. So is this a reconstruction down to the inch of that living room?
not down to the inch, just approximation.
Okay. So it's a reconstruction that gives them, does it give them the general feeling for the size of the room?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that it might be off a few inches here, a few inches there?
correct.
Like, for example, were you using that photograph as a visual aid to place the furniture?
Yes,
And the couch may be a little this way, things like that.
correct.
But having been in that living room several times, do you believe it's an accurate reconstruction just in terms of giving them a sense for the size of that room?
Absolutely.
And then where things would have been located at the time that Dylan Redwine went missing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would hand it over to defense counsel for cross-examination, and then I would, go from there.
I understand.
Your Honor, if I may, I think it makes sense to approach on this.
Sure.
Hello again, sir. Good
Wait.
afternoon.
Hello?
Sorry. The occasion you were first in the house where, and as you were just testifying on direct, the house looked like you're trying to set it up across the hall here. That was November 20th, 2012, right? That's what you're meaning to recreate is what it looked like the day you were in there, November 20th, 2012. So best approximate November 18th and 19th, 2012, right?
Correct.
And the reason you were in the house on November 20th, 2012 was in part to look for Dylan Redwine, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Redwine was very accommodating when you went to his house. Would you agree?
Yes.
He welcomed you and other sheriff's employees into the house, correct?
Correct.
And-
Objection beyond the scope, Your Honor.
Mr. Moran?
This informs the way the house looks, what they were doing in there. I
Not
think
really.
it's related.
I mean, he welcomed you and others into the house. That doesn't have anything to do. I mean, you'll be able to question him again. He's gonna come back if you want to get to some of the stuff.
Yes. Just a couple more questions on what you're observing in the house. So when you're in the house, you looked on November 20th, 2012, you're looking in every closet, and that informs how you know the house so well and can recreate it across the hall, right?
Yes.
You looked in every dresser drawer on that day, right?
Yes.
Looked in boxes, correct?
Yes.
Looked in bins.
Yes.
You looked at vacuum filter and vacuum.
This is
Mr.
beyond the
Moran,
scope.
this is basically void R on the diagram or on the recreation. That's what you're allowed to do at this point. If you have anything else, you can save it for later. Whether or not it comes today or at a different time, I don't know.
Investigator Cowing, you would agree that what is across the hall does not have all of the belongings that you observed in Mr. Redwine's house, is that right?
Can you clarify?
Sure. It's missing the armchair, coffee table, or end tables, television, stand the television was on, correct?
Correct.
It's also missing a Nerf football, is that right?
Correct.
And it's missing the debris that had accumulated on surfaces in that house, correct?
Correct.
The diagram as I viewed it yesterday, if there haven't been any modifications to it, has the couch out a ways from the blue tape. But when you were in Mr. Redwine's house, it wasn't like that, right? The couches would have been up against the wall, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that the couches sort of stood out in a way that was unusual, that they were farther from the wall than is typical?
They are reclining couches.
I see. Both couches are, so that's why you think they're out from the wall a little bit?
Yes.
So then the end tables and the other items would have been closer to the wall, fair?
Yes.
And it's been brought to your attention that the measurements are off with respect to the blue tape across the hall from the measurements you took on August 4th, 2013. I'm sorry, August 14th, 2013.
In particular, can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. There was some discussion yesterday that the measurement was off, and I wonder if that had been relayed to you and if there had been any effort to fix that.
I haven't heard.
Okay. But suffice to say that this is meant as an approximation. You're not testifying that I did the walls and spaces perfectly, right?
Correct.
And by my estimation, the door is a little off. Would you agree? The door is not as big as the door you saw. The door you're outlining in blue tape.
Correct. It's just an example, just a.
And
example
when
of the
you
door.
were taking measurements, you're measuring walls as you described on direct, right?
Yes.
But you're not measuring the distance the couches from the coffee table, right?
Correct.
And you didn't measure on that day the distance the couches are from each other.
No.
So bottom line on this is it's best to go in there with the notion that this is an approximation, kind of shows you what the furniture look like, right?
Correct.
And it's similar in how it appeared to you in November 2012 because there's no obvious evidence of a crime on it over across the hall, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Sure. As we look at it, we will not see anything that is obvious indication of bloodletting on those surfaces, correct?
Nothing with the naked eye, no.
And,
With the naked eye,
and that's, of course, how it appeared to you on November 20th, 2012, right?
correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have on this particular issue with this witness.
So Judge, I actually would like to redirect briefly. You may. And I realize, investigator, I didn't publish those exhibits that I introduced to you. Did I publish those yet? Yeah. I just want to briefly show 124. So investigator, I'd just like the jury to see what we're referring to. So People's Exhibit 124, is this an example of that diagram that you created that's dated for the layout on November 29th, 2012?
Yes, yes,
And this will be in evidence for them later. People's 71. Is this People's 71 that I handed you?
yes,
So Mr. Moran's correct, all the furniture is not in the reconstruction, correct?
correct.
Was all of the furniture seized by the police department or only those specific items?
Just those specific items.
And so that the jury knows what they're looking at when they go to see the reconstruction, the edges of the wall are going to be indicated by the blue tape.
Correct.
And you went in there with a tape measure and you measured it the same as you measured it, right?
Yes,
We just want to be careful not to represent it as necessarily exact, right?
correct.
And then I'll go to People's Exhibit 72 as well. Does this show that same living room with the context of the door as well?
Yes.
So what are the items that you did have in police custody that you were able to reconstruct for the jury?
So we took into custody the couch against the north wall.
And is that, to orient the jury, is the north wall the couch that's on the left of the screen?
Correct. There's a painting above it.
Thank you.
We seized the couch against the east wall where the window is,
And what else?
the coffee table, and the rug underneath it.
Thank you, sir. And then there's some other furniture and things within the room, correct?
Correct.
Does that impact the size of the room for purposes of the jury's viewing?
No,
If anything, it makes it tighter in there, does it not?
it does.
Thank you, Investigator Cowling. I have no more questions.
All right. I've already made a ruling on this, and I have determined, that the jury will now go and view the reconstruction of the defendant's living room. You're gonna go as a group. You will be going with the bailiff. While you were there and while you're in transit, you can't discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can't ask any questions of the attorneys or the people who are gonna be in there. The only people at this point who will be in there will be the attorneys, Mr. Redwine, myself, and Aaron. We're gonna go over there first to make sure that, we're the only ones there. And then, I'll have Aaron come get you. The purpose of this viewing is to assist you in understanding and applying the testimony you hear and the exhibits introduced at this trial. So with that, we'll go off the record and go across the hall.
Everyone come with me, please.
seated. Okay, looks like we are all back in the courtroom. The record can reflect that the jury went over to Division 5, which is Judge Carlson's courtroom. We took a break at 2:11. The attorneys and Mr. Redwine first gathered in that courtroom. It took a little while for the jury to come over. We got back at, well, we were done viewing the jury was done viewing the at 2:11 according to the clock in Judge Carlson's courtroom. The jury was not there the whole time. So, is there any record can also reflect the jury was asked to take as much time as they wanted. They did not talk to anybody. Nobody talked to them other than me to tell them to look and see what you want to see. So, is there any other further record you decide wants me to make since we didn't have the recording ability over there?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
You said we left the courtroom at 2:11.
According to the timestamp on the real time.
Yes, and then I believe Your Honor said the jury finished doing the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote it down wrong, and now I said the same thing twice, didn't I?
Yes.
And now I forgot. Was it 2:17? Is that what we?
You said 2:17.
I think that's correct. Is that right? And that was after the jury had left at 2:17.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Anything for the record from the defense?
Not at this time.
Okay.
One.
And so you're done with Mr. Cowan for now, or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
But he's not released yet, correct?
No, he'll be available for later.
Okay.
Your Honor, I did learn something that I think is pertinent to these issues, with respect to the questioning I did and what kind of couches those are.
Yeah, and?
I would like to inquire of Investigator Cowan, because as it stands now, it's not accurate. That these are,
Just briefly, I'll see where you're going with this. Go ahead.
Investigator Cowan, that we had some discussion about the distance between the couch and the wall, and you mentioned that they were reclining couches.
Yes,
And are you aware of these types of couches that are called roll-away? Wall-away, pardon me. Wall-away couches, so that they are not, they can be up against the wall.
not aware.
So you couldn't say whether those couches are the type that could be up against the wall?
I don't know that.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
So Investigator Cowing, just so that I'm making a clear record about this, the couches have a little slant at the back of them, right?
They do.
And what Mr. Moran's pointing out is that the blue tape was behind the couches by a little bit of distance, correct?
Yes.
But the top of the couch on the slant, even if it's not exactly lined up with the blue tape, is closer to the blue tape than the base of the couch.
Correct.
So the jury, in having seen it, we were very clear it's approximate. In their minds, perhaps they want to think it could have been back of maybe a couple inches or not, but it's roughly in the place that it was.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you're free to go for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next prosecution witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Joe Clayton.
Yes. Oh, hold on, Mr. Cowing. Well, maybe for now. Let me. Thank you, Cindy. I need counsel, please. Okay, question from the jury. When the reconstruction, was an approximation, how close was it? Was it close in inches, feet? I mean, how far off was it?
I would say inches.
Okay. The wear marks on the back of the couches make it look like they were up against, the back wall. So what was the point if it's not a real reconstruction? Can you answer that? I'm not-
I can't, I mean, this couch was removed. Marks on the back of the couches, I'm not sure what they could be.
Okay. Anything else from either side?
Yes, Your Honor. So Investigator Cowling, perhaps I didn't ask the right questions going into this, but are there going to be issues later in the case where the jury, it may be relevant to them, the size of the living room in general?
I don't think so.
Let me ask a different question.
Yeah.
In the investigation, was it a relevant fact to you, given some of the things you're investigating, the size of the living room?
Asked and answered.
No, it's a different question.
So let me ask the question and let me try to ask a good question. Okay. In terms of the size of the living room during your investigation, having been in that room, was the size of that room relevant to some things in the investigation?
Yes.
And these types of things that it was relevant to, are they things that are down to 1 inch or 2 inch, or are they just things that it was helpful to be in the room and see the size of it for?
Your Honor, if I may, with the limited scope of what this witness has been allowed to testify about and how we have been restricted in what we can ask, this is a really big question. Essentially, is this relevant with respect to an investigation that spanned a long time? So we object unless the court wants to extend the scope of this witness right now.
We're not going to extend the scope of the witness, but this is relevant to this actual proceeding in terms of what the jury just saw and whether or not the fact that it's an approximation or not an approximation is important to them. So go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Investigator Cowling, let me try to ask this and stay right on the point that we're making, right? Have you ever heard that football is a game of inches?
Yes.
Whether you cross the goal line can be an inch or not an inch?
Correct.
But for the purposes of what we're talking about in the living room, your investigation didn't have questions that hinged on 1 inch. Was it more the room itself, like getting a feeling for what the room looked like?
Correct.
That said, you got out a tape measure and reconstructed that from the pictures and measurements that you had accurately.
Yes.
But whether they were pushed up exactly against the back of the wall, that's not the purpose for the reconstruction, is it?
It's not the purpose, no.
Okay. Did you find it helpful as you investigated this case to have
I'm
been?
going to stop there. You got
Okay,
what you need to do.
understood, Your Honor.
Do you have anything based solely on that?
Is that room big enough to throw a football in?
It's a fairly small room.
The question is, could a ball travel through the air in that room, or is it so small that a ball could not be thrown?
It's possible.
Sure. The way that it was reconstructed, you mentioned on third redirect that it was inches, not feet. You believe the approximation, but you don't know with respect to how far the coffee table is from the couch was to the TV stand. We could be talking about feet because you never took those measurements, right?
I don't believe so.
So you have faith enough in your approximation that you don't think that you're off by 12 or more inches on any of the things in that room?
I believe it's accurate.
You're guessing, right?
No.
But you're not basing it on measurements taken.
Okay, now you can step down. Thank you very much. You're good to go, Mr. Kelly. How long's direct on your next witness?
Certainly more than a half hour, Your Honor. That's what are you thinking?
Well, it's getting, I'm just wondering if we should take a break or not. Do you guys want to go for 20, 30 minutes, or do you want to take a break now? Keep going? All right. I'll break around 3, maybe a little bit before. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Joe Clayton.
All right. Come on up, Mr. Clayton, up to the witness stand. Just over here. And then raise your right hand before you sit down. Do you solemnly swear or affirm and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi,
Could you please start by stating your full name and introducing yourself to the jury?
my name is Joe Clayton, Clayton.
And Mr. Clayton, how are you employed?
I am retired, thankfully.
And how were you previously employed?
I was an agent with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and also with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation.
Should I refer to you now that you're retired as Mr. Clayton, or is there another way I should refer to you?
That's fine.
Okay. So, Mr. Clayton, I want to ask you if you were involved in a search warrant back on November 9th of 2012.
Yes, I was.
And back then, where were you employed at that time?
At the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, or the CBI lab in Grand Junction.
And what was your job then?
I believe I was an Agent 2.
Is that a title within the lab?
Correct.
Okay. And what is in, well, let me back up. In Agent 2, what does an Agent 2 do?
There are numerous sections of the laboratory that you can work in. There's also investigations, but I was on the laboratory side. An Agent 2 is just a ranking of those agents. I worked in blood and body fluids, serology, and I also did crime scenes for the state.
Does that involve crime scene processing?
Yes, it does.
Now, what kind of education goes into that career of crime scene processing?
Well, I have to say this is not like you would see on TV. So I have a bachelor's degree in biology, a minor in chemistry and in behavioral sciences. I have attended a lot of specialized training in crime scene reconstruction, homicide investigation, a lot of blood spatter interpretation, anything along the lines that would be handy at a crime scene.
And what year did you enter the field generally of crime scene investigation and lab work?
1991.
And you had mentioned 2 places you've been employed. Where were you employed in 1991?
At the Kansas Bureau of Investigation Main Laboratory in Topeka, Kansas.
And how long were you employed at the Kansas Bureau of Investigation?
3 years.
What type of work did you do there?
Again, I started off in the biology section doing blood. I was trained in hair and fiber analysis, but mainly doing blood and body fluids.
Okay. Is that what serology is?
Correction, yeah.
And what was can you describe the other roles that you had, like the work that you did?
Who's ever got that phone on, turn it off. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, Mr. Clayton. So you talked about serology is the analysis of blood and bodily fluids, correct?
Correct.
And then you talked about other work that you did in terms of crime scene work. Was that at Kansas Bureau of Investigation or at the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
In both states.
So what other work did you do in crime scene investigation in the Kansas Bureau of Investigation?
I responded with another crime scene responder, and we would go and investigate whatever kind of scene we had.
Are these crime scenes?
Yes.
And did you work in the Kansas Bureau of Investigation with law enforcement?
Yes.
So what is the Kansas Bureau of Investigation?
Most states have a bureau like this. It's just a state level. If there's a situation like on a county line, I have jurisdiction in that state. So counties, I don't have to adhere to one county or another county. I can travel freely throughout the state and have jurisdiction.
Is that similar with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
When did you start there?
1994,
And then just to bookend it, when did you retire?
2015.
Did you spend the entire time from 1994 to 2015 at the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you have various roles there?
I did.
Can you talk to the jury a little bit about the roles that you had working for the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
I was an agent when I hired on. I got promoted to an agent 2. I then got promoted to an agent in charge of a group called InstaCheck. And if you buy a handgun in Colorado, we're the ones that would do the background check on that. I did that for a few years, but really didn't like it. So I took another job out in Grand Junction as agent in charge over the entire laboratory. And then I still missed my field work, so I took a voluntary demotion back down to an agent 2 so I could do the crime scenes full time.
And what do you mean by field work and doing the crime scenes full time?
Field work to me is going out, responding to a crime scene. An agency calls and says, we've had some happen. Maybe an officer involved shooting. It may be, a murder-suicide. You just don't really know. And then it would be my job to go out to that scene and determine if we had enough people, if we had enough product, whatever we needed to do, and respond to those full time.
So are these what you might refer to as fresh crime scenes?
Not always. Sometimes they were discovered after the fact. We might have a body that has been found, for instance. So typically more fresh than aged.
So for example, would you respond to scenes where there'd been a shooting
Frequently.
or a stabbing or something like that?
Yes.
Did you also respond to scenes where it was unknown what had happened?
That's correct. We usually go as a death investigation, so I don't have that mindset of it's a suicide or it's a murder. I'm just going to see what the facts tell me.
And then in addition to that, you ever go out to places that were related to missing persons?
I did.
In what context would you do that?
Typically, somebody is missing. The local officers are just asking for assistance. So we, as a bureau, can send out investigators and lab people, both, to assist them in seeing what we can determine.
And at times where you asked to discover, for example, if foul play was at hand?
We're frequently looking for that, yes.
So when you talk about processing crime scenes, what types of methods would you routinely use to process crime scenes?
Well, it kind of depends. If you have one decedent inside a motel room, or if you have a scene that maybe is miles long, it would determine, you just have to take an assessment of what you think you have going on here. And that may take a few minutes. We call it an initial walkthrough, just to assess, do I have enough people? Do I have enough product? Do I need more personnel? Are there dangers present? If there's gas leaking or if it's in water, something like that, it could be dangerous. And then you come up with a plan. Basically, if I was referred to as a primary crime scene responder, and there were just 3 of them in Colorado. I would go out and lead the investigation, but I might determine that I want somebody else to take the photographs while I do the blood collection. So as a primary, I come up with a plan, and that just was tailored to what kind of evidence I'm trying to recover, how much of it I'm trying to recover, and where it is.
So, Mr. Clayton, you talked about a few things there that I just want to break down a little bit. You talked about taking photographs on the crime scene.
Correct.
Is that one form of evidence collection that occurs when you process a crime scene?
Yes, we have to photograph things as we find them. EMS and fire departments have a job to do, so the scene may be disturbed already by their efforts to contain something. That's not unusual at all. I had a rather extensive photography school that I had attended 2 weeks at the FBI, just taking photographs. and I was the primary photographer for the state for a number of years, for Colorado.
Okay. And with regard to, I think you also talked about actual physical evidence collection.
Correct.
Is that a part of crime scene analysis as well?
Very much so, yes.
Can you talk to the jury about that?
I'm just going to use one of these bottles as an example. If I want fingerprints off that, the top of it has ridges where I probably can't find the fingerprint. So I would pick that up. I'd be gloved, of course. I'd pick it up and put it in a paper bag. So it could be sealed properly, sent to the laboratory, and then it could be processed at the laboratory. I don't do very much processing at the scene. All I'm trying to do is secure and collect the evidence so it can be tested at the lab at a later date.
And with regard to evidence collection, you gave an example of taking an item that might be processed later. Do you also work in crime scene investigation to collect trace evidence?
I do, yes.
And can you explain that a little bit to the jury?
Well, it sounds kind of simple, but the lint roller is your friend in crime scene. I'm trying to get the top layer typically. So if I think there's been a tussle, I may take that lint roller and just roll it over, or my jacket, just roll it over and collect that. Take it, put that in plastic, fold it to itself, not the sticky part to itself, but fold it to itself and then put it in plastic so it can go to the hair and fiber trace unit to be examined at a later date.
And how about blood evidence?
Frequently encountered at crime scenes, and there's a number of ways to collect that. We chose to use sterile water and cotton swabs, typically, and I would take the 6-inch long sterile cotton swabs, open the package, moist the swabs, if typically the blood is dried by that time, and then swab that up and put them back in the paper, the swabs back in the paper bag they come in, and then put that in protective envelope and get it ready to send to the lab.
When you talk about trace evidence and blood evidence and collecting that, is that something that you're looking to later perhaps do DNA testing on?
Frequently, we would do DNA. When that became a viable test, we would do DNA on it.
Okay. So if there's visible blood, do you collect it by the method that you just explained?
I would.
And then if there's not visible blood, are there other methods that you've used in the crime scenes you've processed over the years to look for the blood?
Yes, there are.
And so can you explain just a little bit about that to the jury?
There are several compounds known. What we chose to use at the CBI when I wrote the protocol is called luminol, and it glows blue when you apply it to a blood stain. You have to have darkness to see it. You don't want interfering light, and it has a very distinct way of glowing and then diminishing as the luminol wears off. It's water-based, so if you can't see the blood stain, you don't want to just be pouring luminol on it. You want to use it very sparingly. You want just a mist to come out and settle gradually. You don't want to blow your stain away. So there's a number of chemicals out there. I believe it was called Blue Star was another one, and I was working with that company on their protocols. That product was used, I think, intended for hunters. If they wounded a deer or something, they could take basically the same chemical I'm using, luminol, and take it out and try and track their prey.
And so you mentioned designing or putting together the protocols for Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Can you explain to the jury the process you used to do that?
Since this other product had come out, this Blue Star, I wanted to check it, how effective it was, as opposed to the product I was using, which was luminol. I compared and contrasted, if you will, those two chemicals, talking with the company about what their product contained, because that's kind of important. I don't want something that will degrade the DNA, and talked to them, then wrote a protocol and decided on using luminol that we made in the laboratory. You can purchase the product, but you have to mix it with water and another chemical. But I just decided on a protocol, and I thought after all my testing and research that it would be better to stay with the luminol than to use a commercially available product.
And so what kind of research did you do into that?
Well, again, I had to know what they had in their product because I don't want to spray something that is detrimental to the blood stain. Blood is relatively fragile, and you can break it down like in sunlight, or if you spray a high acid content or anything that dilutes it. So I just wanted to make sure I was using the best product that the laboratory could have. So I researched out their product in aluminol, and again, just came up with a protocol that I thought worked best for the laboratory here in Colorado. It's dry, and I settled on aluminol.
Now, is this, at what point in your career that started in 1991, were you assigned or responsible for designing these types of protocols?
That was when I was here at CBI in Colorado, so that was after '94.
Okay. And how far into your time here in Colorado? Like what year are we talking about?
Oh, I don't really recall. I'd say probably 10 years.
Okay. So you had 10 years of crime scene experience before you were assigned that.
I had the 3 plus 10, so 13 years at that point.
And throughout the years at CBI, do you repeatedly have trainings in different areas of crime scene investigation?
Colorado Bureau of Investigation has a week-long course that we would go out and teach to local agencies. And I was a primary instructor in that. And that's all areas of crime scene investigation.
What other areas did you teach in crime scene investigation?
Wow. Firearms, fingerprints, obviously the collection of blood or body fluids, sexual assault kits, hair and fiber, chemistry, which would be drugs, just all areas of the laboratory.
How about blood spatter analysis?
I was a certified analyst in blood spatter for a number of years.
And what does that mean to be a certified analyst in blood spatter?
Our laboratory works under a certification process where you're given tests throughout the year and see if you can answer those. They're designed so you have to answer those correctly. And when you do, then you're state certified or nationally certified in crime scene analysis or blood spatter interpretation or fingerprint identification.
Is the CBI laboratory, that's a government entity?
Correct.
Did they require accreditation of their laboratories?
All of the laboratories had to have accreditation.
And then did they require certifications such as the certification you just described for their employees that go out and do either instructing or processing?
Yes, you had to be certified to do that.
And then also, Mr. Clayton, you talked about luminol. Are there other tests that you would use in the field to see if there was blood present?
I said we don't do DNA or other processing out in the field. So I have a set of chemicals or a set of tests, that I progressively tighten. I don't identify blood, but I can highly indicate the presence of blood. I will allow the lab to identify something. I will indicate the presence.
So for example, if you see a red stain and you think it might be blood, are there tests you can apply to see if it's blood?
Yes.
What kind of tests would you apply?
Well, right off, visually, most of us know what a blood stain would look like. I trust my eyes, but I would use a chemical called phenolphthalein. Phenolphthalein is, again, a color-based test. If you swab it and apply the phenolphthalein and another chemical, it will turn pink. But that's just indicating blood. It could be earthworm, it could be mouse, it could be any kind of blood. And I would just progressively test further to tighten that circle, make sure I've got a blood stain.
So I want to walk through this process just a little bit now, but you talked about you can either see a blood stain or you don't, right?
Right.
And if you don't, an option is to apply luminol.
Correct.
Hold on a second. Are you, got something, Mr. Buggy?
Yes, I have an objection. I felt like you're starting to, or the council is starting to certify and endorse this witness on an expert on a number of topics. Now I feel like it's actually testifying on the topic without that sort of
But he's not talking about this case, so why can't he do that in terms of the qualification?
That's my point. At this point, given the questions and the answers are for council concerned, if this is foundation as an expert or if it's testimony as or.
Well, he can.
I'm just asking if the foundation be laid before he goes further. We want the EPA card, all that.
This is still the foundation, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't see anything wrong with this. I mean, he's not talking about what he did in this case yet. It may be some of the same techniques, but I don't see any problem with that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Clayton, just to kind of to hone back in now. So you've applied luminol over years. Is it fair to say in the entire time you've been a crime scene investigator, luminol's been one of the tools you've used?
It's available to me, yes.
And is that something that you have seen in person on crime scenes, know how to interpret, et cetera?
Correct, all of those.
And then you mentioned phenolphthalein. Is that another chemical you're familiar and skilled at using in the field?
Correct.
And then you were talking about hemotrace. Is that the test that determines whether that blood is then human or primate or not?
Hemotrace, or also called an ABA, ABA card, is a test that is specific to blood of higher primates. So gorilla, orangutan, I believe there's a lemur in Madagascar that's supposed to have a positive, or human, but it will not react to, say, mouse blood.
So in terms of all these skills that you've used, how many times have you been out on a crime scene responsible for processing a crime scene?
Unfortunately, when I started in Kansas, we didn't keep an accurate and precise count. I worked it up mathematically the other day, the other year, and it was, I think it came out to 1,007 is what my best estimate of my crime scene response has been.
So that's over about 2 decades?
Correct.
And that's been out there employing all these methods that you just explained to the jury?
Correct.
Have you testified as an expert witness before in these areas?
Yes, I have.
What areas have you testified as an expert witness in?
Blood pattern interpretation, crime scene investigation, crime scene processing, serology, photography. Can't think of any others right off.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you testified as an expert witness in a court of law for trial?
Well, again, when I started at Kansas, we didn't keep an accurate and precise count of the number of times I've testified. My best estimate is 350 to 400 times.
That you've been qualified by the court as an expert in one of these crime scene investigation or analysis forms?
Correct.
And then specifically, have you testified before as an expert in the processing that involved the use of luminol, phenolphthalein, and I called it hemotrace, but you called it something else?
It's the same, Hemotrace or Abacard. Hemotrace is a brand.
And the collection of blood evidence in those areas specifically, have you been endorsed as an expert and testified as well?
Since the majority of my cases were crime scene or biology, just about all of them, I would guess.
So, Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to qualify Mr. Clayton as an expert in crime scene investigation, including trace evidence collection and interpretation.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection as to endorsing crime scene investigation regarding trace evidence collection. What was the other one?
Interpretation.
And interpretation of that.
No objection.
Okay.
No objection, not by the mic.
Thank you. He'll be qualified as an expert in crime scene investigation, trace evidence collection, and interpretation.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this point, we're going to move into an entirely different chapter, and I didn't know if this was a good time to break or if you'd like me to do that. We're going to have exhibits and things like that.
Okay. It's just we started a little early, so I thought we might want to break a little early too. Let's take 15 minutes now. It's almost 5 till, so we'll start up again at 10 after 3. Oh, please rise for the jury. Okay, start up a little bit.
Yeah, you're free to move about. I have to run downstairs, but you can hang out in here.
Thank you. Doing good? You're welcome to come downstairs. Hanging around and.
One down?
You gonna head home this weekend? You gonna head home this weekend?
All good, Michael?
The other part, that's cool.
Yeah, but it's because you get touching it. People are getting angry.
Okay.
rise.
Thank you. We sit down to the very good. Everybody rise, please. Okay, please be seated. Just a second. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Clayton, I want to turn your attention to November 29th of 2012.
Okay,
At that time, you were employed as a crime scene investigator two at CBI still.
that is correct.
If my math's right, that was about over 2 decades into your career and about 3 years prior to your retirement.
That is correct.
Were you called upon to respond as part of a team to 2343 County Road 500 up in Vallecito, Colorado?
Yes, I was.
And what was the information that you had going in?
Again, the CBI works by invitation. So the local agency, which was the La Plata County Sheriff's Office, had gotten the FBI involved and had also requested my assistance because of my work with blood and body fluid and collection of crime scenes.
Was there a particular team put together to execute the search warrant?
Yes,
Who was that team?
I believe that was La Plata County Sheriff's Office.
And that's the agency, but in terms of the processing of the house, was there a team to do that?
Yes,
Was it an evidence response team? Is that what you call them?
yes, they have a ERT or evidence response team, and I was part of that team,
And who has the evidence response team?
the FBI.
And then you, as CBI, were working in conjunction with both of those agencies you just mentioned, the Sheriff's Office and the FBI.
That is correct.
And did different people have different roles going into there?
Yes.
What was your role in processing this crime scene?
I'm not sure it was written down, but it was understood because of my expertise in blood and body fluids and in crime scene that I would be assisting searching and collecting any evidence.
When you say collecting evidence, are we talking about physical items laying around, or we're talking about biological evidence?
Mine was the biological aspect of the blood or body fluid.
And then I asked you about your information going in, but did you have any information going in about generally why you were looking and what you were looking for?
Yes, it was a very limited briefing, but I came down to the sheriff's office to have a briefing and was given some information on what I was walking into, potentially looking for, excuse me.
Was this, did they tell you whether it was going to be a fresh crime scene or an older crime scene or days later kind of situation?
It was days later, after the fact, that I would be involved.
Were you aware generally that there was a missing child who's been gone for 10 days?
Correct.
And what were you looking for in the home, if anything?
Anything of evidentiary value, obviously, and that would include the biologic that I was assigned to.
Was this based on a court-ordered search warrant at this point in time?
That is correct.
So can you just explain for the jury what you did when you arrived on scene?
We staged away from the scene, and then I believe it was Plata County Sheriff's Office officers executed the search warrant. And then we went in, one of the FBI, I can't remember his name, one of the FBI respondents and I went in and did our first assessment. Had our PPE, our personal protective equipment, gloves, masks, on, and then went in and just looked to see what we had inside the house.
So what does it look like when you come up to execute a search warrant like this in terms of vehicle and personnel?
I was a laboratory person, so I don't actually give the search warrant. That's a law enforcement task. And although I am considered law enforcement, I am the laboratory person. I don't actually go up and hand somebody a search warrant.
And that's what you meant by execution of it, was the service of it?
Correct.
And then are there multiple law enforcement vehicles coming together to go out to the house at that time?
Yes, we all caravanned from the La Plata County Sheriff's Office here in Durango to the residence and staged across the street in an area where I think most of us could park.
Is that directly across the street from the residence you were going to search?
That's where I parked, yes.
And did that allow you to have some of your gear, protective gear you mentioned, testing gear, stuff like that?
Correct, we started getting ready.
And then were there also marked police vehicles, things like that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. What kind of vehicle do you travel in when you're going to do crime scene work?
As a primary, I had a specialty truck, had a topper on it. It was an Ford F-250, I believe. And it had a topper on it. It had a bunch of shelving. And then if I needed more personnel, I could call, and we have a large response vehicle that has numerous shelves and cubbies that are available from the outside. So we had both vehicles finally there.
Okay. And then when you arrived on scene, you waited for someone to execute the service of the search warrant, and then you went into the home?
Correct.
And is this, as we talk about what you did in this case, did you do in this case what you do in all those other crime scenes that you previously processed in terms of the process you follow?
Generally speaking, yes, I use the same procedures. It just depends on what I walk into.
Okay. So on a situation like this where there's a missing child and it's been 10 days, what's the first thing you do when you start to work?
Again, I think the initial assessment is crucial. I go in, I'm actually inside the building or scene myself and get to see what I'm going to have to process. See if there are obvious stains, if there are not obvious stains, if there is damage, if there's a baseball bat or something that might be of evidentiary value, point that out and kind of take a mental look at what I've got. I'm not actually photographing or collecting yet.
Is it fair to call this like a walkthrough?
Correct, an initial walkthrough, yeah.
When you do the initial walkthrough, you go through the entirety of the residence that you're going to search?
It's kind of brief, but yeah, we do walk through all floors, check the outside. If it's cold, if it's snowy, look for shoe tracks, anything that might be evidentiary value.
And then is there someone accompanying you that's taking entrance photos to the crime scene?
In this case, the FBI was in charge of photography, not me.
And generally speaking, what are entry photos?
Just what it looks like when you get in. If it's very tidy or if it's in disarray, if there's an animal, say a dog loose inside, that can drastically change the crime scene response. We need to get the animal removed. If there was a blood stain, the dog might walk through it. I've had situations where there was blood outside of a residence and in the winter, and birds were eating it because it's food for them. And so there's all these things that might affect what I find when I walk in there.
So when they go through and do the entry photos, though, is that documenting the residence as it appears before you start working?
No, that is not documentation yet. It's just the special agent and I walking through the residence, seeing what we think we need. Obviously, we're going to have a photographer in there, but that photographer is not following us throughout the house at this point.
I see. So you do a walkthrough, and then the photographer goes through and documents it as it appeared when you arrived.
Correct. We don't want to be in those pictures. We want the pictures to show the residents or whatever we're examining, not us walking around the house.
But as you do that, you're looking, not touching at this stage of the investigation.
Correct.
Then after you've done your walkthrough and the residence is photographed, then what do you do?
After we do the initial assessment, we walk outside and brief our teams on what we think we have. Do we have enough people? Are there additional scenes? Is there obvious evidence that we need to get? We break into our teams and then start the actual processing of the crime scene.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And then when you went back in to start the actual processing, was there anywhere from the walkthrough that stood out to you as an obvious crime?
No.
And then, so what did you do when you returned back in with your plan on how to process?
We broke into the two teams and I started looking for bright red or brown red stains that would be indicative of blood. I could not see any clearly with my naked eye at that point in time.
And then as you're going through, you go through the various rooms of the house, you go through the exterior, garage, crawl spaces, you look at all these places?
Yes.
And so let's talk about this case specifically. In this case, as you walk through the home, were there certain places that you, as you did, not the walkthrough, but as you went through the processing, that you did some testing on as you went through?
That is correct.
Specifically, for example, did you see some stains along the way where you applied phenolphthalein?
Yes.
And so can you just talk to the jury about that process of seeing something visually and applying phenolphthalein?
When I was out in the garage, there was, I would call it a rat trap, a large mouse trap, and there was blood staining around it, blood pattern around it. And I tested that with phenolphthalein and it came back positive for blood. I then tested it with an ABA card or that human higher primate card, and it came back negative. My assumption was it had killed a mouse or a rat, and it had bled some. There was also a Band-Aid in the garage that I tested, and I directed, it came back positive, and it came back indicative of human blood. So I noted the FBI collection team that they should collect that for us.
Okay. So this is an example of how you go through that process, basically.
Correct.
You're going to go test by test to see if it's worth collecting, and then you're going to collect it.
DNA is relatively expensive, and it's not wise to just, do any stain, send it for DNA. I'm going to try and make sure it's higher primate blood. And luckily here we don't have gorillas or orangutans, and so I can pretty much rule those out.
So in the instance where you find something that is human blood and you're doing this process, is it typical then for you to collect it for later testing?
If I deem it's of evidentiary value, yes, I will collect it.
Okay. So for example, the Band-Aid that was out in the garage, is that a fresh Band-Aid or an older Band-Aid?
It was an older Band-Aid.
And once you realize there's human blood on it, that's one of the things, do you document then where you found it and collect it?
It's already been photographed, yes.
From the walkthrough with the entry photos?
Yes.
All right. And so did you go through other rooms in the house and do some testing as well?
I did.
Okay. So can you just kind of walk the jury through that?
It's just a quirk of mine, but normally I would start in one corner of the room and work counterclockwise. That's just how I make sure I know where I start and I know where I'm going to finish. It's very difficult if you have a multi-story residence and somebody downstairs is saying, hey, Joe, come down here. And then 2 stores up, they say, hey, come up here. So I try and do this in a very orderly fashion. And I did that in this case too. We started at the front door and swung around to the various rooms on the main level, one by one.
And as you're doing this process, are the rooms labeled in some way?
The FBI was in charge of labeling their rooms. A lot of people will letter them, A, B, room A, room B, room C, so you can tell what room you're in. I usually just say living room, kitchen, bedroom.
Okay. So for purposes of this, there were room letters because FBI had assigned them?
Correct.
So in going through, for example, did you do a test on a stain on the shirt from room B?
I did.
And how'd that come back?
It was negative.
Did you do a stain on the trash bag from room N, which was the garage?
Yes, I did.
How'd that come back?
That test was also negative.
Okay. And then were there other negative tests throughout that or other tests and observations you made that you didn't note because they were unremarkable?
Correct.
So as you're going through, are you ruling out some of these areas and some of these rooms, and if you see a stain, you're checking and moving on?
Correct. I don't usually report out what I don't find or what is negative. Sometimes I do if there's not very many stains, but if I report out everything that I tested as negative, it would be a long day.
And so as you went through the entirety of all the house and all the rooms systematically, anything remarkable to the naked eye about this house?
It was generally tidy. I think there were some foodstuffs out in the kitchen where you would expect foodstuff to be. It was not in disarray. There were no pets present that I could find any evidence of. I would call it an unremarkable house in that sense.
Did you see an obvious crime scene?
No.
Okay. And then is that where you stop, or do you do more testing after that typically?
No, I did more testing. This is when I started thinking about getting the luminol out and using it.
And what would the luminol offer to help the situation?
Since I was unable to find a stain with my eyes, the luminol is more sensitive to that in the sense it's going to change color. My eye's not detecting it, so I'm going to look with luminol in the dark.
And can the luminol find blood that you can't see with the naked eye?
Yes, it does.
Does it also have some false positives that it'll indicate on?
Yes, it does.
What are some of those examples for the jurors?
Cupric salts or copper-based salts can do that, like Comet or Ajax, the old hand cleaner, the scrubbing. Bleach is noted, but the reaction visibly is remarkably different between that and blood.
How so?
Blood will, when you apply the luminol, when you miss the stain, the blood will start to glow, or the luminol will start to glow very bright and work down in intensity. So it starts up, comes up, peaks, and then fades out. You can get it to do that again if you miss, but you're just adding water to a stain that you can't already see. If you spray like Ajax or notably bleach, it will sparkle. It's not that even glow up and then back down. It sparkles really intensely, and it's a remarkably, visibly different reaction.
When you talk about the blood reacting, glowing, and then coming back down, what type of time frame are we talking about here?
It's typically not very long. I'd say 30 seconds, maybe.
So it's a very dynamic process.
It is.
You spray it, it starts to illuminate, and then it goes away.
Correct.
And then if there's an area that you've uncovered of interest, then do you typically do further testing there?
If I have a luminol positive reaction in the dark, I'll take a cotton swab and swab where that luminol is glowing. That way I know where the stain is located, and then I'm going to test that with that phenolphthalein, which is a little more specific for blood than luminol.
And phenolphthalein, for example, will that also, does the phenolphthalein false positive on the things that the luminol does?
No.
Okay. So for example, if you sprayed bleach, even though you could tell the difference visibly, if you were then to apply phenolphthalein to that sample, would that test negative for blood?
I'm not sure I understand.
Yes. Luminol illuminates blood, but it also illuminates some other things.
Correct.
After you've got the illumination, does the phenolphthalein confirm that it's not one of those other things, but in fact blood?
No, again, it's a good indicator. If it's a positive test, it's another indicator that I've got a blood stain here. But it's an indication. I'm not going to identify yet.
Is it a separate indicator in terms of, would phenolphthalein test positive for blood if it were bleach?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I think the answer is no, but I'm not. If luminol works and phenolphthalein doesn't, I would probably collect it and send it to the lab because the lab can discern that better than I can in the field. There may be something inhibiting that.
Are you talking about the serology, like the work you did in Kansas?
Correct.
At the lab? Okay. And so I guess what I'm getting at is you're using multiple tests so that you can rule out the false positives and know if you have a sample worth collecting. Is that fair to say?
That is correct, yes.
Like your example with the mousetrap. You're doing multiple tests there and you realize it's not human blood, so you don't send that off.
Correct. The mouse blood reacted with the phenolphthalein as I would expect. but not with the human identification, the human card.
Okay. And so did you apply luminol in a room K in this case?
I did.
Was that a bedroom in the case?
I believe so. Upstairs,
Yeah. Why did you test there?
it was an area of interest to me. Although I didn't see blood, I just wanted to use the luminol, which is more sensitive than my eyes, and see if I had traces of blood in that room.
And did you have any traces of blood in that room?
No, I did not.
And was that a lived-in type of bedroom, like there was stuff in there, things like that?
It was normal, yeah.
And then after you found nothing in room K, were you done yet, or did you do testing in another room?
I went down to what I would call the living room to test.
Was that room B?
I don't remember how the FBI had that room. I believe that's correct.
I'm gonna, Judge, with your permission, I'm gonna publish previously admitted People 72.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Agent Clayton, or Mr. Clayton now, does that look like the living room that you processed in this case?
Yes, it does.
Now, can you explain to the jury how you went about processing this room?
I had an interest in looking for blood, what we would call occult blood that you can't see. Occult, that you cannot see. But I'm going to go in layers. I'm not going to move stuff. I'm not going to put a tarp over things, or I'm not going to alter it. I'm going to go from the top layer down. So you can see there's some bedding on the corner of the couch. That would be tested as it's found, turned over, do both sides, and then I'll do the couch. I wouldn't just spray blood or spray for blood once and leave the couch. I'm going to work in layers on this.
Now, you talked about, let me stay there for a second. So all these items in the room too, are you not only spraying surfaces, but you spray items as well?
I did.
Okay. And then you talked a little bit about not wanting to spray because it can water down a surface.
It will dilute the blood that is indicated.
Can that make it difficult to collect a sample for serology?
It would.
And can that make it difficult to collect a sample for DNA if you're not careful?
It could.
Objection, move to strike, not an expert on DNA.
He's an expert in crime scene collection and investigation and interpretation, so I think this is within his expertise. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as you were processing here too, you talked about occult blood, which would be blood that's not visible to the eye, but then you might find with the chemical processing.
Correct.
And not to overgeneralize, but is it often in situations where there could have been a crime scene days ago, if it's cleaned up, that you won't be able to see it with the naked eye, but the luminol could find it?
Calls for speculation. Objection. Also leading.
No, I'm not going to grant the leadings for sure. He's trying to direct him to a certain area. I think you have to lay a foundation.
Sure. So, Mr. Clayton, in situations where you can't see blood with the naked eye, is that typically situations where naturally there's not a lot of blood?
That could be one reason, correct.
What are the reasons that it could be that way?
It could be out in sunlight, for instance, and have decayed to a point where I can't find it. It could have been removed by animals, as we've talked about. There's any number of reasons that blood may not be visible.
Okay. And is cleanup one of those reasons in your experience as a crime scene investigator?
Sure.
And so, as you're looking, the point I'm trying to get to is that you need to be very careful if it's a situation where the blood's been cleaned up and there's not a lot there.
Correct.
So as you process this scene, what do you do to create a atmosphere where you can see the luminol?
We actually go low tech here, and I took black plastic trash bags and had them taped over the outside of the windows. So it just darkens the room, makes it easier to see the luminol.
Is it a situation where you need to get it pretty dark to see it?
Darker is better.
And then can you just explain for the jury so they know how you prepare the luminol formula?
Luminol is a chemical by itself, and there's a recipe I talked about, helped develop that for the Bureau. So I take a certain amount of water and add a certain amount of luminol, and then I think it's sodium hydroxide crystals. I'm not sure, it's been a while. But you mix that, and that doesn't want to go into solution very easily. So you have to agitate that or shake that for quite a while, maybe minutes, 5 minutes. And then I'm going to apply this with a spray bottle. I want a very gentle mist to come over and cover whatever I want to spray. But I also take a known bleach, a paper towel, and I put a little bit of bleach on it. I put some known blood on it, and then a blank area that's nothing's on the paper towel. And I test that piece of paper towel with my mister to make sure that I see the bleach reaction, I know what the blood reaction looks like, and that there's no reaction if the surface is clean and blood-free. So that's just a control in the negative. I'm just applying good science to the application of luminol.
So you're making sure that the mixture that you've agitated is working.
Correct.
Why don't you use a high-pressure pump or paint sprayer type of applicator?
We actually tried that at one time. I think you get a better distribution of the product if you mist and you don't blow the blood away. Too much pressure will just kind of wash your surface, and that's not what I want.
In this process you talked about, is that still the process used at CBI now?
I'm not sure. I don't work there anymore, but I would be surprised if they've changed it. It's a very well-established method of application.
Okay. And then you talked a little bit about what it looks like if it fades in and fades out. But do you try to capture an image to kind of document that?
Photographically, you can do that in low light, yes.
And here, were you the photographer or someone else was the photographer?
Somebody else was a photographer from the FBI.
Is it, let's start with, I'm going to approach Your Honor with People's Exhibits 158 and 159.
All right.
Mr. Clayton, I'm showing you People's Exhibit 158, People's Exhibit 159. Have you seen those images before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And of all the photographs that were taken from 72 to these, you've reviewed them?
Yes.
And you were present for, like, I know you weren't the photographer, but you were present when these photographs were taken?
That is correct.
Okay. Is 158 and 159 a fair and accurate picture of that pre-testing that you do?
Yes.
And that you did in this case?
Yes, this is my control piece of paper towel, and this is a photograph of the luminol reaction with that piece of paper towel.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit People's Exhibits 158 and 159 into evidence.
No objection to 158, 159.
Both are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Mr. Clayton, up on the screen there, I'm going to put 158 first. Is this an example of that reaction? Let me get the mouse out of the way. Is that an example of how that reaction looks in the dark?
Yes, that's typical of the color that you will see. This is on my piece of paper towel. This is not a blood stain. This is my control in blank. You can see some of the paper towel is blank. There's nothing happening on that. It's not glowing.
And 159 just kind of shows how it was able to illuminate an area that's very difficult to see.
And these are basically, if you will, backwards for me. I would take a picture of the paper towel first in light, so you can see, you can't see blood on it, you can't see bleach on it, and then I would take a picture of it in the dark, so you know my product is reacting like it should.
So from 159 to 158, the order that you do, that's the same, we're looking at the same.
Correct, it's just a piece of towel with stains on it, known stains.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what kind of stains? I just didn't hear.
Known, as in I know what I put on the paper towel.
So what do you use for your test?
As far as the blood or
When you're doing just the control sample?
bleach and my blood.
We move forward, let me put that down. And so I want to talk about the living room itself and processing it. What areas, I'll put up 72 again for reference as we talk about it. So as we look at 72, what areas of the living room did you process with luminol?
some on the walls, but all the furniture, the table, and the rug, and the floor.
Okay. And I think I asked you this, but I want to be clear. There was no apparent crime scene as you entered like this.
No, not to me.
And then was there one place on the corner of the coffee table that you did a swab based on something that you might have seen?
Yes,
Okay. And was that was collected prior to the application of luminol?
yes,
And then did you also apply luminol on that surface after that?
yes, I did.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with people's 160 through 169.
All right.
So, Mr. Clayton, can you please review people's exhibits 160 through 169?
I have.
Okay. Have you seen those images before?
Yes, I have.
Are those images of the reaction of the luminol in the living room?
Yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate images of what you observed in the living room?
Yes, they are.
Now, are there two sets of each of those images?
Yes,
So there's a 160 and a 161 that documents the same location,
correct,
and a 162 and a 163 that documents the same location,
correct.
and a 164 and a 165,
That is also correct.
166, 167?
That is correct,
And a 168 and a 169.
correct.
Now, is there one set of those photographs that has a darker exposure to it and one that has a lighter exposure to it?
Yes,
Have you reviewed the photos in detail?
yes,
Does the darker and the lighter ones each accurately capture what you saw in the room when you were in there?
yes, they do.
And are they consistent in terms of the only difference between them is the overall lighting in the entire photograph?
That is correct.
And do the lighter ones make it a little bit easier to see some of what's there?
I think so, yes.
Objection, move to strike, testifying about these exhibits before they've been admitted as evidence.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Overruled.
So Judge, I'm going to move at this time to admit People's Exhibits 160 through 169 into evidence.
Mr. Bogan?
Objecting to 161 as an enhanced photo, enhanced by the prosecution.
Well, hold on a second. How do you know that?
That's how it was discovered to us.
As I stated, Your Honor, the entirety of the picture, as the witness stated, has been brightened. That's the
Well, I
only
thought he
difference.
said he had different exposure. So it wasn't the photograph, it was something that changed.
Correct. The entire image itself was made brighter, consistent with more exposure. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. I just thought it was two different pictures, being taken of the same thing. So your objection is it's because it's been enhanced?
Because it's been enhanced by the prosecution as to 161, Judge.
Okay.
And I'm gonna make this record as to several photographs.
Sure, I understand.
Should I go forward with that, or you want
Why
to
not?
rule
Why
one?
not?
Okay. Same objection as to 163. That's a photograph that has been enhanced by the prosecution. 165 has been enhanced by the prosecution. 167 enhanced by the prosecution. 169 enhanced by the prosecution.
That's every other one.
I'm sorry?
I said that's every other one.
Right, it's basically the odds and what have been submitted to the court and the witness. And from our perspective, there was original exposure of these photographs, and then they were enhanced after they were taken by the prosecution. And when you add that kind of information to an exhibit as opposed to taking information out, that is problematic. It is not it's problematic as far as admitting it as an exhibit. It's problematic as far as it being a fair and accurate representation of what was actually photographed at the time.
I'm not sure that's correct, Mr. Bogan. I mean, photographs react differently in terms of what you can see and what you can't. I'm not hearing anything that they added anything or they took anything out. There was testimony that you could see what was there better in the photographs. Maybe lay a little foundation as to what he saw versus the lighter versus darker photographs.
And Your Honor, he's testified that these are consistent with what he saw on scene as fair and accurate. So I can add more foundation as to how they're different in that it's the entirety of the picture that's brighter. Would that be helpful, Judge?
Yes.
Okay.
Permission to respond to the courts.
Sure.
From our perspective, the prosecution did add material to these photographs when they added that light. When they added, and that light resulted in more vibrant colors, AKA blue. That's an addition to how these photographs originally existed, and that's
But
problematic.
how the photographs exist and what you saw are two different things, is what I was trying to express. I don't think I did that very well. So if you could clarify that.
Yes. So Agent Clayton, when you look at these photographs, are the same areas blue in the photographs?
Yes,
And you can see that if you look very closely.
correct.
Did the brighter version of those photographs make it just easier to see what you saw in person?
Correct.
And are any of these pictures where only the blue's made brighter, or are these pictures where the entirety is just made brighter so the jury can see what you were looking at?
The second half of your statement is correct. The odd picture is easier to discern the stain, what is reacting with the luminol.
And no particular part of the picture was targeted for brightening. It's just as though you, like, for example, sometimes a monitor is dark or an exposure is dark. These are made lighter.
Correct.
At this time, I would renew my motion to admit, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to admit I'm going to overrule the objection. Also, 160 through 169 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So before we talk about, before I publish the luminol pictures, I want to talk about a different concept just briefly. So you talked about how they fade in and then they fade out, right?
Correct.
Is there any substitute for being on scene and actually watching that process?
No, I think that's valuable.
Okay. But in terms of the FBI photographer, is he trying to catch an image just to document where something was recovered?
Objection, foundation. I don't think he can speak to what the photographer's intention was.
Well, they can speak to what his reason for having the photographer put there was, and I don't see a problem with it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is the purpose of taking these photographs in a crime scene investigation to document where the evidence is located?
Correct.
Is this a pretty quick process where you have to get the picture because of the fading in and fading out?
Yes, you'll want to have your camera set up and ready when I start applying the luminol. It will come on very quickly and it will fade probably within 30 seconds.
And we've all seen on TV when they put a ruler next to a piece of evidence, you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Is that something that's typically done in this type of scenario?
No, you don't want to cover up part of what you're spraying. I don't know where I'm going to get a positive reaction, so I have to put that ruler down 20 times in the living room. If I get a stain, then that's why we photograph it, is to know where it is. We already know it's very light colored, if you can see it at all.
So you're spraying not knowing if you'll get a reaction?
Correct.
If you get a reaction, the photographer's taking a photograph so you know where you got the reaction. And then as that reaction fades out, then what do you do to mark the spot where the reaction was?
I take a swab that area, and then break the handle of the swab so I know where that stain was on the floor.
And that handle, is that like a wooden stick?
Yeah, it's just a big medical Q-tip sort of thing, cotton tip. They are sterile, they're sealed. I get one out at a time, or these come in packages of 2, so I'll get 2 out at one time.
And now in an instance where you can't see the blood with the naked eye, now you have a reaction. Are you swabbing just a little spot of it, or are you swabbing to the best of your ability to get enough material to test?
My goal is to get enough material to be able to send it to the lab. Again, I'm spraying a water-based chemical on a stain that I can't see. I don't want to wait very long, or I'll lose where it was and I'll have to reapply. I don't want to water it down. So it's a relatively fast process. When the luminol is ready, it's mixed up and I spray it. The photographer must be ready, and I must be ready if there's a positive reaction to mark it and collect it.
Okay. And so when you tested in this case, were you swabbing micro areas or swabbing broader types of swabs and swabs that you did collect?
It depends on the stain. If the stain is over a large area, I would swab that area. If the stain is concentrated in one area, I will just swab where it's positive. It just depends on where I get my positive.
With that, Your Honor, could we dim the lights on this side of the courtroom, please?
Yes. See the middle one there?
All right, so at this time, Mr. Clayton, I'm going to start by publishing People's Exhibit 160. So where in the living room are we looking at in 160?
You can orient yourself. If you remember, this is the living room. That's the coffee table and the rug. You can just see the corner of the couch or the bottom of the couch at the top left of the screen.
And then I'm going to go back to 72 briefly. When you go to 72, perhaps I should have done this earlier, but I'll do it now. The back wall, what direction? North, south, west, what direction is that back?
North.
What direction is the wall, the right?
The wall with the door is facing east.
It's like the east wall.
East wall, yeah, from inside.
Let me hit you with the east wall. Going back to People's Exhibit 160, is that then the northeast corner of that coffee table? Is that accurate?
I believe it's the northwest.
The north, so is that the base of a couch?
Yes.
Let me take you back to 72. So you can see the base of the couch there. You can see the corner of the coffee table. So is that corner of the coffee table going to be that northeast corner?
May I point to where I think it was?
Sure. Yeah, and before you do, did you create a diagram?
The FBI ERT diagram on that.
Did you review that?
I did.
Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Would you help to have that diagram as we walk through like individual photographs?
I think it would be.
Okay. Let me, with that, Judge, I'm going to approach Exhibit 172.
All right.
So, Mr. Clayton, have you seen People's Exhibit 172 before?
I have.
Okay. Is that a exhibit that you've had time to
Please
review?
back to the lectern.
Yes, Your Honor. Is that an exhibit you've had time to review in detail?
It is.
Did you have the individual photos at the time that you reviewed that?
Yes.
And then the FBI casebook that kind of documents locations, rooms, things like that?
Yes.
Is People's 172 fair and accurate depiction of the results that you got when you processed this living room?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, I move to admit People's 172 into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection as to more prejudicial than probative, cumulative. This is all coming in through a slew of other sources, Judge.
It's coming in now, Judge, submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Clayton, does that help you orient a little bit into the room?
Yes.
All right. And then I'm going to publish it just so the jury knows what we're talking about, but then I'm going to take you to the individual photos so you can walk them through what you found. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the diagram you have in front of you?
Correct.
And then it talks about some of the results in the boxes that will show the jury individually and point to where they were there.
That's correct.
So I want to go back to, I think we were at 160, correct?
Yes.
So 160. Can you use the diagram to orient yourself and tell the jury what part of the room?
I was mistaken. That is the northeast corner of the coffee table.
And is it fair to say those are where the two couches come together?
Yes.
And then 161, the jury's reference, is that just an example of the writer version?
Yes,
This particular, this is the same exact corner and the same exact reaction you observed?
yes, it is.
Did you swab this location?
Yes, I did.
And then did you do further testing on it?
I believe I did a phenolphthalein on this one.
Why did you do phenolphthalein?
Again, two separate tests that indicate the presence of blood are better than just one.
And did you also, in reviewing people's 172, did that document the testing you did as a result as well?
That's correct.
So when we're talking about this, was there a particular item number, and then can you tell the jury what testing you did on it?
Well, this was CBI item number 1. It was FBI item 12, and the Sheriff's Office number 15. It gets very confusing with all the numbers, I know.
And are those numbers assigned as the items passed along in the chain of custody and ultimately go to the lab?
Correct.
So let's just, for purposes of this, talk about CBI number 1. CBI number 1 is the swab you took from the corner of the coffee table.
The swabbing, I think I had 2 swabs.
Okay. When you swabbed that, did you do further testing on it?
I'm sorry, I did phenolphthalein on that also.
How did-
Luminol and phenolphthalein.
What were the results of phenolphthalein?
Both were positive.
Okay. And then would you typically do the hemotrace to make sure it's human blood as well?
If I deem there's enough sample there, I don't want to use up very much sample. We're talking about something I can't see.
Thank you. Let's move on to People's Exhibit 162. So do you, are you able to orient the jury as to where in the living room People's 162 is?
Oops. I believe that's the top of the couch.
At the top, you mean this is the seat cushion at the top, and then what's down below?
That's where your legs would be. And I'm not sure what that's called.
Okay. And when you say the couch, there's a couch and a love seat in there. Does the diagram help orient you as to where in the living room that'd be?
I'm sorry, it's taking me so long.
Take your time.
Yeah, we want it right, just take your time.
For purposes, Mr. Clayton, just giving the jury a distinction. On the north wall has the 3 cushions. We're going to refer to that as the couch, and then on the east wall has we're going to refer to the love seat that has that sort of median area in it. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so in the diagram, are there places on the love seat that you see that correspond with the reaction that you saw here?
Yes, I believe that's the north cushion,
So you're looking at,
the love seat.
let's put up the diagram 172. Did you see this? Can you see my mouse?
Yes.
The photograph at the bottom there?
I'm so twisted around right now, I'm sorry. That is correct. So what it's published is correct. It's the south cushion on the love seat.
South meaning closest to the front of the picture.
Correct.
And then this blue line here is indicating you see the corresponding photograph is indicating to the base basically of we're calling the love seat.
That is correct.
Is that helpful in sort of orienting what you reviewed previously?
Yes.
So I'm gonna go now to 163. Just a brighter, version of that.
That is correct. You can still see the two broken handles for the swabs.
Are those what you were referring to in terms of where you mark the areas that you swapped?
That's how I know I've collected from that area, yes,
This was an area that you swapped?
correct.
Can you kind of see the luminol running off it a little bit, from the water that was applied?
The lower stain under the seam, you can actually see water carrying what I think is, at this point, is a very good solution of a possible blood stain. And that's what I don't want to have happen.
And when you swab this, are you swabbing the general area or a particular point? What are your swabs catching here?
At this point, it's a general area. I'm going to try and maximize the amount of stain I have on my swabs.
Is that why you put the sticks at the two locations you did?
Correct.
164. When you look at 164, I know you have the pointer. Can you show the jury the areas of interest in 164?
Please do. You can take it out if you want to, or just stand next to it.
Here's an area right here. And that area was right in here for this stick.
So the previous picture you had mentioned was down by the leg.
Under this seam.
Right. I just showed you this picture first because it was more out. Right? That picture is more. Correct. This makes it even easier to kind of see that this is that south.
Yes,
And then you see pockets of reaction here.
that is correct.
Did you swap those as well?
I did.
I'm gonna move to 165. It's just an alternate view of that with a different light.
Yes, it's just been lightened up. You can see the blue is where the blue was. And you cannot see some of this down in here as well. I
Make it harder to see us.
And that's what, yes, that's why we would darken the windows with trash bags.
And then can you show the areas of interest?
You can see some areas here in particular very well.
And then above that book, is there an area of interest as well?
Yeah. Anything that's kind of showing you a blue shade is an area of interest for me.
Let me move to 166. So where was 166?
This is actually a view of the floor under the carpet, which the carpet was under the coffee table. We did the coffee table, got a little stain off that. We removed the coffee table. I did the top of the carpet and the bottom of the carpet. I did not get a luminol reaction on the carpet. This is actually on the floor under the carpet, near the edge of where the coffee table would have been.
So under the carpet, but the carpet itself had no blood on it.
That is correct.
And then this is 166. I'm going to show 167. Is that the alternate version, the brighter version of that?
Correct. It's the same area.
Can you see all the same locations?
Yes.
And then I'm going to go back before I move on. I'm going to go to 172. Can you just show the jury the area of the room that you were talking about?
It's under this carpet at this edge of the table.
We call that the more.
Yes.
There's not a lot of exposed floor there, like a photograph.
At that point, the table and the rug had been removed.
We move on to 168. Okay. Just a different location in the living room.
Yes, it is.
And then is it helpful to look at the diagram? I know it's, there's not as much context in this photograph, but if you needed to, or can you tell where in the room that is?
I know, again, it's on the floor under the carpet, but I'm not exactly sure where that was.
You'll be able to look at the at the diagram that you previously reviewed, see where it corresponds to, so we can show the jury?
Yes, I don't want to guess. I just simply can't recall.
So, Mr. Clayton, you can come right to the table and look at the diagram for the corresponding picture. I'll put it up.
This was just in front of the love seat.
That'd be kind of, I guess we could call that the southeast area of the living room.
Correct.
I think we were at 168. So 169. Is that an alternate version of that same picture?
Yes.
Bob there as well?
There's a broken handle, and at the tip of the broken handle, you can still see a reaction with aluminum.
I'm gonna go to 170. Oh, I'm sorry. Judge, may I approach with people's exhibits? Yes. 170 and 171. I'm showing you people's exhibits 170 and 171. In those images as well.
Yes, I have.
So we talked about entrance photos and photos of how it appeared when you got there and people's exhibit 72. Are these different than that?
Yes.
And what are these?
These are called exit photos. This is a condition we're leaving the residence in.
Okay. And can you see sort of the film left behind by the chemical processing on the furniture?
Yes.
Are those fair and accurate as to how the living room looked when you were in there when the exit photos were taken?
That is correct.
Judge, at this time, I move to admit people's 170 and 171 into evidence.
No objection.
To be admitted.
May I publish here?
You may.
So when you look at 170, is that the, let me ask you this, when you do a search warrant, put some back,
Not normally, no. Yes. Yeah, there's if you can remember, there's a much larger gap between the love seat and the edge of the table.
So for example, people 72, the rug much closer to the base of the love seat.
Yes.
70, this is how you replace it for the homeowner, basically when you're done.
Correct. It's pretty close to the location, but it is, I can tell it's been moved.
Then 171 also captures that.
Yes.
So I want to move on, Agent Clayton, to 172. Does this help you explain to the jury your findings when you process the living room as a whole?
I believe it does, yes.
And does it accurately capture the areas that you swabbed within the living room?
Yes.
So I want to start with CBI 1, that's to the upper right-hand corner of the screen.
Correct.
And that's going to be the couch, correct?
That's correct.
Did you test that for phenolphthalein as well?
Yes, I did.
And then did you send it off to the lab for serology?
Technically, no. I gave that to the FBI ERT team.
And FBI and ERT team collected all the evidence in the case?
It sounds all picky, and I'm not trying to be that way. I collected, but I gave the custody of that to another agency.
Okay, can I interrupt you? Because I had written down that earlier, CBI 1 was swabbing the corner of the coffee table. Is that incorrect?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we're going to correct that right now.
All right, thank you.
So what I'll also do, Mr. Clayton, is approach with the swabs themselves so you can look at the packaging and numbering. Does that make sense?
Okay?
Judge, may I approach with People's Exhibits 151 through 156?
Yes.
Counsel want to see them?
I know it's
So we'll go through those in a minute, but I want to make sure that we're using the correct numbers and that we're clear here on the results that you've got in front of you on the diagram. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So let's start with CBI item number 1. Where did you collect swabs for CBI item number 1?
It was off the, couch, on the cushion part.
Was that based on seeing a luminol reaction?
Yes,
Then did you apply phenolphthalein?
yes,
Did you get a positive result?
yes, I did.
And then what do you do with the swabs or what do you do after that?
These swabs come packaged in a small piece of paper. They're sterile. I open that up. If I get a positive, I swab that area, I write on the paper, and then stick the swabs back in their container. So I know where the stain is, what its number is, and what's inside of it. It's as clean as I can keep it.
Did you do that here?
I did,
And then it's packaged up in a evidence envelope?
correct.
And then is it typically sealed by whomever is collecting the evidence?
That is correct.
Not collecting. How did you put it?
They're storing it.
Storing, gathering, after you've collected it,
I've collected,
they're
yeah,
gathering it. And then they'll package it, et cetera.
correct,
And will you sign it to indicate that it's correct what they have?
yes.
So item one is the couch tested, luminol indicated, positive phenolphthalein, packaged up and put in an envelope.
That is correct.
Item two, what was item two?
CBI item 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Direct your attention to the bottom right part of the screen.
Yes, I'm sorry. It was from the, that is correct, the love seat south cushion.
And what testing did you do on that?
The same. I had a positive luminol, so I tested it with phenolphthalein. Both tests were positive.
Did you also package that up?
Yes, as I said, I would have opened the package, put the swabs back in, one swab, then given those to whoever is keeping the evidence.
CBI number 3, what was that?
Is luminol reaction under the rug and under the coffee table on the floor.
And did you test that after the luminol reaction?
The same way. It was a positive luminol, so I did a phenolphthalein. Both tests were positive.
Then item number 4 is not on the chart. Was that from a different room in the house?
Yes,
And then item number 5 is what's item number 5 CBI?
that again is under the rug, but it's in front of the love seat.
And did you test that as well after you had seen the luminol reaction?
With a positive luminol, I did a positive phenolphthalein and collected it.
Packaged up to the lab?
Correct.
And then CBI 6, where was that?
That's the coffee table itself.
And what did you do in that end?
I believe I had enough stain that I ran an ABBA card on this also. So I have positive luminol, positive phenolphthalein, and a strong indication for human blood.
What did you do after you did those tests?
Swabbed the area, collected it, and packaged it as I deemed appropriate.
Now, when you package it, let me draw your attention to the exhibits in front of you. Are they numbered consistent with the CBI numbers that are here? Judge, we can turn the lights on. Maybe it would be helpful. Thank you.
They are.
Okay. And so you have 6 different exhibits in front of you, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, and 156, correct?
And I'm sorry, what did you start with?
151.
Correct.
Okay. And when you look at those, do you see your signature on them?
I do.
Can you look at all 6 of them, please? You can take them out of the box, it's fine.
Sorry. Yes, they all have my signature on them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Start with 151, 152, and 153. Do those all have your signature on them?
Yes,
Do they have a description on them of where the item is located?
yes,
And then do they also have another person that observed it?
Yes,
Do they have an item number that is a CBI item?
yes,
Is 151 item 1,
yes, it is.
152 item 2,
Yes,
and 153 item 3.
yes,
Now going through 154, 155, and 156 now. Do each of these also bear your signature?
yes, they do.
And is 154 item number 4 from CBI?
That is correct.
And is 155 item number 5 from CBI?
Yes, it is.
And is 156 item number 6?
Yes, it is.
These are samples that you collected.
Correct.
And then is there FBI tape on it as well with a date on it?
As you can obviously see, there's different colors of tape on it. Yes,
And the red tape is the FBI.
I believe that's correct. Ours is blue.
Does it say Federal Bureau of Investigation that has the date from the search contract?
It does.
And then the blue tape, that tape recognized from what typically after the lab.
After CBI lab tests, yes.
And then is there also an FBI number and a La Plata County number on each of these that you've reviewed that correspond to the science?
That is correct.
And when you were done,
Packaging these, Mr. Clayton, and you hand them over, the FBI collects them, they seal them up, and then who do they go to there? Who stores the evidence ultimately when you do an agency assist like this?
The agency itself.
So that'd be La Plata County Sheriff's Office.
I believe so, yes.
And then that's why they also have a number on there. You would hand it ultimately to them to take to their department.
Correct.
And then they have a property and evidence section where they would log it in.
Yes, so does the CBI.
All right, at this time, Judge, I'm gonna take the exhibit down. So I'm gonna move to admit People's Exhibits 151 through 156 in the evidence at this time, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay, you're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Should I collect them?
Yeah, as long as you want to put them back on the table, please.
So, Mr. Clayton, let's talk about the photographs versus what you saw on scene. Are the photographs themselves basically a representation of a moment in time during that process you explained?
That's correct.
Was there, is it a situation where you can take those pictures and do any kind of spatter analysis from them?
I don't believe there's enough blood there to really make a pattern out of it.
And now you testified earlier that you were an expert in blood spatter analysis in other cases.
That's correct.
Do you think it's reasonable or responsible to be able to make any kind of conclusions about blood spatter analysis from these photographs?
There's just not enough blood, no.
How about the type of injury? Is that something that you would ever opine on based on seeing photographs like this?
No, I would not.
Why not?
There's a whole lot of ways to have a bloodletting event. I'm not there when that event has occurred. I would not speculate or guess on that.
All kinds of injuries can produce all kinds of bleeding.
Sure.
And then also, let me ask you about the crime scene itself and your assessment when you were in there. So based on the totality of walking through the home, being in the home, having done 1,000 crime scenes before, did you have any takeaways from it, anything that caught your attention?
Objection, form of the question, vague, confusing, goes to the ultimate issue to be determined by the jury. What did you think about this?
A witness can testify as the ultimate conclusion by the jury. That's not objectionable, and the rest of it's not vague. I think that's confusing. Overruled.
Were there observations you made being in person on this crime scene that were suspicious?
Yes.
In your expert opinion, having done 1,000 crime scenes, what was concerning to you?
Two areas of interest grabbed my attention. First and foremost was the blood under the carpet. If blood had been deposited on top of the carpet and soaked through, the carpet should have given me a positive luminol reaction. It did not. The blood on the couch and love seat, of course, they were dark brown leather to begin with, very difficult to see. not a lot of blood there, but it looked like it had been perhaps cleaned up. Something had happened here to make that blood that dilute.
And generally speaking, if you go into an area and you don't see blood with the naked eye, but then there's blood in various locations of the room, does that indicate that the blood was somehow removed?
To me, yes, very much so.
Now, you talked about false positives potentially from certain cleaning agents. Are there other methods of cleaning that would not leave any kind of false positive reactions?
Sure.
Can you just explain for a second to the jury that?
A Kleenex, a dry towel, soap and water, just a wet towel. There's a number of ways of cleaning a stain up like that.
Would it be fair to describe this as, because you couldn't see it with the naked eye, that there was very little blood left on the scene?
That is correct.
Would it also be fair to say that the blood that you did recover spanned a pretty broad area of that living room?
Objection. The evidence speaks for itself. Pretty broad area leading.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but it is somewhat leading. So if you want to, I'm going to grant the leading objection and ask the gentleman to overrule the other objection.
Yes, Your Honor. With reference to the area in the living room, was it one particular spot or there were various spots as documented in the diagram?
There are various spots throughout the living room, various areas of interest I had. It was not just centralized in one place.
So even though the volume, for whatever reason, wasn't much, the area was?
Correct.
Is that concerning to you as well as a crime scene investigator?
If you had
relevant, was that concerning to you?
It's relevant. Go ahead.
If I had found stains in one area, I would think you had a localized bloodletting event, but this showed some sort of movement. You have it on various pieces of furniture and under the rug.
Now, when you send off the swabs to serology, if serology comes back with negative on some of the ones that you had, are there reasons that could be?
Yes.
What are they?
Objection. Facts not in evidence. Serology hasn't testified yet as to those determinations.
Based upon previous hearings, Mr. Johnson, are you planning on putting that into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. As long as you tie it up, it's okay.
So are there times when you're needing luminol to see blood and you're doing the testing you're doing that you might send swabs off to Colorado Bureau of Investigation and get different results from serology than you got here?
That is correct.
Okay, what could be a reason for that?
There are a number of reasons that come to mind. One of them, I just may not have enough sample. Again, this is a sample you can't see, and I just diluted it with a water solution. So I may have used up pretty much all of my sample in my testing in the field. That's why I don't do very much when I'm at the crime scene. It could be, again, like dog blood or mouse blood that would react with those two chemicals, but it is in fact not human blood. I don't know that out there if I don't do that ABBA card, and I'm going to save all the sample I possibly can for the laboratory, not for the crime scene.
Just in case you didn't gather enough from the occult blood.
That's correct.
And then if you do get a result that's consistent with serology, what does that typically tell you, having worked in serology before?
That I was good at the crime scene collection and collected a proper sample and stored it properly and tested it properly and reported it properly.
So, Mr. Clayton, having processed over 1,000 crime scenes in your career, does every living room look like this?
No.
Is this, and in particular, there was a bedroom, for example, in the same house that you processed, and did you find any reaction in that room?
No, I did not.
But here you found it multiple places.
That is correct.
Is that suspicious and concerning to you as a crime scene investigator, given there was a missing child?
Objection as to form of the question, suspicious.
I find it, trying to think of another word, but yeah, I find that suspicious to me at the scene.
In your experience over 20 years, over 1,000 crime scenes?
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Boyd, please. you need a second, Aaron? Okay.
I'm gonna need to retrieve the HDMI cable as well.
Go ahead. Let's wait a second, Mr. Bogan.
Of course.
You in? All right, go ahead.
Going back to the work you did on this case at the house you've been talking about for about an hour and a half, you testified on direct. It was your understanding that you arrived at this house 10 days after Dylan went missing, correct?
That is correct.
And you arrived with what you called what was like FBI evidentiary retrieval team?
An ERT,
And what does ERT stand for?
Evidence Response Team.
Okay, and that included members from Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
CBI agents were there, but we are not FBI. We're not affiliated with them.
Right, CBI was there.
Correct,
Several agents from CBI.
correct.
Also, FBI was there, correct?
That is also correct.
And La Plata County Sheriff was there.
Yes,
And you all caravanned up to the area, correct?
that is my understanding, yes.
Were you part of the caravan? I mean, you testified to it.
Yes, I didn't know where we were going. I was just following.
And safe to say, there were a lot of people, a lot of law enforcement that arrived to conduct this investigation, correct?
I'm not sure what a lot means, but there were probably 8 to 10 that I can think of
At least 8 to 10 from 3 different agencies.
in my recollection.
Now, you talked on direct about your process for looking for evidence, documenting evidence, and collecting evidence. And I want to go through that real quick, okay?
All right,
You said on direct that initially you do what you call an initial walkthrough, an initial assessment.
that is correct.
And during that initial assessment, you go in to just kind of identify what kind of work, if any, you can do that day, correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it as that.
You go in to see if there's any hazards.
Correct,
You go in to see if there's any obvious signs or any obvious evidence that needs to be collected.
that is true.
You go in to assess the area to see if you have enough people to do the job.
That is also correct.
And that's part of your initial assessment.
That is correct.
See if there's hazards, see if there's obvious evidence, see if you got enough people to collect the evidence and do the investigation.
That is correct.
And as part of your initial walkthrough, in this case, you went through the entirety of the house, correct?
I was in each room, yes.
Upstairs and downstairs, right?
That is correct.
And then after you do that initial assessment, you meet with the team and you determine if you have enough people to do the investigation, correct?
I do that, yes.
And you determined that in fact you did, right? Because you did the investigation inside the house.
That is correct.
And then you go back into the house again, right?
Yes,
And is that the process for which you go room by room, start in a corner and go clockwise?
actually, I think I said counterclockwise, but yeah, I go in the room and start assessing and collecting.
And you go room by room?
I do.
And explain to the jury again what you mean by assess and collect when you go room by room.
Well, again, this is not like a TV show. I don't know where the evidence is, if there's any evidence. So I have to do a very thorough examination. I look on top of, in between, and under everything. And I very much appreciate a second set of eyes coming along and looking at my stuff after I've looked at it. This is not an ego thing for me. I want to find a stain if it's in there. If there's a weapon, I want to find it. So it's a very detailed and thorough search of the area.
And based upon your expertise of going to thousands of crime scenes, you know how to look for clues and evidence.
Well, yeah, I don't think I said thousands
Well, Mr. Johnson did, and several times, and you affirmed that.
When I gave the answer, I thought I said just over 1,000.
Okay.
If I did, I misspoke. It's just over 1,000.
Having been to over 1,000 crime scenes, you know how to find evidence of violent struggles and fights, correct?
If it's present, yes.
And you've been trained on what could be indicators of a violent interaction or a fight or a bloodletting event, correct?
Correct.
And those indicators could include broken or moved furniture.
It could.
It could include obvious weapons, like the example you gave, if there's a baseball bat.
That would be true, yes.
And generally, if an area is unkept or messy, that could be evidence of a struggle or fight as well, correct?
It could be. Some houses just are in disarray from a lifestyle, not necessarily from a fight.
And in your initial walkthrough, I want to focus your attention on that. You didn't find any evidence of a violent struggle or a fight or bloodletting event in your initial walkthrough, correct?
That is correct.
And that was the initial walkthrough through the entirety of the house, right?
That's the only initial walkthrough I did, but yes, it involved every room.
Every room. And then you came back and you did the room by room counterclockwise, correct?
That is correct.
And then after you did the second walkthrough, then you applied the luminol, if I'm understanding you correctly.
That is correct.
So it sounds like we got 3 walkthroughs here, is that correct?
I'm trying really hard not to be picky, but second and third time I go through there is not a walkthrough. The initial walkthrough is an assessment.
You're right.
The rest is processing.
You're right. So we got kind of 3 investigations, and with the investigation, and stick with me on this answer because I know you'll let them know if I get something wrong. There's the initial walkthrough, then there's the first assessment, and then there was the final assessment with the luminol. Is that correct?
No, there's
You tell us.
an initial walkthrough, which is an assessment. It's not a collection. And then I go in and I process. If I get anything positive, then I will collect. There are different stages to the crime scene investigation. There's an initial walkthrough, an assessment. Then I actually start my work of collecting the evidence.
Going through every room, you went into the kitchen, correct?
That is correct.
And that's to the left of the living room, if you recall. And we can get there in a second if you don't remember where the kitchen was in this house.
I do remember it. I'm sorry, to me, it just depends on which way you're facing.
Coming into the house, living room's gonna be on your right, kitchen's gonna be on your left.
That is correct.
Permission to approach, Judge.
Yes.
The witness.
Yes.
Mr. Clayton, I'm gonna approach with what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 1166, 1005, 1045, 1046, 1167. I'm gonna ask you to look at those, and then I'm gonna ask you a few questions, okay?
Fine. I've reviewed them.
Hold on, because I'm not caught up yet. I got to keep track of all these. All right, I'm ready when you are, Mr. Bogan.
Thank you. all of the exhibits I handed you, are those fair and accurate representations of the kitchen that you investigated on November 29th, 2012?
Yes,
Given that they're a fair and accurate representation, you remember how they look, I'd move for the admission of all those exhibits.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, hold on. And so 6.6 and 6.7 then are also pictures, correct?
Everything's a picture, yes, sir. Or I don't know if you were asking me.
I was asking you,
Yes, sir.
just a second. I gotta go back up, just don't do anything. All right, go ahead. They're admitted, excuse me.
I'd draw your attention to defense 1166 and ask to publish.
Go ahead.
Can you describe for the jury what we're seeing here?
this is the east wall of the kitchen. And a
And-
little bit of the south wall with the refrigerator.
And as you've already testified to, this kitchen, as you come into the room, is to the left of where the living room is, right? Okay. And permission to move about while we're talking about these, if I keep a microphone in hand, Judge?
If you do.
Safe to say the front door is right here in the house that you investigated?
Yes, it is.
And then the kitchen goes back and away from the viewer, correct?
That is correct.
And this is one of the rooms that, as you described to the jury, you did a very exacting search where you were looking for evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And based upon your professional experience analysis of this kitchen, at least this part of the kitchen, you didn't collect any evidence from here, correct?
I did not.
And I take it the kitchen, this area here is featured in this photograph, fell into the unremarkable part of the house, correct?
That's correct.
And to be clear, based upon your professional analysis, this part of the kitchen did not have any evidence of a violent struggle or bloodletting event.
My expertise that day was to look for blood or body fluids.
Right.
That's what I was doing. I did not see any in the kitchen.
You didn't see any in the kitchen, but you also said as part of your analysis is to look for evidence of that you are qualified on how to find evidence of a bloodletting event or violent altercation, correct? And certainly if you would have seen something like that in the kitchen, you would have documented that and pointed that out to one of the several other law enforcement agencies there, correct?
That is accurate.
And that didn't happen here, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And you didn't collect any biological evidence from this part of the house either?
No?
Turning your attention to defense 1005, permission to publish.
Yes. Yes.
Do you have the exhibit in front of you, sir?
I do?
Okay, and here we can see a little bit more of the same kitchen in the same house, correct?
Correct.
And what's added in this photo is we can see a table and a stove and more of the refrigerator, correct?
That is correct.
Then we can see a wood-burning stove and underneath it tile there, correct?
That is also correct, yes.
And again, you did your exacting analysis of this part of the kitchen as well, correct?
That is correct.
Including that table, the floor, the wood-burning stove, the corner behind those, correct?
That is correct.
And based upon your expert analysis, you didn't collect any evidence from there.
That is also correct.
And that was because in your expert analysis, there was no bloodletting event or violent action in that part of the house based upon your investigation.
I found no blood or body fluid of interest in the kitchen.
And you found no stains of interest.
Correct.
And you found no overturned furniture.
That's correct.
And you found no weapons.
I would not say that.
What weapons did you turn over from the kitchen that day?
I said, when I look at this picture, there's a large piece of wood on the floor in front of the stove. That's a possible weapon to me.
Right. That's a possible weapon to you, and that's why you pointed that out to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, La Plata County Sheriff's Department, and directed them to bag that, and that's why it's in evidence to this day.
I did not do that, no.
You did not do that. And you knew what kind of case you were investigating, correct?
I had an idea, yes.
You knew it involved a missing child, correct?
Correct.
So you were taking this investigation very seriously, correct?
I take each of my investigations very seriously.
And you especially take an investigation of a missing child seriously.
I don't take it any more special or less special. It is a case for me.
And certainly if you thought that block of wood was a weapon that was involved in the disappearance of Dylan Redwine, you would have made sure that that got collected as a piece of evidence.
That is correct,
And you didn't do that.
because I don't think it was used as a weapon.
You don't, and you don't think it was used in a fight.
It could be. I had no evidence on it. There was no blood, no hair, no trace. There's no reason for me to collect it at that point in time,
And if you had any reason for it to, you would have made sure that it was.
just as I did the bloodstains, yes.
Turning your attention to defense 0145, permission to publish.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what we see in this picture?
This is just another picture of the kitchen and dining room area. You can clearly see where the stove is, the refrigerator, and you can see more of the table.
And Your Honor gave me permission to move about. Is that still?
Stands.
Thank you. Safe to say, looking at this exhibit, the kitchen would be on the viewer's, or, pardon me, the kitchen counter would be on the viewer's left, right? So it's kind of looking from the kitchen counter, past the refrigerator, past the table, past the stove, right?
That is correct.
And can you describe to the jury what that area is back there? Like a staircase to you?
Oh, yeah, there is a staircase back behind the stove, sort of.
And again, looking at the rest of the kitchen here and looking into the staircase, whatever you want to call it, foyer going into the staircase, you didn't collect any evidence from that part of the house.
I saw no blood evidence in that area, no.
And you saw no obvious stains or anything that warranted you informing other law enforcement to collect evidence.
That is correct.
I'm going to turn your attention to defense 1167. Do you have it?
I do.
Do you remember what part of the house this renders or portrays?
This is what I called like a little pantry underneath the stairs.
And is this another one of the rooms that you went through during your exacting analysis, looking for evidence?
Yes,
And safe to say, like in the other pictures of the kitchen here in this small room, we got foodstuffs, chair, carpet, looks like some cabinetry, correct?
that is correct.
And again, based upon your analysis of this, there was no evidence in there worth collecting, correct?
I found nothing in that room of evidentiary value.
Not obvious, not obvious, not biological, not trace.
Correct.
You also testified on direct that you went to, are you still contemplating that exhibit? I don't.
No, I've got it here.
Okay. You also testified on direct that as part of your investigation, you went to the garage, correct?
That is correct.
And did you do the same analysis in the garage as you did in the rest of the rooms in the house?
Yes,
And again, that was starting in one corner, going counterclockwise, looking for areas of interest, right?
correct.
Looking for evidence of a bloodletting event, looking for evidence of biological materials, correct?
That is correct.
Permission to approach the witness with defense exhibits
Yes.
or exhibit
What number is it?
1075.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is defense 1075 a fair and accurate representation of the garage when you conducted your investigation on this matter on November 29th, 2012?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit defense.
Mr. Johnson?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Looks like there's a lot of stuff to investigate in the garage.
It's busy.
It's busy. And busy means different things to different people. Would you agree there appears to be a lot of items in the garage there?
Yes, tools, other mechanical items.
And again, you do the same analysis because you take every investigation seriously. Every analysis of every room is uniform. You do the same thing every time you go in, right?
No, I don't think I'm repetitive in that way. I do a thorough investigation based on what is in front of me.
Okay. And these items were in front of you in the garage.
Correct.
And you did the same thing that you testified during direct. You looked above, under, over, you opened drawers, correct?
I was looking for biologicals, yes.
Right. And the one biological you testified to on direct was a Band-Aid that you found, correct?
And in front of the mousetrap.
And in front of the mousetrap. And remind us again what happened with the mousetrap.
It did not indicate the presence of human blood.
And most likely, since it was blood by a mousetrap, it was probably mouse blood.
I made that assumption, yes.
And looking at defense 1075, you didn't collect any evidence, you didn't see any biological evidence from this portion of the garage, correct?
I don't remember where the mousetrap was, but I did collect the Band-Aid from the garage.
Okay. Do you see a mousetrap or a Band-Aid in that? Take your time.
I do not.
And understanding that the garage is busy, that there's many items in there, the only items that you seized from, that you took from the garage, that you tagged as evidence, were the Band-Aid and the swabs around the mousetrap, correct?
I did not collect the swabs from around the mousetrap. I just took the Band-Aid, or had the Band-Aid taken.
Right. What'd you do with the swabs from the mousetrap?
They're thrown in a biohazard bag and properly disposed of once I'm back at the Bureau.
Permission to approach the witness with 1077.
Yes.
Let's stipulate to admission if that's helpful.
All right. 1077 is admitted.
Drawing your attention to this exhibit, does that look like another part of the garage of the house that you investigated on November 29th, 2012?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see the mousetrap or the Band-Aid therein?
I do not.
And from this part of the garage, did you collect any evidence?
I simply can't recall where the Band-Aid was. I think it was near the door, the sliding door.
And but for the Band-Aid, when we refer to the garage, you didn't see any evidence of a bloodletting event or violent incident, correct?
No, I did not.
You also went to the upstairs bathroom in this house as well, correct?
That is correct.
Permission to approach with defense 1049.
Yes.
I'm going to rephrase the question because we want to keep on point here. You did the downstairs bathroom, correct?
That is correct.
Same process.
Correct.
1049.
We'll stipulate admission, Judge.
1049 is admitted.
That was like the photo you had? I don't think it is. I apologize for that.
I believe it is.
Oh. Describe for the jury what we're seeing here, where this is located in the house.
I believe this was associated with the master bedroom. It's upstairs next to the master bedroom, obviously a door between there and the bedroom.
You're sure that's the upstairs and not the downstairs bathroom?
No, quite frankly, I'm not.
Okay. Suppose it's one of the bathrooms you investigated.
Okay?
When you investigated this room, you didn't find any evidence of a bloodletting event or violent incident, correct?
That is also correct. I did not.
And you didn't ask other law enforcement to collect any evidence from that room, correct?
No, I didn't ask them to collect any because I didn't see any and my partner hadn't seen any. There was no reason to collect anything.
And that kind of fits with your practice in that you don't document the negatives.
Correct. It would be tedious to have to say everything I did not find in each room.
So you're only documenting what you think, in your opinion, is relevant evidence in the investigation, correct?
Or would have any kind of evidentiary value, as we said before, like the baseball bat as an example or a weapon. If I were to find something, I would bring it to somebody's attention. If I don't find anything, I don't have any reason to alert somebody else to do that.
And, Your Honor, I probably have between 20 and 30 minutes to go, maybe 40.
Would you like a break for the night?
I'm asking, I guess I'm asking Your Honor to ask the jurors.
Well, I was planning on doing it, asking you the question, how long you're gonna go at about 5 o'clock.
Really?
So I guess, you guys wanna finish this up, or do you wanna do it in the morning? I think we're gonna have redirecting questions, so we may as well do the morning. I think that's a good idea. All right, we will take our, evening recess. Please remember my admonitions, don't talk about the case either amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Do not initiate, post, or respond to anything about this case on social media. Keep an open mind throughout the trial. Reach your decision only during your final deliberations. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't gather any information on your own. Don't visit anywhere mentioned in the case. Don't read about it anywhere. And we will see you at 10 to 8. Well, we'll see you at 8, but you'll be here at 10 to 8 tomorrow. So thank you very much. Everybody rise, please. Remember, we have the short lunch tomorrow. Okay, I do that all the time. All right, we can be seated. Anything else for the record tonight?